Chapter 681, Mantra Arrow. Over the years, countless people praised her beauty with all sorts of compliments. But today, she was only a grindstone to Wuxia. This was even more rage-inducing than him calling her an ugly girl. At the very least, an ugly girl was still a person. A sharpening stone was hardly anything. Jian Wuxuang couldn't bear it any longer and he angrily shouted, "Li! If I don't kill you, I vow to cease being human." Cease being human? Wuxia couldn't help but laugh before retorting, "Ugly girl, you weren't a human from the start. Your Jian clan are all golems, yet you think you are human?" Wuxia didn't give chase after seeing Jian Wuxuang being carried away by this encompassing light. He only watched as she disappeared into the horizon. After she was gone, he rubbed his nose and murmured, "The Jian clan, they're worthy of their name. They're actually able to bring someone back from near death. What a truly extraordinary act. Although it is a bit worse than rebirth, it is already heaven-defying enough." Wuxia was well aware of the power of his arrow. It was capable of killing gods and devils. Very few existences could withstand such power, no matter how tough their body or true fate might be. When struck, death was the only outcome. However, Jian Wuxuang was the golden daughter of the Jian clan after all, so all of their adoration and love was focused on her. She was their beloved jewel, so the clan used an extremely heaven-defying method to protect her. Once she received a fatal blow, it would instantly save her as well as bring her back to the Jian clan. The Jian clan was still ultimately an imperial lineage with a great heritage, so it was not strange for them to possess such a magnificent ability. Wuxia put away his bow and turned around to leave. However, before leaving, he narrowed his eyes and gazed towards a direction in the far horizon. He didn't say anything and only chuckled before leaving. Outside of the celestial peak mountain in a very secretive spot rested a very ordinary-looking carriage. This was a carriage that wouldn't garner attention no matter where it went. An old woman with an indeterminable age was seated outside in front of the carriage. She gave off a feeble feeling as if her sun was about to set in the west. At this time, a soft sigh came from inside the carriage. Although it was very brief, it had a particular rhythm that was very pleasant to the ears. Others would immediately know that the person inside was a girl. Although they couldn't see her appearance, her sigh was already charming enough. After hearing the sigh, the seemingly sleeping old woman immediately woke up and asked, "Young miss, how is it going?" "It is over, he has already left." An answer came from inside. This was a girl's voice, a voice with a very melodious touch that couldn't be described by words. This voice was capable of bewildering people, and it alone was enough to charm them all even when they didn't know what she looked like. "Who won?" The old woman couldn't help but ask, "The girl from the Jian clan?" "No." The girl's voice from inside the carriage appeared again, "Wuxia won. If it wasn't for the Jian clan protecting Jian Wuxuang with an extremely heaven-defying spell, I'm afraid she would have died already. That brat is quite capable then." The old woman was a bit surprised and said, "Although the girl from the Jian clan is arrogant and doesn't put anyone in her eyes, she is indeed talented. I'm afraid not many from the younger generation would be her match. He's more than just capable." The girl from the carriage answered, "I'm afraid this Wuxia is absolutely terrifying, more terrifying than anyone else. Young miss, that is too much. He only defeated the Jian girl, nothing more." The old woman couldn't help but say. Both of them had astonishing origins that were capable of scaring the rest of the world. "No." The girl in the carriage deepened her tone and said, "Although I couldn't see the battle with my own eyes, I more or less felt it. Wuxia didn't actually fight seriously and only used Jian Wuxuang to train himself. If he actually fought for real, then it would be very hard to tell." Chapter 682, Parting. Could he actually be stronger than young miss? The old woman said, "Even if he was stronger, he can't compare to you. No one can in the current younger generation." "Not necessarily." The girl answered, "At least, until now, I still don't know the limit of his power, so I can't make any conclusions." In my eyes, Li Chia himself is shrouded in a mist and is completely unfathomable. Not even I can see through him. How does he compare to Yi Qingqing of the Stony Edge Kingdom? The old woman had to ask. Compared to Yi Qingqing? The girl in the carriage paused for a bit before answering. I can't say in detail since I have no way of knowing just how strong Li Chia is. However, my intuition is telling me that Li Chia can only be stronger than Yi Qingqing. That can't be. The old woman's expression visibly changed as she said, the Stony Edge Kingdom spared nothing when it came to Yi Qingqing. He is a supreme celestial being who is adored by the heavens. In the stone medicine world, outside of young Miss, only the girl from the Jian clan can compete with him. How could this nobody Li Chia compare to Yi Qingqing? Yi Qingqing was quite renowned in the stone medicine world and was considered the #1 man, at least among the younger generation. Countless geniuses in this world would dim before his presence, others simply did not dare to compare themselves to him, and many of them were willing to work under his banner. I'm afraid so. The girl in the carriage continued, Yi Qingqing's power can be estimated and measured, thus it is possible to compare. However, this Li Chia is unfathomable, I simply can't gauge just how strong he is. Despite not being able to calculate his true strength, my intuition is telling me that he can only be stronger than Yi Qingqing. The old woman couldn't help but contemplate in silence for a moment after hearing the girl's answer. She knew her young Miss's abilities very well and had full confidence in her. The girl in the carriage said, let us go, he found us. Even if he makes it here, we aren't afraid of him. The old woman's momentum peaked. At this moment, she no longer resembled an old carriage driver on the verge of death. The aura her body emitted was extremely frightening. No, Grandma. We don't need to fight him. The girl in the carriage said, even though we are not afraid of anyone, we stand to gain nothing from fighting with Li Chia. Before he makes it here, we should leave first. The mountain range and the entire vein were all territories that belonged to the Tree Father. Although the Tree Father didn't establish a sect at this location, his followers and disciples were just as strong as any great power. The Alpine Mountain was also called the Alpine Grand Vein, one of the 8 great veins in the stone medicine world. It was on the same level as the elegant Azure Grand Vein. It stretched far across the alchemy realm like a sleeping dragon. It was grand and magnificent with incredible peaks and mountains everywhere. There were many spirit deers walking around, golden birds flying above, and flood dragons below the marshes. Meanwhile, spirit medicines were in abundance here. As one of the 8 grand veins, plenty of spirit energy had accumulated from millions of miles. The energy was as vast as an ocean. Moreover, under the protection of the Alpine Tree Father, the plants here were able to thrive and flourish, thus this land was famous for having a lot of plants. Of course, one had to talk about the Tree Father when the topic of the Alpine Mountain was ever brought up in this world. The giant bamboo tree and the Alpine Tree Father were referred to as the 2 great demon forefathers. Although the Alpine Tree Father was much younger than the ancient giant bamboo tree, his fame was much more widespread. In fact, this was quite understandable because, for millions of years now, the giant bamboo tree had never taken shape. It had always silently stood there, so the world had forgotten about its existence or had just gotten used to it. The Alpine Tree Father was completely different. He had gained intelligence from the Tao and also passed down his Tao heritage. This caused his reputation to spread along with countless students. For several 100,000 years now, living beings that were born at this location had heard the Tree Father preach the Tao many times. Some of them were demon monarchs. Of course, the beasts and vegetation that had yet to reach the Tao listened as well. During this period, many golems traveled for countless miles just to beseech the Tree Father for a chance to listen to him preach the Tao. Because of this, although the Tree Father had not left the Alpine Mountains territory for a very long time now, he had students everywhere in the world, across the 3 grand realms. Moreover, some of his students even became virtuous paragons. Thus, it was easy to imagine the Tree Father's great influence. As for his cultivation, no outsiders were privy to this. Some said that the Tree Father could be bestowed the God King title. Some also said that outside of immortal emperors, no one else could compete with the Tree Father. Regardless of how great his cultivation was, as a demon forefather that had lived for 500,000 years, this was more than enough to earn everyone's respect. Therefore, in the entire stone medicine world, numerous great powers and imperial lineages and even a monster like the Alchemy Kingdom were very respectful to the Alpine Tree Father. His 500,000th birthday was a huge event for the entire stone medicine world. All the great powers and imperial lineages, as well as renowned cultivators from all over the place, quickly traveled great lengths to give him their best wishes. Even those from faraway places like the Beast Realm and the Stone Realm began their departure early in order to make it on time for the celebration. Some had even left as early as 1 year ago. His great birthday celebration caused the entire territory that spanned for millions of miles to become rowdy since many lineages were on their way. In just a moment, the normally quiet Alpine Mountain became very busy and was overcrowded with newly arriving guests. The usually deserted valleys now contained many guests from far away. Chapter 683, Alpine Mountain. Fortunately, the Alpine Mountain was vast with countless mountains and valleys. Even though guests came from all over the world, there were still plenty of places for them to stay. Although there was still some time before the Tree Father's birthday, the place was already packed with people, and more arrived on a daily basis. Even the low-key imperial family of the Alchemy Kingdom, the reclusive Jianlong clan, and the Beastmaster Citadel that never cared for mundane matters. All of these behemoths sent experts to come congratulate the Tree Father. From this, one could see the Tree Father's frightening position in the stone medicine world. Squeak, a carriage slowly approached a small town below the Alpine Mountain. Wuxia was still resting inside the carriage as if he was sleeping. He immersed himself in the carriage's rhythm. The bull took its time dragging the carriage towards the mountain. This little town was normally deserted, but now, it was bustling with cultivators staying here. Some of them ran out of the mountain for a breath of fresh air while others were here to trade items. Wuxia turned a deaf ear to the commodious town and continued to stay in the carriage as it kept on moving towards the mountain base. In fact, at this time, new guests filled the mountain base like carps jumping in a river. With this being the case, no one noticed Wuxia mixing in with the crowd. Once the carriage finally entered the mountain, Wuxia immediately opened his eyes to look at the sight before him. One could only see a verdant scenery with rolling hills and peaks that soared to the sky. There were also straight waterfalls that were 3,000 feet high. There were also ancient pines that resembled horned dragons growing on the precipices. No matter who they might be, they would be praising the majestic scenery before them. This place was different from other locations with its countless clusters of green lights floating in the sky. They were around the size of needles and appeared to be extremely lifelike. Because of these little glimmers of green light, it made the entire Alpine Mountain appear even more magical and exceptionally beautiful. At this time, Wuxia's brows furrowed. In this split second, it was as if his eyes were able to see through the entire mountain range. His gaze stretched across everything and fell upon an old pine tree. It was not a big pine tree, but it was definitely extremely ancient. After a while, Wuxia withdrew his gaze and murmured, "Alpine Mountain, Alpine Tree Father. A bit interesting. What a shame that after such a long time, he still isn't able to leave the Alpine Mountain." The Tree Father's fame had spread across the entire world, but for hundreds of thousands of years, he had never left the Alpine Mountain. Although he could appear anywhere in the millions of miles of the mountain range, he couldn't actually leave it. As for the reason why, there had been many different theories. The most plausible and widely accepted one was that before the Tree Father had gained intelligence from the Tao, his root was entrenched in the deepest parts of the Alpine Grand Vein and had fused together with the vein. Because his root and the Grand Vein had become one, this allowed for him to appear anywhere inside the Alpine Mountain, but he wouldn't be able to take a single step outside. Squeak. At this time, the journey continued with the bull dragging the carriage along while Wuxia kept his eyes shut inside. However, before they could reach the gate of the mountain, they were stopped by someone. "You're still not dead," a cold, hateful voice appeared. Some bloodlust was even present. After hearing this cold voice, Li Qia opened his eyes and saw the dragon princess with some disciples blocking his path. At this point, she glared at him with a chilling gaze and flashed her murderous intent as if she wanted nothing more than to kill him at this moment. The princess's deep hatred towards Li Qia was understandable. Despite her noble birth and high status, she was still slapped by this nobody Li Qia before the eyes of others. Nothing could be more humiliating than this. If Jian Wushuang didn't stop her at that time, then she would have killed him already. Since Jian Wushuang wanted his insignificant life, the dragon princess thought that he wouldn't be able to leave the celestial peak mountain alive. Who would have thought that she would be able to see him here fine and well at this place? She was quite famous in the alchemy realm. As a princess and an excellent disciple with a great cultivation from the crystallized sea sect, it could be said that she stood out among others of the younger generation. And now, this very princess was blocking the path of a nobody with a crew, so this attracted a lot of attention from the guests. Many of them were curious about how this unknown human had offended her. Some even began to quietly discuss with others. As for Li Qia, he only blinked an eye and slowly said, "I'm quite tough. The king of hell and all the little devils couldn't take my life, so it shouldn't be strange that I'm still alive now, right? The king of hell and all the little devils can't take your life?" The princess snorted, exuding a sharp killing intent as she coldly said, "Then today, this princess will take your dog life." Li Qia was too lazy to take another glimpse of her. He leisurely sat in his carriage and said, "With just you and your insignificant skills?" Stan sighed. "Today, I am here to celebrate and my mood is especially good, so I'll spare your life for now. Of course, if you really want to die, then I can help you. Alas, painting the earth red with blood is bad luck at a birthday celebration." These words enraged the princess. She had already been slapped by him in front of everyone back at the Celestial Peak River and now he dared to utter these boisterous words. How could this not drive her mad? Many guests even halted their steps after hearing Li Qia's raving and couldn't help but click their tongues while glancing at each other. They wondered what the origin of this junior could possibly be for him to say these blustering words. He truly didn't know life from death. "Junior, don't be arrogant." An expert by the princess's side cried out. He wanted to rush forward to decapitate Li Qia. However, the princess stopped him and took a step forward herself. With a chilling visage like a vicious, unsheathed sword, she said, "I want to personally kill this little animal. I want to peel his skin and shred his tendons, to shed and drink his blood." She gnashed her teeth while speaking these words. Nothing else could appease her anger besides doing so. As for Li Qia, he continued to keep his eyes closed and rested as if he didn't hear what she had said. "Little animal, hand your life over." The dragon princess cried out as her vitality erupted all the way to the sky like a flood dragon. Such powerful vitality was enough to illustrate her amazing strength. Worthy of being a dynasty's princess and an excellent disciple of the crystallized sea sect. Even a cultivator from the previous generation had to voice his praise after seeing her powerful blood energy. Fellow Taoists, please take it easy. The moment the princess took action, a great character from the Alpine Mountains stepped out and told them to stop. Moo. However, in this split second, a moo came about, followed by a popping sound. The princess was kicked flying by a hoof, shooting all the way to the sky and eventually disappearing into the horizon. Her fate was unknown, one could only see blood dripping down from the sky. She didn't even have the chance to scream. The great character from the mountain was a demon monarch, but before he could finish his words, the princess had been blown away and disappeared, causing him to swallow his words. Everyone stood there looking silly. In the beginning, all eyes were on Li Qia and the dragon princess. They began to guess his background since he was extremely arrogant, not to mention that they all thought that he was tired of living for opposing the dragon princess. None of them looked at the imperial Draco bull pulling the carriage. In their view, it was not worthy of attention. It was just a regular common buffalo, so what was there to look at? They didn't expect that this ordinary-looking buffalo could casually kick the princess flying with just one hoof. Li Qia opened his eyes at this time and calmly spoke, "Excuse me, you came a bit late. I was going to show mercy, but unfortunately, my divine bull accidentally kicked the girl flying." The demon monarch from the Alpine mountain was completely speechless. What else could he say now? The person had been kicked away already, so it was too late for him to resolve this conflict. "Little animal, we'll cut you into little pieces." At this time, the experts who were with the princess regained their sanity and shouted at Wuxia. The demon monarch quickly stopped them and said, "Fellow Taoists, everyone here are guests of the Alpine mountain. I hope that everyone can change feuds into friendships and get along with each other. If you all are hell-bent on seeking revenge, then wait until after the celebration. Besides, you all should be focusing on saving the dragon princess. Don't let a less important matter delay saving her life." Chapter 684, Birthday Celebration. The many experts who were together with the princess could only glare hatefully at Wuxia after hearing the demon monarch. This place was the Alpine mountain and everyone was here to celebrate the Tree Father's birthday. This was the stone medicine world, so everyone would show the Tree Father some consideration. If they caused trouble at the Tree Father's birthday, then it would be too insensible. Besides, the dragon princess had been kicked away and her fate was unknown. If they didn't quickly save her, then maybe she would die for real. The newly arrived guests noticed that the excitement was over, so they went back up the mountain. In fact, they already knew that nothing too crazy would happen here, especially at this key moment since no one wanted to offend the Tree Father. Where might Dao friend be from? When everyone left, the demon monarch from the Alpine mountain asked Wuxia. In front of the mountain pass were many Alpine disciples responsible for greeting the new guests from the sects all over the world. Of course, this was an amazing opportunity to prevent those with malicious intent from mingling inside. The moment the demon monarch asked Wuxia, he couldn't help but judge him. No matter how he looked at it, Wuxia appeared very ordinary. However, his buffalo kicked the princess flying, so this couldn't be an ordinary beast. Thus, the monarch found it very strange. Just what was the background of this youth who dared to become enemies with the princess? The monarch was very confident that he would be able to recognize anyone who was famous in the stone medicine world, but the youth before him was a complete mystery. From very far away. Wuxia said with a smile, "I'm here to meet up with a friend and to celebrate the Tree Father's birthday." "Welcome, welcome." The Alpine Mountain's demon monarch quickly said, "It is an honor to have Dao friend here at our Tree Father's grand celebration." He made a polite comment before asking, "Who might your friend be? Let us know so we can arrange a suitable dwelling." With so many guests coming to the mountain, there were different levels of reception and areas for them to stay. For example, esteemed guests such as the Alchemy Kingdom's imperial family would enjoy the highest level of treatment. There she is. Wuxia raised his chin slightly towards the front with a smile. At this time, Madame Ziyan had arrived from the mountain and heaved a sigh of relief after seeing Wuxia. She had heard that someone was causing trouble outside of the mountain. She immediately knew who it was, thus she came running. The demon monarch quickly cupped his fist and said, "Ah, so you are a friend of Her Majesty Ziyan. Please excuse us for our lack of reception. Brother Sang is too cordial. This person is our young noble Li." Madame Ziyan hurriedly responded, "Brother Sang is very busy, so please don't mind us." This Alpine mountain demon monarch was smart, so he looked at Wuxia then back at Madame Ziyan and took his leave after a few more polite sentences. "Have you been well on your journey?" The madam looked at Wuxia then the carriage with the bull for a bit. She couldn't help but wonder where he got it from. Wuxia gently tapped the spot next to him without saying anything else. The madam quickly got on and sat there, then the bull pulled the carriage up the mountain. What a spiritual divine bull. The madam couldn't help but voice her praise after looking at the imperial Draco bull. Although she couldn't see through it, she was still an enlightened demon king, so her sight was far better than that of ordinary people. At this time, Wuxia asked in a relaxed manner with his eyes resting, "I have a divine chariot now, so how about you become the driver?" The madam was slightly taken aback after hearing this because this was not the first time this proposition came up. She was a demon king in charge of the entire giant bamboo country, but now, Li Chia was asking her to be a driver. If a third person were to hear this, then they would think that Li Chia was insane and far too arrogant. However, these resoundingly ignorant words came so naturally from Li Chia. He uttered them with his eyes closed as if it was not a big deal to him. In fact, this was the truth. In the past, a demon king of this level would not be qualified to drive his carriage since all of his past drivers were people he highly valued. The madam regained her composure and asked softly in a calm and gentle manner, "If I become your driver, how will you arrange the future of the giant bamboo country?" He only smiled and didn't say or ask anything. At this time, the madam felt that something was different, but she couldn't tell what it was. She quietly said, "Is young noble unhappy?" This was hard for outsiders to imagine. She was the ruler of a country, so how could she act so gentle towards an ordinary-looking brat? "No, I can understand." Li Chia gently shook his head and said, "A great demon king and a driver, there is too big of a gap between these two positions. People would know which to choose between the two, nothing is strange about this." The madam opened her mouth, wanting to say something. In fact, she was indeed hesitant since the proposition was a bit too crazy. "Don't worry, I will give you a chance." Li Chia smiled and said, "You can think about it. I am very patient when it comes to you." This type of patience was very rare for Li Chia. It spoke plenty of how much he valued Madame Ziyan. Apart from her being from the giant bamboo country, it was also because of her personality. She gently sighed while Li Chia maintained the quiet atmosphere as if the matters of this world had nothing to do with him. "Did young noble and the dragon princess have a fight?" the madam gently asked while looking at Li Chia. Li Chia didn't bat an eye as he nonchalantly replied, "It was nothing, not worth mentioning." The madam didn't say anything else. This wasn't her first time seeing Li Chia's overbearing and arrogant manner, so what could she say if he didn't even care for the crystallized sea sect? She quietly sat beside him and pointed the way for the bull to enter the Alpine mountain. She enjoyed a very high-level reception at this place and had her own valley. Such treatment was comparable to that of an imperial lineage. Other great powers would not have this privilege. Not a bad place. After entering the valley, Li Chia took a look around and nodded approvingly. The madam wryly smiled and said, "This is due to the blessing of our divine guardian. With my reputation alone, I would not be able to claim such a valley." This was indeed the case. Although the giant bamboo country was considered a great power, there were other countries much more powerful than it. There were many guests from all over the world who came for the Treefather's birthday, so normally only imperial lineages could have their own valley. However, the giant bamboo tree was also a demon forefather just like the alpine treefather and was even more ancient, so the madam enjoyed the highest level of accommodations. Li Chia smiled and didn't say anything else. He slightly tapped the bull then entered the house. Meanwhile, the bull pulled on the carriage and stopped in a corner where it lied down near a water source just like a coiling dragon. The madam prepared dinner for Li Chia and also washed his face. She was busying herself as if she was his maid. Such a matter should be left to the servants, but the madam chose to do it personally. This would have been an unimaginable sight to outsiders. She was very thoughtful and gentle as she took great care of Li Chia. This made Li Chia comfortably sigh, prompting the madam to softly ask, "Is something on young noble's mind?" "No." Li Chia slightly shook his head and replied, "Just recalling something. It is very hard to find a suitable candidate these days." Of course, she didn't know that Li Chia was talking about her progenitor. It could be said that she was someone who Li Chia thought of very highly, someone who had never disappointed him before. There was still some time before the Treefather's birthday, so Li Chia stayed in the valley without leaving while the madam served him as if he was a young master. Of course, although he didn't leave the house, this did not mean that he didn't do anything. He took a stroll around the valley every day over and over again. It could even be said that his steps filled every corner of this valley. During his strolls, sometimes he would gaze towards the far distance or listen to the earth as if he was surveying something. Although Li Qia's actions seemed strange, the madam knew that Li Qia had something he wanted to do, so she chose not to ask. However, she was quite anxious since she knew of Li Qia's lawlessness and propensity to do anything he wished. She was afraid that he would cause some trouble at the Alpine Mountain. On this day, the madam was not in the valley while Li Qia was lying on a hill to bask in the sun. Although he had a lazy appearance, no one knew that he was calculating something over and over again in his mind. Some time later, Li Qia suddenly stood up and heavily stamped the ground. With a boom, part of the ground collapsed. No, no, no. At this time, a figure immediately climbed out of the ground and quickly begged for mercy. Young noble, please no. We're on the same side. Li Qia laid back in his armchair and finally opened his eyes in a lazy manner while looking at the figure crawling up from the ground, saying, on the same side? Since when? The many experts who were together with the princess could only glare hatefully at Li Qia after hearing the demon monarch. This place was the Alpine Mountain and everyone was here to celebrate the Tree Father's birthday. This was the stone medicine world, so everyone would show the Tree Father some consideration. If they caused trouble at the Tree Father's birthday, then it would be too insensible. Besides, the Dragon Princess had been kicked away and her fate was unknown. If they didn't quickly save her, then maybe she would die for real. The newly arrived guests noticed that the excitement was gone, so they went back up the mountain. In fact, they already knew that nothing too crazy would happen here, especially at this key moment since no one wanted to offend the Tree Father. Where might Dao friend be from? When everyone left, the demon monarch from the Alpine Mountain asked Li Qia. Chapter 685, Tai Yi's Affair. The figure crawling up from the ground hurriedly replied, if young noble desires, I would answer your call anywhere and anytime, so of course we are on the same side. This figure was old demon Tai Yi from the Celestial Peak Mountain. At this time, he was cheerfully smiling while scratching his head with his ant claw. However, while he was laughing, he was occasionally taking glances at the Imperial Draco Bull relaxing to the side. Really? You will answer my call? Li Qia looked at him with one eye and said, you are not here to steal my bull? Moo! The bull also lifted its head and let out a cry at Tai Yi. This gesture did scare him quite a bit. No, no, no. Young noble, this is a misunderstanding. Tai Yi hastily waved his hands and explained, even if I was 1,000 times more courageous, no, 10,000 times more courageous, I wouldn't dare to even have such a thought. Moreover, your divine bull is unparalleled and unique in all of eternity. Outside of young noble, no one else deserves such a divine bull. Tai Yi didn't only suck up to Li Qia, he even buttered up the bull as well. His flattery left the bull satisfied and refreshed, so it laid back down in a comfortable posture. Li Qia was too lazy to glance at Tai Yi and respond to his incessant flattery, so he said, I have seen many sycophants, but not many of them were at the same level as you. To be able to make a bull this happy, this is a whole new level of art. The old demon only cheerfully laughed after hearing Li Qia and wasn't embarrassed in the slightest. Li Qia looked at the demon and asked, you didn't stay at the Celestial Peak Mountain? Why are you here at the Alpine Mountain? I am here too. Tai Yi opened his mouth to say something but was quickly interrupted by Li Qia with a wave of his sleeve. Li Qia shook his head and said, if you are about to say that you are here to work for me, then forget it. If you lie so much, you better watch it or else I'll squeeze your true form out before crushing it. Tai Yi hurriedly responded, young noble is so funny, too funny. I only came here to see the world as well as the grand celebration of the Tree Father where everyone comes together. This is quite a rare occasion, so I must broaden my horizons. Of course, if young noble ever needs my assistance, then I'll be more than happy to help. Li Qia glanced at him and slowly asked, you want to see the world by sneaking underground? Well, Tai Yi forced out a chuckle and replied, about that. This little demon is only an insignificant character, so I'm afraid they won't let me in at the front door. Moreover, the Alpine Tree Father is merciful and benevolent, so he won't mind a little guy like me. Is that so? Li Chia stroked his chin for a bit while looking at Tai Yi, causing Tai Yi to be frightened out of his mind. His intuition told him that something bad was going to happen. If young noble has nothing else, then this little demon will excuse myself as I don't want to bother your quiet time. The jumpy old demon quickly told Li Chia. No rush, since you took a lot of time to come here, how about we have a nice chat? Li Chia leisurely suggested. When he heard Li Chia talk about a nice chat, the old demon knew that something bad was going to happen for sure. His mind was jumping from fear as he quickly replied, young noble, this little demon doesn't know anything, so I won't be able to hold a conversation with you, he spoke as he retreated backward. I won't stop you if you want to leave, but I might accidentally spill news about someone wanting to dig out the main route. That wouldn't be good, would it? Li Chia leisurely spoke again. No. Tai Yi was horrified by these words and he hurriedly responded, ah. Young noble, you are definitely misunderstanding something. I am happy to contribute to your cause anytime and anywhere. Just say the words and I'll even head into a sea of fire without hesitation. Into a sea of fire? Li Chia's eyes narrowed as he burst out in laughter and said, this fellow Taoist, your words are too much. There is no need for you to run into a sea of fire, how could I ask such a thing from you? Tai Yi was stricken with fear after seeing Li Chia's expression. He made a decision and said, young noble, please spare me. Just tell me what you want me to do directly. So refreshingly straightforward. Li Chia clapped his hands and said, I am a person without a lot of merits, but I do appreciate straightforward people like you. It is quite a rare sight these days, ah. At this time, Tai Yi had resigned to his fate as he drooped his head while saying, what does young noble want me to do? You said that iron ants like you love to dig holes? Correct. To be more exact, iron ants are best at digging and hiding underground. Li Chia leisurely said. What does young noble want me to dig out? Tai Yi couldn't help but shudder. Very quickly, he thought about something and frighteningly exclaimed with a shocked expression, young noble, you won't make me go dig at that location, right? What location? Li Chia played the fool and asked, is there a particularly valuable location in this place? Tai Yi immediately shut his mouth and knew that he was very unlucky this time. If he knew this was going to happen, he wouldn't have messed with Li Chia. This was the same as him digging a grave for himself and jumping down to finish the job. At this time, Li Chia looked at him with squinted eyes before revealing a lazy smirk as he said, fellow Taoist Tai Yi, how about this, go to that location underground? No, absolutely not. At this time, Tai Yi shook his head at a rapid pace and hurriedly answered, young noble, please don't misunderstand, I don't know of any locations underground. Li Chia sat back in his armchair and gently waved his sleeve towards Tai Yi, saying, okay, don't pretend anymore, everyone here knows what is going on. You can put on your pitiful and weak act in front of others, and they might believe you, but I am very aware of what you can do. If it wasn't out of consideration for your non-malicious intentions, I would have already forced your true body out back at the Celestial Peak Mountain. Tai Yi wryly smiled but didn't say anything else at this time. I was going to take a look at that location underground. Li Chia semi-laid down and slowly spoke, however, with you here, nothing could be better, I won't have to waste too much effort. Moreover, you have been there before, so the trip will be very familiar to you. No one would have an easier time getting there than you. Young noble, you think too highly of me. Tai Yi gave a mirthless smile and said, this is the territory of the Alpine Tree Father. As long as he wants to know, nothing would be able to elude him within the span of 1,000,000 miles in this land. At this time, Li Chia looked at him with one eye and asked, but aren't you still doing it? Tai Yi took a deep breath and replied, young noble, I won't hide it from you. A lowly character like me sneaking in. Even if the Tree Father found out, he wouldn't take the time to care about me. However, if young noble wants me to dig at that location, he will certainly kill me. I don't dare to dig there since I only want to sense something underground, that's all. Here, he paused for a bit before continuing, let's take a step back and assume that the Tree Father found out, he probably won't care since I am only doing so out of curiosity. If young noble knows about that location underground, then you definitely know that that place is not to be disturbed, or else the Tree Father will unleash his fury onto us. In the stone medicine world, how many people can withstand his wrath? Not to mention, we are doing it at the Alpine Mountain. I know, I'm not telling you to dig all the way inside. I just want you to get close for a good look, then you can come back and report to me. Li Chia lightly added, I trust your top-notch digging skills. As for your ability to escape, there is no room for critique. This, Tai Yi couldn't help but hesitate after hearing Li Chia. Li Chia glanced at him then dismissively said, I will not say more about other matters. You came from the capital of the giant bamboo country all the way to the Celestial Peak Mountain, and now you are here at the Alpine Mountain. Do I need to say more? Tai Yi was slightly stunned by this sentence while Li Chia continued on, even though you might not be following me, do you think this is only a coincidence? Tai Yi sighed and smiled wryly, do I have any other choice? Li Chia laid back in his chair and leisurely said, yes, unless you don't want to beg me. I am a person who could be said to not lack anything. Even if I need something, as long as I am willing, I can immediately obtain it. If you want to beg me, then you need to at least take out an item capable of tempting me. If you can't, then that is fine too, as long as you can show some sincerity and work for me and achieve great merits. As long as I am willing, many people in this world would be eager to answer my call. Do you think that I am giving you this chance, or is it something that you have to earn? Having said this, Li Chia glanced at the demon. Tai Yi was stunned after hearing this. He didn't think that Li Chia knew everything so well since he was confident that his disguise was exceptional. However, it was still seen through by Li Chia. After a while, he took a deep breath and looked at Li Chia to say, so to speak, young noble can solve my problem? The wounds have been there for too long, so this is indeed tricky. Li Chia smiled and paused for a bit before continuing, however, that is only for other people, it is nothing to me. Of course, you and I don't really know each other, and we also aren't friends, so if you want me to do something, shouldn't you show some sincerity first? Here, Li Chia shrugged and said, of course, if you don't want to, then I won't force you. Going to that location underground isn't an issue for me. Of course, if someone was willing to work for me, then I would be happy to oblige. No problem. At this time, Tai Yi made a decision and quickly said, your business is my business. This little demon is willing to work for young noble and solve your issues. Just say the word, this little demon is waiting for your command at any time. The figure crawling up from the ground hurriedly replied, if young noble desires, I would answer your call anywhere and anytime, so of course we are on the same side. This figure was old demon Tai Yi from the Celestial Peak Mountain. At this time, he was cheerfully smiling while scratching his head with his ant claw. However, while he was laughing, he was occasionally taking glances at the Imperial Draco Bull relaxing to the side. Really? You will answer my call? Li Chia looked at him with one eye and said, you are not here to steal my bull? Moo! The bull also lifted its head and let out a cry at Tai Yi. This gesture did scare him quite a bit. No. Young noble, this is a misunderstanding. Tai Yi hastily waved his hands and explained, even if I was 1,000 times more courageous, no, 10,000 times more courageous, I wouldn't dare to even have such a thought. Moreover, your divine bull is unparalleled and unique in all of eternity. Outside of young noble, no one else deserves such a divine bull. Tai Yi didn't only suck up to Li Chia, he even buttered up the bull as well. His flattery left the bull satisfied and refreshed, so it laid back down with a comfortable posture. Li Chia was too lazy to glance at Tai Yi and respond to his incessant flattery, so he said, I have seen many sycophants, but not many of them were at the same level as you. To be able to make a bull this happy, this is a whole new level of art. Chapter 686, Madame Ziyan's hesitation. I like straightforward people. Li Chia said with a smile, go. I hope that you can bring me good news. Do not disappoint me. Tai Yi took a deep breath and cupped his hands before Li Qie to say, "Rest assured, young noble, wait for this little demon's good news." Having said that, he drilled into the ground and instantly disappeared. Li Qie only smiled and didn't say anything else. He continued to lay on his chair as if nothing had happened. In the afternoon, Madame Ziyan came back and saw the hole in the ground. She was slightly surprised and asked, "This is?" "It's nothing, just a mouse digging a hole, there is no need to be alarmed," replied Li Qie with a grin. Although Li Qie said that, the madam was still looking at the hole. She was quite worried that the thing she feared would happen. Li Qie saw through her and said with a smile, "Don't worry, no matter what happens, we will be fine. Moreover, we are here for the birthday celebration, not to cause trouble, wouldn't you say?" The madam could only smile back. She didn't continue to pry about this matter. She sat down behind him and gently massaged his shoulders. Only Li Qie would enjoy such treatment. He closed his eyes to rest and enjoyed the gentle touches from the madam. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes to look at the madam's beauty that was without any trace of mundane vulgarity and revealed a faint smile to say, "I like people like you. As soft as water, meticulous and patient." The madam only charmingly smiled in response. Of course, she was not misunderstanding his intentions. She knew full well that Li Qie was not referring to the kind of affection between a man and a woman. "I believe in young noble. With your abilities, you will surely have a grand future." The madam continued to gently rub his shoulders while softly speaking, "But I don't know anything about your origin." She was very confident in him becoming a renowned alchemy emperor in the stone medicine world in the future. There was no questioning this. However, she had her own concerns, especially about his origin. Of course, she was fully aware that Li Qie didn't want anything from her, especially not her beauty or the giant bamboo country. He was already able to obtain them. "Ziyan, you are looking at this the wrong way." Li Qie gently shook his head and said, "I don't care for an achievement like becoming an alchemy emperor. As for your concern, my origin is really not important either. You only need to know one thing: by following me, you are following the future immortal emperor, no, much more than an emperor. Follow me and you will be following the existence at the apex in the future. When that day comes, the gods will tremble as all the races in the 9 worlds bow their heads before us. God kings, among my followers, would only be qualified to have the lowest positions. If true immortals are still in this world, they would also have to be under my banner. If true dragons are still here, then they would have to coil themselves respectfully before our presence. I am the sole ruler above the high heavens, and among the endless stretches of time, I alone am eternal." These words were uttered as if he was whispering to a lover, as if it was mere mumbling in one's sleep. These dreamlike words were uttered so lightly by Li Qie. Above immortal emperors? Causing the gods to tremble and true immortals to prostrate as well as true dragons? These words were truly surreal, and only an ignorant or crazy person would say such things. However, the madam listened very carefully to his dreamlike words while gently massaging Li Qie's shoulders. She had heard these words before, in the building at the outskirts of the capital. However, there was a completely different feeling to them this time. At that time, she had doubts in her mind, but now, a part of her heart was shaken by these words. Also at this time, Li Qie opened his eyes and reached out with his right hand to gently touch Madame Ziyan's delicate and beautiful chin, then he caressed her pretty face. This kind of action from someone else would perhaps be viewed as disrespectful and vulgar, but Li Qie's touch was without any sexual thoughts. It was natural and calm without the slightest intention of taking advantage of her. "Ziyan, your heart is swaying non-stop as if you are a lost baby fawn." Li Qie smiled while touching her cheek. The madam's mind returned, but she was still slightly dazed. Meanwhile, Li Qie withdrew his hand and slowly closed his eyes again to say, "It's nothing surprising since not too many things can hide from my eyes. It is not difficult for me to see through your thoughts." The madam sighed and said, "Young noble, this, to me, is a huge life decision." "I know." Li Qie smiled and said, "Call me young master, I like it more this way since it has a unique flavor. If someone else said this, it would sound a bit twisted. However, when it came out so nonchalantly from Wuxia, it became a bit interesting, as if this was how it should be. Young master, the madam calmed down and softly whispered. She couldn't say no to his request. It was as if she was at his beck and call. Wuxia comfortably closed his eyes while listening to the moving, gentle call. To him, this was a type of pleasure with a long-lasting aftertaste. After a good while of enjoying Madame Ziyan's gentleness, Wuxia slowly spoke. I can understand your hesitation and can tell you a little bit about my origin. I didn't come from the stone medicine world, I'm from the mortal emperor world. Wuxia indeed liked Madame Ziyan a lot and held her in high esteem. He seldom had such patience. If it was some other girl, he would be too lazy to say so much. It was quite rare for him to have so much patience for her. The madam was surprised to hear this. She carefully thought about it and felt that it was not strange. Wuxia was a dragon among men, such a grand character couldn't be unknown, so being from another world was the most reasonable explanation. She couldn't help but say after some contemplation, however, the 9 worlds are not connected at the moment. Wuxia interrupted her and said, even though the pathways have collapsed, it would not be difficult for me if I wanted to travel through the 9 worlds. The madam trusted these words since it came from Wuxia despite how impossible they might sound. Nevertheless, she was still frozen from this overwhelming information. Wuxia opened his eyes to look at her beautiful face and said, so? Too caught up in your thoughts. The madam composed herself as her face blushed. While still gently rubbing Wuxia's shoulders, she spoke her mind. What kind of master is capable of training a deity like young master? You are mistaken, no one in this world can be my master. Wuxia laughed and said, moreover, I am not a deity, but a brute. In the mortal emperor world, many people called me fiercest, and I really like such a title. After hearing this, the madam couldn't help but smile and said, so young master was also living quite well in the mortal emperor world. These words were so gentle that it would cause people's hearts to thump. Wuxia couldn't help but smile. So, are you tempted? Of course, if you are willing to follow me, the giant bamboo country will still be fine. I trust that you can find a good ruler. Plus, it is a land of peace, there is no need to compete against the rest of the world. With the giant bamboo as its protector, it will stand strong for tens of millions of years. The madam elegantly chuckled without losing her gentle demeanor and said, young master is the most domineering and arrogant person I have ever seen. Sometimes, I wonder where your confidence comes from. The madam didn't hide her thoughts and told Wuxia the truth. Wuxia only smiled and didn't answer. The madam continued to service him and, inadvertently, they slowly had an implicit understanding as the madam undertook her role. How was your trip outside today? Asked Wuxia as he cheerfully enjoyed the tender touches from the madam. She softly replied, there are a few great powers in the alchemy realm who want to form an alliance with our giant bamboo country. Their sect masters and royal lords wanted to find out our goals. Not surprising. Wuxia chuckled and said, the world of cultivation is where the strong reign over the weak. Once you are powerful enough, plenty of goods will come straight to your door. The madam didn't want to talk much about these trivial matters since she didn't wish to disturb Wuxia's rare tranquil mood. She gently rubbed his temples and said, however, a demon monarch of the Alpine Mountain came to find me. He said that the Maple King wants to meet you. Would you like to see him? Maple King? Wuxia casually asked, a disciple of the Alpine Tree Father? No. The madam gently shook her head and said, in terms of seniority, the Maple King is only a grand disciple of the Tree Father. He wants to meet young master and ask a few questions. Chapter 691, Secret of Daosen's Peak. As their first emperor, Immortal Emperor Wuxia heralded an extraordinary era for the future of the golems. However, he was another emperor full of mysteries and didn't leave behind any lineage or inheritance either. There were even rumors stating that the emperor didn't take in a disciple at all. Moreover, he seemed to disappear overnight. no one knew how he managed to do so or where he went. His whereabouts were a mystery to the stone medicine world, and something even stranger was that some thought that he was still in this world. In short, although he was the first Golem Emperor, there were very few items or findings related to him. However, this palm print ahead was one of the few things from the Emperor that could be researched. Legend states that during the Desolate Era, after immortal Emperor Wuxia shouldered the heaven's will, he traveled across the world and stumbled upon Alpine Mountain. After enjoying the beautiful sceneries here, he went on top of a peak and left behind a palm print. Later on, this peak became the famous Dao Sense Peak, an object of numerous theories and legends. One legend stated that when the emperor left behind his palm print, it also left behind his Dao lineage that merely awaited the right inheritor. Others said that it wasn't a complete Dao lineage, but an invincible secret art of this world. Another conjecture was that this place contained a map. If one could understand this map, then they would be able to find the location where the emperor left behind his treasury. In short, regardless of the theory, everyone from the future generations believed that the emperor did indeed leave behind a mystery here that year. It could be a merit law or the Dao lineage of an immortal emperor, or maybe a treasure map. Because of this, for tens of millions of years, people had always come here to learn, but no one had heard of any success. However, there was another rumor that stated that the Alpine Tree Father had obtained something from this place. The story claimed that after the Tree Father obtained intelligence and shape from the Tao, he came to this cliff to learn and gain the Emperor's secret art. Because of this, he was finally able to become a demon forefather. Alpine Mountain and even the Alpine Tree Father himself neither denied nor confirmed this particular rumor, thus, outsiders didn't know whether the Tree Father had obtained something in this place or not. All in all, as long as there was a chance to enter Alpine Mountain, any cultivator, especially the younger ones who valued themselves greatly, would come to Dao Sense Peak to ponder the mysteries left behind by immortal Emperor Wuxia. Alpine Mountain did not stop cultivators from going to the peak to search for enlightenment. In fact, this was not a big deal to them. It could even be said that the mountain was not afraid of anyone understanding the profundities within because, for tens of millions of years, countless brilliant geniuses were unable to do so, thus it was impossible for others even if they tried. However, even though everyone knew that it was impossible, they never gave up and continued to come and test themselves. This time, during the Tree Father's birthday, many guests and young geniuses didn't mind traveling the long distance. Since they were already here, they wouldn't miss the opportunity to come meditate at Dao Sense Peak. Unfortunately, during the last couple of days, countless people had come and gone, but no one's efforts yielded any fruit. Groups came and went despite all of them knowing that they would leave empty-handed, but they still did not give up since it would be a waste of a trip to Alpine Mountain. Well, there is basically nothing on this cliff, huh? At this time, many young cultivators were at the cliff, wanting to unravel the mysteries. However, after a very long time, they still hadn't found anything, so one of the cultivators chose to GI. She was indeed far from being comparable. At this time, the Supreme Beauty looked at Li Qie and asked, "How did you know that this little trick would fool them?" Li Qie smiled lightly and leisurely explained, "You are smart, so you should know the techniques to deal with smart people." Her pretty eyes narrowed as she responded, "I see, how could he think that I would be so bold as to leisurely play chess without a care for him? Under such circumstances, I should have either ran away or went to find a special place to hide." Li Qie let out a faint smile as he praised, "Very smart, a smart girl is indeed very likable." "Thanks." The Supreme Beauty revealed a truly charming smile as she said, "You helped me this time, so I'll get you back later." Li Qie looked at the beauty and calmly said, "Later? That's too far away, it is fine if you pay me back now. I'm not the type who asks for a lot, so I won't mind if you pay me back with your body. I'll just get the short end of the stick this time." The madam was speechless the moment she heard Li Qie's words. However, she had to admit that this type of teasing from Li Qie didn't sound dirty at all. His leisurely and calm bearing made it sound very natural. Meanwhile, the peerless beauty couldn't help but glare at Li Qie, snappily saying, "I actually thought you were a good person just now." "Who would have thought?" "You are right about that." Li Chia leisurely smiled and replied, I have always been a bad person, a notorious brute who likes smart beauties the most. Of course, if you are willing to stay by my side, would be very happy to take you in. Shameless scoundrel. The angry beauty uttered while glaring at Li Chia. The moment her words came out, she pointed a finger at him in an extremely overwhelming manner, a finger that looked like a falling star. Meteor finger, a bit interesting. Li Chia chuckled after seeing this approaching finger technique. Having said that, he also used a finger as a sword and swung it in the air. In this split second, his sword swept towards the meteor to cut through the girl's supreme finger technique. Clank. The two fingers met just like the collision of two divine swords. Earlier, the girl only wanted to scare Li Chia a bit with her attack, so she immediately found herself at a disadvantage and had to take several thumping steps back. Humph, you think you are so great? After being pushed back by Li Chia's technique, the peerless and unconvinced girl scowled and exclaimed, I also know this technique. Having said that, she pointed her finger straight up to form a sword. The moment she unleashed this technique, there seemed to be a heavenly sword swinging in the sky, causing the stars to fall. The madam startlingly gasped after seeing this sword because this move from the girl was exactly the same as Li Chia's sword technique from earlier. He wants my consultation. Li Chia chuckled and said, a bit interesting, a grand disciple of the Tree Father wants to ask me questions. Interesting, it was needless to say about the Tree Father's status, but as the grand disciple and the current sect master of the Alpine Mountain, the Maple King's status in this world was not less than the sect master of an imperial lineage. But now, such a grand character wanted to consult a no-name junior. This was indeed worth pondering. Maybe, news of the Divine Guardian's actions had reached the Alpine Tree Father. Madame Ziyen said, our Divine Guardian and the Tree Father are referred to as the two demon forefathers of the stone medicine world, and our guardian had not taken any action for millions of years. But now, it suddenly acted. Perhaps the Alpine Mountain is curious about this. Li Chia smiled since he knew more things that the madam couldn't have speculated. Will young master meet the Maple King? Chapter 688, Maple King. Li Chia's technique from earlier was from the grass sword attacking the immortal law, but it was unleashed by the girl in the exact same manner as Li Chia, as if she had learned it before. Interesting. Li Chia turned his palm into a saber in the face of this sweeping sword attack and set off the blade in a domineering manner. Li Chia's power was already extremely mighty, so when this one saber technique from the heaven-traversing eight saber was casually performed, it carried a ferocious and tyrannical momentum. Pop. Although the Supreme Girl used the grass sword technique, she was still on the losing end against Li Chia, just like before, and she had to take several staggered steps backward. Although you learned the sword technique, you didn't grasp its true essence. Li Chia shook his head and said, nevertheless, this is already quite amazing. To be able to learn from just a single glance. This is almost better than Little Mei's immortal bone. The Little Mei Li Chia referred to was Mei Suyao from the Eternal River School. Humph. You think you are so special? Who said that I can't learn its true essence? The peerless girl snorted and was completely unconvinced. At this moment, her demeanor was very serious as her eyes narrowed. At this second, she changed her palm into a saber and sent it straight towards Li Chia. This was the same technique from the heaven-traversing eight saber that Li Chia used earlier. What was even more astonishing was that this saber from her hand also had the very domineering momentum. Li Chia swiftly shifted his figure with an unparalleled speed and easily dodged her attack. This scene left Madame Ziyen, who was standing to the side, astonished. This girl was able to learn anyone's technique with a single glance, too frightening. What kind of monstrous aptitude was this? The girl immediately stopped after Li Chia dodged the saber within the blink of an eye. She was taken off guard and stared at Li Chia to say, what kind of step technique is that? Or what kind of merit law is it? I actually can't see through it and am unable to learn it. It was not strange for the girl to be unable to understand the movement technique Li Chia used because it was his soaring immortal physique. Moreover, his physique came from the most profound scripture in the world. Even the most unrivaled genius across the eons would not be able to understand it with a single glance. It is normal that you can't see through it. Li Qie smiled and said, if you could grasp it with a single glance, then that would truly be strange. You would cause countless people across the eons to jump into a river and off themselves if they knew you could do such a thing. Humph, you think you are cool? The Supreme Girl snorted and said, isn't it just a physique law? I know quite a few physique laws. Li Qie cheerfully smiled and asked, so you want to try again? The girl couldn't help but glare at him with her pretty eyes. She became a bit impatient as if she still wanted to see Li Qie's soaring immortal physique one more time. However, she quickly buried this anxious urge and shook her head to say, I'm not playing with you anymore since I hate fighting the most. Humph, I'm gonna go now, I'm not going to waste more time with you. But you still haven't thanked me, said Li Qie as he smiled at the girl. The girl who was about to leave gave Li Qie a look of disdain and said, humph, now that I know you are a scoundrel with no good intentions from the start, why should I thank you? Why should I repay my debt? Her answer made Li Qie burst out in laughter while the girl ignored him and left. If you are truly clever, then your best opportunity is to follow right behind them. Then, maybe you will have a chance to escape the Alpine Mountain. Otherwise, you must pray for the Alpine Tree Father to not take action or else you won't be able to escape even if you grew wings. Li Qie shouted towards the pretty girl's departing shadow. I know that already since I'm much smarter than you. The girl didn't turn around and quickly disappeared as if she was anxious to leave this place. Young master knows her? The madam asked Li Qie, who was now lying back down in his armchair. Li Qie slightly shook his head and replied, I don't know her, but that girl is indeed interesting and absolutely incredible. Madame Ziyan was worried, so she said, I haven't seen that young miss before. However, the middle-aged man earlier is very famous as he is from the Beastmaster Citadel. Beastmaster Citadel? Li Qie only narrowed his eyes and revealed a faint smile without commenting further. The Citadel was renowned in the stone medicine world as a sect with 2 emperors. Outsiders even told legends of them having a divine beast in the form of a true dragon. However, no one could verify this statement. It is not strange for the Beastmaster Citadel to come celebrate the Treefather's birthday. However, it along with the Alchemy Kingdom and the Jianlong clan have not cared for the secular world in a very long time. The madam couldn't help but muse for a moment before gently speaking, why is the Beastmaster Citadel chasing a girl like her? That is their business. The girl is extremely smart, so let her be. Li Qie smiled and showed that he didn't really care, he only lazed around in his chair. The madam looked at her young master and said, Young master is a great strategist who knows everything in the world like the palm of your hand. There is one thing that I don't quite understand. Why do all of these imperial lineages maintain such a low profile? What is the reasoning behind this? This was indeed uncommon in the stone medicine world. The Beastmaster Citadel had 2 emperors, the Jianlong clan had 3, and of course, the Alchemy Kingdom was even more frightening with 3 immortal emperors and 3 alchemy emperors. Nevertheless, these monstrous existences were always low-key and ignored what happened in the world. In fact, many great powers and cultivators slowly got used to this. They felt that only such supreme existences had no need for competition since they were already at the peak of the world, thus they chose to live in seclusion instead. However, the madam disagreed with this notion and felt that there was a particular reason despite not knowing the exact details. Today, she couldn't help but ask Li Qie this question that had been plaguing her mind for a very long time. In her view, there was nothing Li Qie didn't know. Being low-key is not necessarily a bad thing. They have seen many things and understood that there is always a higher mountain and always a stronger man. Lineages like the Alchemy Kingdom's imperial family had been around since the Desolate Era, and after millions of years of experience without falling, they have seen a lot and understood the dangers of the world. Li Qie explained with a grin. Although her young master didn't give her an answer, she didn't inquire any further. Instead, she softly spoke, tomorrow, the Maple King will come to meet young master. Li Qie only slightly nodded and didn't say anything else. Sure enough, on the next day, the Maple King came to visit their valley. He was an old-looking expert. However, despite his old age, his blood energy was still strong as if he was still middle-aged. People would know after seeing this energy that he would be able to live on for 2,000 to 3,000 more years without any problems. He was a grand disciple of the Alpine Tree Father and was rumored to have an unfathomable cultivation. Moreover, he was currently the person in charge of the Alpine Mountain. With such status, even the sect master of an imperial lineage wouldn't dare to show him disdain. However, no matter who the person might be or what their origin was, it was very difficult to shock Li Qie. Therefore, upon the Maple King's arrival, Li Qie was still calmly seated in his chair. However, the Maple King did not put on airs. Even as the ruler of the mountain, he still revealed an approachable and humble attitude the moment he met Li Qie. Most likely, he had heard a few things about Li Qie before, so he didn't dare to show any contempt. They met and exchanged a few cordial remarks before he smiled and asked Li Qie, "I heard that young noble Li's alchemy is supreme, so I wonder if I may have the honor of seeing it once?" Li Qie looked at the king and said, "Since you specifically wanted to meet me, we don't have to go around in circles. Go ahead and state your business." The Maple King went quiet for a moment before speaking. "I came to meet young noble Li without any malicious intent. I heard that your country's deity had taken action recently, so I want to ask about its recent status." Li Qie's brows slightly lifted as he calmly said, "Get to the point, there is no need for drag this on." The king pondered for a moment and had to say, "I heard that young noble can communicate with your deity, and my Grand Master wants to talk to your deity. Will young noble be willing to help?" "This is not what I wanted to hear." Li Qie shook his head and said, "It seems that we have nothing to talk about, so please return. Come back after you have thought about it carefully. However, my patience is limited. You will still have a chance before I leave." The Maple King couldn't help but be a bit stunned. He had heard about Li Qie's arrogance, but he didn't expect for it to reach this magnitude. Truly unbelievable. One had to know that with his status, just impersonally coming to visit Li Qie was already showing more than enough consideration. But now, after a few undesirable exchanges, Li Qie immediately wanted to send him away. Even the sect master of an imperial lineage wouldn't dare to do this to him. Although he was very dissatisfied in his mind, he was still a grand character and was able to retain his calm demeanor. He said with a deepened tone, "Young noble Li, I came with great sincerity this time." Li Qie was too lazy to even glance at him again as he responded, "If you came with sincerity, then just directly state what you need, there is no need to walk in circles. Such tricks might deceive someone else, but not me. If you don't want to say it, then I won't force you, but don't try to test me, my patience is limited. If young noble Li believes so, then I can't do anything about it. I'll take my leave now," said the unhappy Maple King as he cupped his hands before quickly taking his leave. Anyone else would have exploded on the spot. However, despite his dissatisfaction, he had to maintain decorum as the ruler of the Alpine Mountain. The madam was startled by the exchange as well. She did not expect for the meeting to go sour like this. Chapter 689, Gathering of Guests. Young Master, is there a problem with the Maple King? The madam was quite puzzled. In theory, the Maple King's question was quite reasonable, so why was her young master so unwelcoming towards him? "The Tree Father wants to communicate with our deity, and they want me to be the intermediary for their messages." Li Qie smiled and asked, "Do you think such a story is believable?" The madam was confused and said, "Is there a problem with this? Young master is the only person who can communicate with our divine guardian. You are mistaken about this. If the Alpine Tree Father truly wanted to communicate with the giant bamboo deity, then there would be no need for a messenger since he can directly send his messages." Li Qie smiled while shaking his head. The madam couldn't help but say, "However, I heard that the Tree Father cannot leave Alpine Mountain." Li Qie said, "Ziyan, your information regarding this aspect is a bit lacking. Both the Tree Father and our Divine Guardian. For existences of their level, distance is no longer a problem unless it is crossing between the 9 worlds. Therefore, the Tree Father shouldn't have any issues communicating with our Guardian. Young Master is saying that. After hearing his response, the madam was slightly stunned since she didn't expect that this would be possible. So to say, that wasn't the reason why the Maple King came. The whole thing about communication was only a facade. Li Qie slowly explained. The madam found it strange and asked, then what did the Maple King come for? In theory, Alpine Mountain is stronger on all fronts compared to our giant bamboo country. We shouldn't have something for them to scheme for. No rush, it is not hard to find an answer to this question. Li Qie smirked and calmly said, if Alpine Mountain wants our assistance, then they will come again sooner or later. As the birthday celebration of the Tree Father drew closer, more and more carriages and guests came to Alpine Mountain. The reception line at the entrance of the mountain was endless and extremely crowded in some locations. Many sects from the 3 realms brought along experts and disciples to give the Tree Father their blessings. Luckily, the mountain was vast, so there was still enough space to hold the guests from all over the world. Although monstrous existences like the Alchemy Kingdom, the Jianlong clan, the Beastmaster Citadel, and the Heaven Hoof Ravine were present, ordinary guests didn't have the chance to even meet them. However, this didn't stop them from discussing the great characters from these monstrous lineages. The older cultivators could stay calm, but the younger ones couldn't handle their excitement. For a grand matter like the birthday of the Tree Father, outside of being a good chance for older cultivators to meet again, this was also a great opportunity for the younger generation to broaden their horizons and an occasion for them to make their names known. Because of this, the mountain itself almost became a stage as many young people, especially the proud geniuses, quickly showed themselves. The descendants and disciples from all the big sects talked to each other, made friends, and even competed among themselves. Small groups also gossiped continuously, and this continued on every day at Alpine Mountain. Thus, during these conversations, lineages like the Alchemy Kingdom and the Jianlong clan naturally became hot topics of discussion. I heard that someone from the Alchemy Kingdom's imperial family came to celebrate the Tree Father's birthday. Could it be that Fairy Ming is here? Although they had heard about the imperial family's arrival, none of them had the chance to see them. Nevertheless, some still inquired due to their curiosity. The younger generation, especially the boys, talked to the point of craze about the number 1 beauty. A young male cultivator from the Stone Realm excitedly uttered, "Is Fairy Ming actually here? Rumor has it that the fairy visited our Stone Realm last year. I wonder if that was true or not." Ming Yeshua, the main descendant of the imperial family and future ruler of the kingdom, was also known as the number 1 beauty of the stone medicine world. Any of these statuses were incomparably grand and untouchable. Thus, when anyone referred to Ming Yeshua, including the older generation, all would call her Fairy. Who knows? Fairy Ming has always been mysterious and low-key, and it is said that very few people have actually seen her. I heard that all those who saw her were enchanted. Unfortunately, those who have seen her face are few in number even across our entire alchemy realm. An alchemy realm's cultivator emotionally explained. Yeah, Fairy Ming's charm is boundless. I heard our Golden Crow Prince from the Heaven Hoof Ravine also fell for her upon their first meeting. A young cultivator from the Beast Realm excitedly commented. That's nothing. I heard that even the Supreme Celestial Being also marveled at Fairy Ming after seeing her. Rumor has it that he might have a chance of marrying her. The young participants couldn't help but become silent after the Supreme Celestial Being was brought up. Yi Qingcheng, this was a magical name. Both old and young would become silent after hearing this name, even the most arrogant of geniuses. Strictly speaking, if Fairy Ming is the most eligible to become the Imperial Queen, then the Supreme Being is the most qualified to become the Immortal Emperor. Although some people felt annoyed in their minds, they couldn't help but admit this fact. Young Master, irresistible charm capable of conquering all existences is a phrase used to describe girls. You are a man. The madam didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she gave him a stern yet flirtatious look. Li Qie smiled and gently caressed her jade-like hand before closing his eyes again, saying, "Of course I would conquer everyone with my charm. However, you also conquered me. I like girls of your type the most." The madam faintly smiled, and inside this smile, there was an indescribable sweetness as if she understood that Li Qie wasn't just teasing her. This gave her a satisfaction like never before. It seemed that at this moment, even the imperial Draco bull pulling the carriage slowed its pace. It didn't want to disturb this moment of peace and enjoyment for Li Qie. The carriage moved forward, and after a while, it passed by a towering mountain. This mountain was gigantic and towered all the way up into the clouds like a huge hand planted in the firmament. Would young master be interested to go to Daosen's Peak for a look? The madam looked at this high mountain and asked Li Qie. Many people who visit Alpine Mountain would also go to the Daosen's Peak at least once. Not only is it famous here, it is also renowned throughout the entire alchemy realm. Daosen's Peak. Li Qie opened his eyes at this time to look at the towering mountain that barged into the clouds. On this peak, one can further their understanding of the Tao. So, does young master wish to go? The madam looked at him and gently smiled to say, "Who knows? Maybe young master can become enlightened and obtain a grand Tao." Obtain a grand Tao? I am the grand Tao, Li Qie arrogantly proclaimed. However, he looked back at the madam sitting next to him and said, "Well, since we are here already, we might as well take a look." There was no need for any instructions from the madam. The bull dragged the carriage towards Daosen's Peak. The moment they made it up the mountain, they saw a straight cliff that was very vast and full of runes. These complex runic arrays were naturally formed as if this wall had withstood an eternity and began to crack, forming these lines. Among the cliff full of intricate patterns, a large palm print could be found. It was bigger than a table. Moreover, it didn't seem like it was chiseled via tools. Someone must have left their mark on this cliff. Nevertheless, it still had a natural appearance as if it had been given shape with time. In front of this cliff on Daosen's Peak were many people. The majority belonged to the younger generation, mostly the geniuses. They sat cross-legged before it and carefully gazed at the cliff. Some also stood under the shade of the trees nearby with their eyes closed while trying to sense something. Others hovered in the sky, wishing to understand the mysteries within. All in all, cultivators on the peak were observing the cliff from all possible angles with great vigor in order to sense any fluctuations that might emanate from within. These young cultivators from sects all over the world hoped to gain some harvest in grasping the mysteries of the tall cliff. Daosen's Peak was famous in the entire alchemy realm. Anyone who came to Alpine Mountain would take a trip here to look at this cliff in hopes of becoming enlightened in the Tao. The reason was very simple. Immortal Emperor Wuxia left behind a palm print on this Daosen's cliff even before the birth of the Alpine Tree Father. How great was Immortal Emperor Wuxia? He was the first immortal emperor of the Golem race. He came from the stone medicine world and stunned the entire world as he trod on a supreme path to become an immortal emperor. Don't worry, you will still be my mount later on. Of course, half of your mark will be left behind at the giant bamboo country while I try to find a better location for your other half. You will have 2 places then, said Li Qie with a smile in response to the bull's complaint. Moo! At this time, the bull called out again. It seemed to be satisfied with Li Qie's new arrangement. The madam was amazed. This ordinary buffalo before her was very spiritual. Meanwhile, Li Qie noted her expression and shook his head while smilingly saying, "You are looking down on this bull. In the future, it will become a true dragon. At this moment, it just can't seem to pass the final test. Of course, when it breaks through the chains of its bloodline, it will become a dragon. Naturally, it can turn into a supreme, divine buffalo as well. Keep in mind that both true dragons and divine buffaloes were real divine beasts with unimaginable power. Moreover, this buffalo was only one step away from becoming a real divine beast, so one could only imagine its power." Chapter 690, Daosen's Peak. Don't worry, you will still be my mount later on. Of course, half of your mark will be left behind at the giant bamboo country while I try to find a better location for your other half. You will have 2 places then," said Wuxia with a smile in response to the bull's complaint. "Moo." At this time, the bull called out again. It seemed to be satisfied with Wuxia's new arrangement. The madam was amazed. This ordinary buffalo before her was very spiritual. Meanwhile, Wuxia noted her expression and shook his head while smilingly saying, "You are looking down on this bull. In the future, it will become a true dragon. At this moment, it just can't seem to pass the final test. Of course, when it breaks through the chains of its bloodline, it will become a dragon. Naturally, it can turn into a supreme, divine buffalo as well. You don't have to worry about that, the giant bamboo country already has an alchemist for the conference." Before the madam could answer, a different voice responded. Of course, the speaker was Wuxia. He, who was previously resting, now had his eyes open and interrupted them with a smirk. Wuxia's sudden interjection left the lion young king a bit stunned. In fact, everyone was a bit stunned. It could even be said that all of them were only looking at the madam, and not many of them even caught a glimpse of him. This is... At this time, the lion young king finally took a look at Wuxia. After seeing that there was nothing special about him, he immediately paid him no mind. If it wasn't out of consideration for the madam, a ruler like him wouldn't even bother talking to Wuxia. The giant bamboo country's alchemist. Before the madam could introduce him, Wuxia smiled and slowly responded in her stead. "It's an honor to meet you at last," the lion young king lightly said to Wuxia before he stopped looking at him. If it wasn't for the madam, a nobody like Wuxia wouldn't even be worthy to speak with him. The young king wanted to talk to the madam, but she didn't seem to be very interested and spoke to Wuxia instead. "Young master, we are here at Daosen's Peak, would you like to go closer for a look?" "Very well, since we are here, we might as well take a look at it." Wuxia smiled and stretched out his hand. The madam didn't say anything and held his hand to help him down from the carriage. This scene caused many people to be quite annoyed. In their eyes, Wuxia was acting too big. He actually wanted assistance to descend from his carriage. Moreover, it was from a character of Madame Ziyan's level. Keep in mind that very few youngsters present were qualified to even speak with her. They must at least be characters at the same level as the lion young king. But now, a nobody like Wuxia was being helped down from the carriage by the madam. This was showboating beyond reason. Countless people were both jealous and envious in their minds, especially the youths who admired the madam. The only thing they wanted to do right now was to completely annihilate Wuxia, but they could only mentally barrage him with curses. The lion young king was about to explode from exasperation as well. He had been pursuing the madam for a very long time, but there was no reciprocation. And now, this nobody was able to enjoy such nice treatment. How could the young king not go crazy when the madam was showing Wuxia so much favor? However, such a thing to Wuxia was natural, and he even took it for granted. After getting off the carriage, he went closer to the straight cliff ahead, accompanied by the madam. What a braggart, some people secretly scowled after seeing Wuxia acting so pompously. Even if Wuxia wasn't arrogant, in the eyes of others, he was putting on a show, making others quite uncomfortable. Who was to blame when he had a beauty such as the madam accompanying him? Wuxia stood before the cliff and looked at the palm print on it before casually saying, needing to meditate about such a simple thing, what a joke. Chapter 691, Secret of Daosen's Peak. As their first emperor, immortal Emperor Wuxia heralded an extraordinary era for the future of the golems. However, he was another emperor full of mysteries and didn't leave behind any lineage or inheritance either. There were even rumors stating that the emperor didn't take in a disciple at all. Moreover, he seemed to disappear overnight. No one knew how he managed to do so or where he went. His whereabouts were a mystery to the stone medicine world, and something even stranger was that some thought that he was still in this world. In short, although he was the first golem emperor, there were very few items or findings related to him. However, this palm print ahead was one of the few things from the emperor that could be researched. Legend states that during the Desolate Era, after immortal Emperor Wuxia shouldered the heavens will, he traveled across the world and stumbled upon Alpine Mountain. After enjoying the beautiful sceneries here, he went on top of a peak and left behind a palm print. Later on, this peak became the famous Dao Sense Peak, an object of numerous theories and legends. One legend stated that when the emperor left behind his palm print, it also left behind his Dao lineage that merely awaited the right inheritor. Others said that it wasn't a complete Dao lineage, but an invincible secret art of this world. Another conjecture was that this place contained a map. If one could understand this map, then they would be able to find the location where the emperor left behind his treasury. In short, regardless of the theory, everyone from the future generations believed that the emperor did indeed leave behind a mystery here that year. It could be a merit law or the Dao lineage of an immortal emperor, or maybe a treasure map. Because of this, for tens of millions of years, people had always come here to learn, but no one had heard of any success. However, there was another rumor that stated that the Alpine Tree Father had obtained something from this place. The story claimed that after the Tree Father obtained intelligence and shape from the Tao, he came to this cliff to learn and gain the Emperor's secret art. Because of this, he was finally able to become a demon forefather. Alpine Mountain and even the Alpine Tree Father himself neither denied nor confirmed this particular rumor, thus, outsiders didn't know whether the Tree Father had obtained something in this place or not. All in all, as long as there was a chance to enter Alpine Mountain, any cultivator, especially the younger ones who valued themselves greatly, would come to Dao Sense Peak to ponder the mysteries left behind by immortal Emperor Wuxia. Alpine Mountain did not stop cultivators from going to the peak to search for enlightenment. In fact, this was not a big deal to them. It could even be said that the mountain was not afraid of anyone understanding the profundities within because, for tens of millions of years, countless brilliant geniuses were unable to do so, thus it was impossible for others even if they tried. However, even though everyone knew that it was impossible, they never gave up and continued to come and test themselves. This time, during the Tree Father's birthday, many guests and young geniuses didn't mind traveling the long distance. Since they were already here, they wouldn't miss the opportunity to come meditate at Dao Sense Peak. Unfortunately, during the last couple of days, countless people had come and gone, but no one's efforts yielded any fruit. Groups came and went despite all of them knowing that they would leave empty-handed, but they still did not give up since it would be a waste of a trip to Alpine Mountain. Well, there is basically nothing on this cliff, huh? At this time, many young cultivators were at the cliff, wanting to unravel the mysteries. However, after a very long time, they still hadn't found anything, so one of the cultivators chose to give up. There is definitely something there. A more gifted person spoke. I can clearly sense the fluctuations within these Dao runes. It's as if they are full of imperial aura. It is absolutely true that immortal Emperor Wuxia left behind a secret art here. So what? The cultivator who gave up said, countless geniuses have tried for millions of years and found no way of learning it. I don't have a chance anyway, might as well give up now. After the group that had given up left, new groups came, coming to ponder on the palm print. At this time, Li Qia's carriage slowly climbed the peak. The moment he arrived at the cliff, the many cultivators here immediately glanced at him, especially the younger ones. They all stared at the carriage. Of course, their eyes weren't on a nobody like Li Qia, but on Madame Ziyan instead. A beautiful demon king like her would attract attention no matter where she went. Lady Ziyan, we meet again. Before the carriage stopped, a young man with a mature look came to greet her. He had golden hair, bold tiger-like eyes, and a lion-like forehead, a rather heroic appearance. He quickly walked forward, and each of his steps emitted powerful roars. His strength was clear at a single glance. Although this person was not too old, one absolutely must not underestimate him. He, along with Madame Ziyan, were both the rulers of their countries. He was the royal lord of the Lion Country with the title Lion Young King. The only person that was rumored to have found success was the Alpine Tree Father. But now, this entire mystery seemed so trivial when it came out of Li Qia's mouth. It was as if he had it within his grasp. While the madam was still startled, Li Chia had already walked to the cliff and looked at the palm print, smiling. The most upset with Li Chia was the lion young king, so he coldly uttered, "What an arrogant junior." For millions of years, many geniuses yearned to comprehend it, yet all have failed. A worthless junior like him actually dares to try to solve the mystery of immortal Emperor Wuxia? However, Li Chia paid no attention to the crowd. At this moment, he pricked his finger and let a drop of blood drip onto the palm print on the cliff. This young noble actually thought this nobody would have some incredible method, but this joke is actually using blood to try to gain the treasure's acceptance. Truly a frog under a well, a real country bumpkin. You think this treasure has its own consciousness? Or do you think you are the descendant of immortal Emperor Wuxia? To actually drip your blood onto the treasure, this type of joke can only trick little children. After seeing Li Chia dripping his blood onto the palm print, the Vine Pill King exploded in laughter. Ridiculing Li Chia before everyone allowed him to recover a bit of face. A genius cultivator snorted and shook his head to say, earlier, he was spouting some really outrageous stuff, so I thought he actually had some earth-shattering method. Who would expect for him to play this game of blood acceptance? Which village did this brat come from? To actually try this trick. Has he never seen the real world before? Just an ignorant brat, nothing more. At this time, the lion young king sneered and continued to beat the drowning dog. Immortal Emperor Wuxia left behind a supreme mystery, an invincible secret art, a treasure. However, after Li Chia completed the blood rite and placed his palm onto the print, a buzzing sound could be heard. At this second, overflowing strands of light came out from the print and rushed into Li Chia's palm like tidal waves. Buzz, a series of metallic sounds resounded as these lights encompassed both of Li Chia's hands and turned into an old pair of gloves that emitted an ancient luster. What? Before the lion young king could finish his mocking, this scene had already occurred, causing his mouth to open wide. He became unable to speak. In fact, all the spectators were currently dumbfounded and stared at Li Chia in a daze. They all felt that this moment was too unbelievable. Their mouths were big enough to cram a goose egg inside, and they couldn't close them for a very long time due to their astonishment. Even the madam stood there looking silly. She couldn't believe it, this was too irrational. How could such a thing happen? However, what was considered impossible by all had become reality. Everyone on Dao Sense Peak at this moment witnessed it with their own eyes and felt that it was too devilish. This is unreal. Was it really that simple? A person simply couldn't believe what they saw and thought that it was only his own vague and unclear sight. However, one person could make this mistake, but it was impossible for everyone to have the same illusion all at once. This matter actually happened. Everyone struggled to regain their sanity. Those who laughed at Li Chia earlier felt their faces burning up. Li Chia's actions was simply a violent slap to their faces. This is so irrational. Didn't the emperor leave behind a supreme secret art? Why did it turn out to be a treasure? Moreover, it is uncovered by the old trick of blood acceptance. Even after calming down, an older cultivator still found this whole thing to be inconceivable. Li Chia's statement immediately soured the expressions of many cultivators here. Both young and old were here to learn the mysteries left behind by immortal Emperor Wuxia, so Li Chia's statement offended them all. The madam couldn't help but wryly smile at this as well. To immediately offend everyone with the first sentence, this truly required some skill. However, she had already grown accustomed to this since this was not her first time seeing her young master act so arrogantly. You don't know the immensity of the heaven and earth. The lion young king's expression turned cold as he thunderously denounced, "How could a little alchemist like you understand the mysteries left behind by immortal Emperor Wuxia? Don't stand here and embarrass yourself. It is one thing if Miss Zi Yan could understand a bit, but a little alchemist like you spouting nonsense? Get to the side and don't bother people trying to meditate here." The lion young king was already annoyed at Li Chia, so now after hearing his blustering, it was just in time for him to yell so that this little alchemist would know his place. Li Chia was too lazy to look at the young king. He swung his sleeve as if he was chasing away a fly and said, Ziyan, where did this stupid creature come from? Chase this eyesore away from my presence. Chapter 692, No Strangest, Only Stranger. Li Qia's statement immediately soured the expressions of many cultivators here. Both young and old were here to learn the mystery left behind by immortal Emperor Wan Shi, so Li Qia's statement offended them all. The madam couldn't help but wryly smile at this as well. To immediately offend everyone with his first sentence, this truly required some skill. However, she had already grown accustomed to this since this was not her first time seeing her young master act so arrogantly. You don't know the immensity of the heaven and earth. The Lion Young King's expression turned cold as he thunderously denounced, how could a little alchemist like you understand the mystery left behind by immortal Emperor Wan Shi? Don't stand here and embarrass yourself. It is one thing if Miss Ziyan could understand a bit, but a little alchemist like you spouting nonsense? Get to the side and don't bother people trying to meditate here. The Lion Young King was already annoyed at Li Qia, so now after hearing his blustering, it was just in time for him to yell so that this little alchemist would know his place. Li Qia was too lazy to look at the young king. He swung his sleeve as if he was chasing away a fly and said, Ziyan, where did this stupid creature come from? Chase this eyesore away from my presence. You. The young king's expression became extremely unsightly. He was the ruler of an entire country, a character with status, but he was now being humiliated by a nobody. How could he not be enraged? The madam slightly shook her head and said, Lion Young King, please leave. Our young master does not welcome you. The young king trembled from anger. He didn't expect for the madam to speak these words to him. He couldn't help but utter, Miss Ziyan, if your country needs an alchemist, our lion country will do our best to help you find an amazing young alchemist. Why do you have to show consideration for this nobody and suffer this injustice, Lion Young King? I appreciate your kind intentions, but our giant bamboo country's matters will be handled by us. The madam slowly said. Her attitude clearly showed how she wanted to chase him away. The young king was very displeased. Today, he had suffered a great disgrace. He was already humiliated by this nobody Li Qia, and now, even the madam was not being welcoming towards him. Nothing could be more shameful than this to him. He coldly scowled and gave a chilling glare towards Li Qia before walking to the side. Li Qia ignored the young king and told the madam next to him, Ziyan, with such a good treasure displayed before everyone yet no one wants it, I'll take it and give it to you as a small gift. Such a big tone. At this time, a cold voice came from the crowd. One person stepped out from the group and snorted to say, Nameless brat, do you know what this is? This is the supreme mystery left behind by immortal Emperor Wan Shi. Since the ancient ages, even the most talented were unable to understand the slightest bit within it. The person who came out from the group was a young man. After coming out, his body emitted an unbearable heat and his steps created a metallic sound. He had sharp brows and bright eyes, culminating a handsome appearance with a proud aura. Vinepill King. A person exclaimed after seeing this young man ahead. I'm a nameless brat. Li Qia chuckled at this young man's address and leisurely said, Where did this dog come from to dare bark in front of me like this? This response caused an uproar from the crowd. One person couldn't help but yell, Ignorant fool who doesn't even recognize the Vinepill King, you are a frog under a well. The youth called the Vinepill King turned red from anger after hearing this. Although he was not the most powerful or famous character in present times, he was still very notorious, not to mention he had a remarkable background. Nameless brat, listen well. This young noble is a disciple of the Heaven Hoof Ravine, and people call me the Vinepill King. The youth couldn't swallow this anger, so he stated his title. In fact, the cultivators here, both young and old, were very afraid of this youth. Regarding fame and cultivation, the Vinepill King couldn't compare to famous geniuses in the present times or a great demon king like Madame Ziyan. However, he indeed had an amazing background as a disciple of the Heaven Hoof Ravine. Moreover, he was highly regarded by its elders. The Vinepill King was a demon king that was born from the Tao of alchemy. He was birthed from the metal of the cauldron and forged by its flames to become a demon, thus possessing an astonishing degree of control over. Because of this, after joining the ravine, he was immediately valued by the elders and had the potential to be a leader of its alchemy section. Although his strength and fame were less than the descendant of the ravine, the Golden Crow Prince, his position there was still very high. In addition to this, he was famous among its youths. It was needless to say more about the Heaven Hoof Ravine. This was an imperial lineage with 2 emperors that controlled 15 countries in the beast realm with their great might. After giving out his name, even those who didn't know him would have heard of the Heaven Hoof Ravine and its background, thus becoming fearful. Never heard of it. Li Qie waved his hand and interrupted the Vine Pill King's introduction. His attitude made the king angry to the point of wanting to vomit blood. It was as if he was talking to a wall. He assumed that his lineage would be able to frighten a nobody like Li Qie. After all, there were very few lineages in the stone medicine world who weren't afraid of his sect. The madam next to Li Qie only chuckled. It seemed that there were very few things in this world that could make her young master look twice. This brat is ridiculously arrogant. Many people here gently shook their heads at the sight of Li Qie's arrogance. They knew that those who offended the ravine would not have a good ending. Remember that the Alchemy Kingdom, the reclusive Jianlong clan, and the Beastmaster Citadel did not care for the secular world and hid from everyone's eyes. Because of this, the Heaven Hoof Ravine was now arguably the most overbearing and powerful sect in present times. As long as the 3 previously named monsters didn't come out, no one would be able to contend with the Heaven Hoof Ravine. Nevertheless, Li Qie didn't care for the Vine Pill King. He told the madam, Ziyan, watch, I will get you the item left behind by immortal Emperor Wan Shi. The madam was taken aback this time. Earlier, she thought that her young master was just joking because everyone knew that this mystery had been left behind for countless years and was studied by numerous geniuses. This happened too quickly for the spectators to respond. One had to know that the young king was the ruler of a country. Even if he was not as strong as Madame Ziyan, he was still an amazing expert. However, his arm was destroyed in just one move, and he himself was thrown out of Alpine Mountain. How terrifying was this attack? Buzz. After blowing the young king away, the heavenly seal disappeared as the gloves, with an ancient luster, emerged once again on Li Qie's hands. A character from the older generation was shocked after seeing such a scene. He took a deep breath and murmured, an incredible artifact, God's hands. Li Qie looked at the gloves and smirked to say, a fully justified reputation, not bad at all. After some gasps, all eyes immediately fell on Li Qie's gloves. When Li Qie attacked earlier, it was as if the gods had descended along with their sweeping divine aura. Everyone then understood that these gloves were unfathomable and were definitely an earth-shattering treasure. Because of this, piercing gazes became fixated on the gloves as everyone had a look of lust. The treasure left behind by immortal Emperor Wan Shi is amazing. Another murmured. Although the lion young king looked down on Li Qie's gloves earlier, everyone now knew that these gloves definitely had an unbelievable origin. Just think about it, who was immortal Emperor Wan Shi? He was an invincible emperor, the first of the golems. How could an existence of this level leave behind a simple treasure? It definitely had an amazing origin. It could even be his immortal emperor life treasure. After thinking to this point, countless people salivated. If there wasn't for their hesitation, some might have already rushed forward to rob it. At this time, Li Qie slowly glanced over at everyone, and his eyes stopped on the Vine Pill King. He chuckled and said, so? You were not convinced earlier, do you want to provoke me as well? The Vine Pill King immediately grimaced after hearing this provocation. However, the lion young king had set an example, so he couldn't help but involuntarily step backward. However, he immediately halted his retreat. As someone from an imperial lineage, being afraid of Li Qie was akin to shaming the Heaven Hoof Ravine. The king stepped forward with a straight posture and revealed a sneer, relying on immortal Emperor Wan Shi's treasure to show off. What is so great about that? I am an alchemist. If you are so amazing, then compete with me with the Tao of Alchemy. Alchemy Tao? Li Chia glanced at him and couldn't help but smirk. Li Chia's smirk left Madame Ziyan quietly shaking her head. The Vine Pill King was only bringing humiliation to himself. Competing with her young master in the Tao of alchemy? This was simply displaying one's slight skill before a true master. The Vine Pill King noticed that Li Chia didn't answer immediately, causing him to be even more confident. He arched his chest while glaring at Li Chia and provoked him. "Oh? Are you afraid? Didn't you want to represent the giant bamboo country for the alchemy conference? Since you are an alchemist, come compete on the Tao of alchemy then." "Heh, that conference is where all the gifted alchemists of the three realms gather. If you are nervous now, then don't bother going to the conference since you would only be humiliating the giant bamboo country." At this point, the Vine Pill King became even more aggressive. He thought that Li Chia didn't dare to compete, so his confidence was through the roof. And even if Li Chia dared to accept the challenge, he was not afraid of a no-named alchemist like Li Chia. Although the Heaven Hoof Ravine was not as adept as the Alchemy Kingdom regarding the Tao of alchemy, as a dual emperor sect, it still had powerful alchemists, so their achievements in this regard were considerable. Chapter 693, God's Hands. Ever since the Desolate Era, legends had always dictated that immortal Emperor Wuxia left behind a secret art or even his entire legacy at this place. A treasure map was also a possible outcome. Because of this, countless people and geniuses came to unravel the mystery left behind by the emperor. They tried to sense any changes within the cliff and felt a certain fluctuation, which was believed to be the remnant of an imperial aura. However, who would have thought that the emperor left behind a treasure instead of any of the three listed in the legends? Taking a step back, even if people predicted that it was a treasure, who would have thought about the simplest method to obtain it? A blood acceptance rite had been done before. Most of the time, this method would only be used by ancestors to leave behind items to their descendants. Only the descendants with their bloodline would be able to successfully perform this rite. In fact, very few people would use this old trick. Moreover, Immortal Emperor Wuxia was an amazing emperor and the first of the golems who brought about a new era for his race. Such an emperor would more or less leave behind a trial to test the future generations for them to obtain his inheritance. For example, a test for talent or intelligence, or perhaps a test of the Tao heart. Only by passing through these tests would one be able to obtain the treasure. This would have been more the style of an emperor, unlike using the laziest method that resembled a joke, a blood acceptance rite. A famed emperor left behind a treasure for the future generations, and those who were destined would obtain it, but he actually used the most old-fashioned and simple method for them to get it. This was complete nonsense. Immortal Emperor Wuxia. Wuxia. Li Chia chuckled while looking at the gloves in his hands. To the world, an immortal emperor had unrivaled prestige and was unreachable. However, Li Chia, who had lived for many ages, knew that Immortal Emperor Wuxia was special among the emperors, just like his name, Wuxia. To mischievously trick the people of this world, this was the real meaning behind the name Wuxia. This happened too quickly for the spectators to respond. One had to know that the young king was the ruler of a country. Even if he was not as strong as Madame Ziyan, he was still an amazing expert. However, his arm was destroyed in just one move, and he himself was thrown out of Alpine Mountain. How terrifying was this attack? Buzz. After blowing the young king away, the heavenly seal disappeared as the gloves, with an ancient luster, emerged once again on Li Chia's hands. A character from the older generation was shocked after seeing such a scene. He took a deep breath and murmured, "An incredible artifact, God's hands." Li Chia looked at the gloves and smirked to say, "A fully justified reputation, not bad at all." After some gasps, all eyes immediately fell on Li Chia's gloves. When Li Chia attacked earlier, it was as if the gods had descended along with their sweeping divine aura. Everyone then understood that these gloves were unfathomable and were definitely an earth-shattering treasure. Because of this, piercing gazes became fixated on the gloves as everyone had a look of lust. The treasure left behind by Immortal Emperor Wuxia is amazing. Another murmured. Although the lion young king looked down on Li Qia's gloves earlier, everyone now knew that these gloves definitely had an unbelievable origin. Just think about it, who was immortal Emperor Wanshi? He was an invincible emperor, the first of the golems. How could an existence of this level leave behind a simple treasure? It definitely had an amazing origin. It could even be his immortal emperor life treasure. After thinking to this point, countless people salivated. If there wasn't for their hesitation, some might have already rushed forward to rob it. At this time, Li Qia slowly glanced over at everyone, and his eyes stopped on the Vine Pill King. He chuckled and said, "So? You were not convinced earlier, do you want to provoke me as well?" The Vine Pill King immediately grimaced after hearing this provocation. However, the lion young king had set an example, so he couldn't help but involuntarily step backward. However, he immediately halted his retreat. As someone from an imperial lineage, being afraid of Li Qia was akin to shaming the Heaven Hoof Ravine. The king stepped forward with a straight posture and revealed a sneer, relying on immortal Emperor Wanshi's treasure to show off. What is so great about that? I am an alchemist. If you are so amazing, then compete with me with the Tao of Alchemy. Alchemy Tao? Li Qia glanced at him and couldn't help but smirk. Li Qia's smirk left Madame Ziyan quietly shaking her head. The Vine Pill King was only bringing humiliation to himself. Competing with her young master in the Tao of Alchemy? This was simply displaying one's slight skill before a true master. The Vine Pill King noticed that Li Qia didn't answer immediately, causing him to be even more confident. He arched his chest while glaring at Li Qia and provoked him, "Oh? Are you afraid? Didn't you want to represent the giant bamboo country for the alchemy conference? Since you are an alchemist, come compete on the Tao of Alchemy then." "Heh, that conference is where all the gifted alchemists of the three realms gather. If you are nervous now, then don't bother going to the conference since you would only be humiliating the giant bamboo country." At this point, the Vine Pill King became even more aggressive. He thought that Li Qia didn't dare to compete, so his confidence was through the roof. And even if Li Qia dared to accept the challenge, he was not afraid of a no-named alchemist like Li Qia. Although the Heaven Hoof Ravine was not as adept as the Alchemy Kingdom regarding the Tao of Alchemy, as a dual emperor sect, it still had powerful alchemists, so their achievements in this regard were considerable. Chapter 694, Alchemy Materials. On the line, the Pill Vine King's original form was an alchemy vine that was fueled by natural fire to become a demon, thus his flame-controlling skill was amazing. Because of this, he was innately gifted in learning the Tao of Alchemy. It could be said that he had obtained the main teachings from the alchemists of the ravine. Although he was not as good as the four great prodigies, such as Yuan Saiha, his fame was still great among the younger generation. Because of this, he dared to challenge Li Qia with regards to the Tao of Alchemy. At this time, all cultivators looked at Li Qia. Using the Tao of Alchemy to settle a feud was very common in the stone medicine world. Whether it was using pill refinement or alchemy theories to determine victory, competitions such as these were a daily occurrence. This was something unique to the stone medicine world where alchemists had great prestige. Since there is someone who really wants to see my Tao of Alchemy, very well, we can have a little competition. Li Qia smiled and casually flipped his palm. With a little clatter, the gloves came off his hands. These gloves emitted an ancient luster as if it was crafted from bronze. At this time, Li Qia nonchalantly threw the gloves over to the madam and said, "The name of these gloves is God's hands. It is not just a simple artifact, so take your time understanding it. Its value is no lower than any immortal emperor life treasure." After catching the gloves, the madam couldn't help but become a bit stunned. She didn't expect for her young master to casually gift such a precious item to her. God's hands, just the name alone made it clear on just how unfathomable this pair of gloves were. Just like Li Qia had said, it was not weaker than any immortal emperor life treasure. Just how precious was this treasure? Although a life treasure was far less valuable than an immortal emperor true treasure, it was still priceless. Not to mention sects without one at all, even imperial lineages would treat each of these treasures like a baby, they wouldn't casually use them. But now, Wuxia gave the madam a treasure of this level without any consideration just because she was by his side, as if it was a mere insignificant piece of cabbage. All of a sudden, not just the madam, many people here were startled. Such an extravagant and flashy move could scare people to death. To give away a life treasure of the emperor level to someone else. They most likely had never seen such a prodigal son before. Even a descendant of an imperial lineage wouldn't be able to reach this matchless, wasteful level. At this time, many people were very envious of the madam. This was a treasure comparable to an immortal emperor life treasure. Now, they all understood a little bit about why the madam thought so highly of this no-name junior. If it was someone else, then even if they were loyal for an entire lifetime, they still wouldn't be able to obtain a great treasure like this. The madam quickly regained her composure and quietly accepted the god's hands. Although she didn't say anything else, there was a boundless sense of gratitude in her heart. At this time, Wuxia glanced at the Vine Pill King and lazily said, "All right, alchemy competition, how do you want to do it?" Meanwhile, the Vine Pill King saw the madam putting away the god's hands and couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. This was an item of the immortal emperor life treasure level, and as a disciple of an imperial lineage, he naturally understood the value of one. Despite being a disciple, he had no chance of getting one. In the ravine, the only person who could have won among the younger generation was the Golden Crown Prince. So now, after seeing the madam with the god's hands, how could he not salivate? The Vine Pill King struggled to look away from the gloves. Then, he took a deep breath and sneered after hearing Wuxia, "Of course it will be fate pills for an alchemy competition. Do you dare to add some bets?" Wuxia remained at ease while looking at the king and smilingly responded, "Bets? What kind of bets?" With a very solemn mood, the Vine Pill King took out a medicine box and deepened his tone towards Wuxia. "We will refine a fate pill cauldron. Whoever does it better will be the winner. I have here a..." In fact, most of them wondered how could a no-name alchemist like Wuxia pick any good herbs. Such an alchemist would have already hit the jackpot if he could grab a spirit medicine of 300,000 to 500,000 years of age. The Vine Pill King also assumed that the grass inside Wuxia's box was only 500,000 years old at best, so he sneered and said with disdain, "If you are taking out a 300,000 to 500,000-year-old silver maple grass to bet against my stone medicine, then you are truly daydreaming. In my opinion, you should still bet the gloves from earlier." However, before he could finish his words, he became entranced while looking at Wuxia's box. At this time, Wuxia lightly said, "I don't have a 300,000 or 500,000-year-old silver maple grass. Mine is only around 3 million years old. To be more exact, it is around 3,670,000 years old." "What? 3 million years?" After hearing these words, all the cultivators here were dumbstruck, especially the alchemists as they looked towards Wuxia's medicine box for a second time. At this time, they saw Wuxia opening the box, whereupon a group of silver lights flew out. The silver maple grass inside seemed to be cast from the purest silver and was extremely beautiful. This really is a king medicine of 3 to 4 million years of age. This is the best ingredient for refining longevity medicines. Wow. Many people present were quite discerning, so after recognizing this type of maple grass, they had to take deep, calming breaths. Wow, what an amazing medicine. I really have never seen a spirit medicine more than 3 million years old. A young alchemist swallowed his saliva and felt as if he was dreaming. The Vine Pill King was already stunned speechless. Earlier, he laughed at Wuxia, but now, his stone medicine with 1.5 million years compared to Wuxia's 3.67 million-year-old grass was like night and day. In fact, it made his stone flower seem particularly cheap. For him, having a young king medicine, even at such a young age, was something to be proud of. However, Wuxia actually took out a 3 million-year-old king medicine. This was a priceless treasure to any alchemist. This kind of ingredient would be used exclusively by virtuous paragons. At this point, many looked at the silver maple grass inside Wuxia's box with saliva dripping from their mouths. Many of them would have never seen such a king medicine root in their lifetime. A king medicine. The best silver maple grass I have seen was only one of 8 million years of age. An older alchemist here couldn't help but salivate. Prior to this, others were looking down on a nobody like Wuxia. But now, he casually took out a 3 million-year-old king medicine, causing others to wipe their eyes and take a second glance. No one would have thought that an inconspicuous alchemist like him would have such great wealth. This made them curious about the origin of this Wuxia whose name didn't ring a bell. The madam sitting next to him was also slightly speechless. She knew that Wuxia's actions would scare people to death. Back at the Golem Square, he casually threw around loads of money, but she didn't expect him to be able to take out a king medicine so easily. Moreover, he was acting as if this was not a king medicine root, but more like a radish, not enough to reach the apex. This nonchalant expression would make anyone feel that they were looking at the most peerless prodigal son in history. Chapter 695. A king medicine is only a radish or cabbage, do you still want to bet? At this point, Wuxia leisurely looked at the Vine Pill King with a relaxed and cool expression. All of a sudden, the Vine Pill King became beet red and felt himself burning up. The stone flower was already the best spirit medicine in his possession. Although he came from the Heaven Hoof Ravine and was greatly valued by the elders, he was a young disciple of the third generation. How could someone like him possibly take out a king medicine root so easily? At this time, the Vine Pill King had already mounted the tiger so he couldn't get off. As a Heaven Hoof disciple, if he chose to give up against an unknown alchemist, how could he have the face to live on? Even if he was confident in his pill refinement skill and wanted to make this bet, he couldn't produce a satisfactory king medicine, thus all of this was meaningless. A king medicine, right? It is not like our Heaven Hoof Ravine doesn't have one. At this time, a different voice came along that held great authority inside the valley. Tinger, make the bet with him. Huang Fu Hao was more focused on humiliating Wuxia to quell his anger. Taking his dog life could wait for later. A king knotweed, amazing. The cultivators here were astonished to see such a plant here. One person couldn't help but exclaim, the Huangfu clan's wealth is definitely commendable, truly worthy of being an alchemy clan. For many alchemists, especially those of humble birth, they wouldn't be able to obtain a spirit medicine like this particular king medicine even if they tried their whole life. However, it was different for someone like Huang Fu Hao. He was the descendant of the Huangfu clan and had a high status. Moreover, the clan was a famous alchemy clan with great power and wealth. Moreover, it also had a marriage alliance with the alchemy kingdom, which had control over the best vein for growing spirit medicines in the entire stone medicine world. Because of these reasons, many people thought that it was not too surprising for Huangfu Hao to be able to take out this king medicine. All of a sudden, all the cultivators here held their breaths. More and more were gathering here at Daosen's Peak, wanting to watch the exciting event. Well, I can't really take out another king medicine at this moment. Wuxia glanced over at Huangfu Hao and waved his hand to say, how about a different item? And I thought you were extremely rich. At this time, the Vine Pill King snorted and said, arrogant fool, boasting with just one king medicine. Today, you will learn just how rich this world really is compared to you. Just use your worthless life as the bet instead. Huangfu Hao mocked, today, I'll take the short end of the stick. I'm willing to use this king medicine root in exchange for your dog life. I wanted to show some consideration, but you just had to push it. Wuxia slowly said, I don't have something like a king medicine in my stash right now, but I have something else. Having said that, he took out another medicine box. The moment this box was opened, a blood energy shot out straight towards everyone's faces. A series of sounds came about as a spirit medicine could be found sealed inside. The moment someone saw the spirit medicine in the box, he immediately jumped and exclaimed in horror, What? What? Is that an imperial medicine? At this time, Wuxia slowly closed the medicine box and said, only an impoverished beggar like you would consider Spirit King medicines as treasures when they are actually as common as turnips and cabbages. I can't bring this crap everywhere since it would be too cumbersome. I have here a 38 million year old spirit medicine root. Since someone said I couldn't take out another king medicine, I have no choice but to take this out from the stash to show off a little. Impossible. The people present became speechless once again in the face of this statement. Just what kind of items were king medicines? To many people, they were priceless treasures. But now, in Li Qia's words, they were like cabbages. This was way too overbearing. But what could you do? This guy truly had the money to show off like this. He just took out an imperial medicine. Moreover, with that nonchalant appearance and the casual unveiling, perhaps even imperial medicines were only cabbages in his hands. With such great wealth, he could act arrogant no matter where he went. Huang Fuhao's expression became extremely unsightly, but he couldn't do anything about it. Even as the descendant of the Huangfu clan, taking out this king medicine was already his limit. Moreover, this root was meant to be a gift for his cousin, Ming Yixue of the Alchemy Kingdom. He wanted to earn her favor, but today, he had to pull it out to use as a bet. Nevertheless, he was confident in winning this gamble. However, his confidence was no good as he was now rendered breathless by Li Qia taking out an imperial medicine. At the same time, the Vine Pill King was both envious and overwhelmed with animosity. His eyes couldn't help but turn red from indescribable jealousy. Keep in mind that he was a disciple from the Heaven Hoof Ravine, a sect with 2 emperors. But he, as its disciple, was not even equal to a no-named alchemist, so how could he not go crazy from jealousy? If this wasn't Alpine Mountain, the Vine Pill King would have already rushed over to capture Li Qia alive and seize all of his spirit medicines. Chapter 696, Radiancy Alchemy Saint, Spectacular, an Imperial Medicine. All of a sudden, the stunned crowd looked at Li Qia as if they were looking at a ghost. Their faces all had indescribable expressions. Damn, I have never seen an imperial medicine before. Who would expect to see one here? This is so unbelievable. An old alchemist couldn't help but curse. In an instant, an endless amount of saliva dripped down to the ground from the spectators. They couldn't be blamed because even characters of the ancestor level would be driven crazy by an imperial medicine root. Roots of this level were invaluable and were even out of the ancestors' reach, let alone other people. All of your king medicines together would still not be worth as much as my one imperial medicine. However, seeing as how both of you want to bet, I'll entertain you. Money is fine, spirit medicines are okay too. I have too much money to spend, but I'm more afraid that you two won't have enough to make this bet. Li Qia ruthlessly uttered these words without any mercy. Prior to this, others might have thought that Li Qia was ignorant, but those thoughts were quickly dispelled. Although many people remained unconvinced, they had to admit that this brat had the money to act in such a haughty manner. Madame Ziyan, standing next to Li Qia, could only wryly smile. At this point, nothing could surprise her anymore. From her perspective, her young master's wealth was even greater than an entire country. Huang Fuhao, who initially wanted to use this opportunity to humiliate Li Qia then kill him afterward, didn't expect to, once again, be humiliated by Li Qia, causing him to nearly vomit blood from anger. I will lend a helping hand to young noble Huangfu. At this time, a hoarse voice came out, signaling the arrival of an old man. Next to him were other experts. This old man took out a medicine box and slowly said, I have a king medicine over 4 million years of age. This might be of assistance to young noble Huangfu. It is the alchemy saint of the crystallized sea sect, exclaimed someone who recognized this old man's identity. A lot of people then shifted their gaze over to this old man. His identity was quite prestigious since he was the best alchemist from the crystallized sea sect, the one known as the Radiancy Alchemy Saint. Brother Huangfu, give this little animal a good beating. At this time, a woman standing by the alchemy saint spoke coldly. This woman was the dragon princess from the crystallized sea sect. At this moment, she needed help to walk, so one could imagine just how serious her injury was from the bull's kick. If it wasn't for their alchemy saint personally going to save her, she would have been bedridden if not dead. Her hatred for Li Qia was bone deep, so when Huang Fu Hao and the Vine Pill King wanted to fight Li Qia, how could their crystallized sea sect miss such an opportunity? Very well. Li Qia dismissively glanced at them and said, out of consideration for your poverty, your 3 king medicines and the stone flower versus my imperial medicine will suffice. Although Huang Fu Hao's group had more spirit medicines, king medicines couldn't compare to an imperial medicine. Its name signified that it was used exclusively by immortal emperors. Although this was not the case, it was enough to illustrate its value. The dragon princess coldly uttered, "Foolish thing, don't repudiate once you lose or we'll take your dog life instead." Oh, how she wished to taste Li Qia's flesh and blood due to this burning hatred. Li Qia didn't bother giving the princess a glimpse and instead dismissively said, "You won't be able to beat me, and even if you could, it is only 1 imperial medicine. They're no different from some cabbages, so why would I need to renege on this bet? Only impoverished people like all of you wouldn't be able to afford to lose." This silenced everyone present once more. The Huangfu clan, the crystallized sea sect, and the Heaven Hoof Ravine, all of these lineages had frightening wealth. But now, in Li Qia's words, they had been reduced to poverty-stricken lineages. However, no one here was willing to dispute this. Whose fault was it that this unknown brat Li Qia was so chaotically rich? Even if others were annoyed with him, they had no choice but to be convinced. What else was there to say to such a prodigal son? The dragon princess was shaking with anger and gnashed her teeth. Her eyes revealed an awe-inspiring glint with terrifying murderous intent. "Cease your insults." Huang Fu Hao coldly uttered, "Since the bets have been placed, let's get on with it. Today, I want you to lose to the point of no return." Killing Li Qia alone would not appease the hatred in his heart. Only by killing him after great humiliation would he be able to find solace. Li Qia arched his brows and nonchalantly said without a care, "Let's do it then. Pill refinement, right? I'll do it. Will the 2 of you challenge me, or will you choose a representative? How about Brother Huang Fu go?" The Vine Pill King hesitated for a moment and said, "Brother Huang Fu's Tao of alchemy is peerless, so as long as you display your skill, you will be able to utterly obliterate this type of nobody." The Vine Pill King was indeed capable regarding alchemy, but Huang Fu Hao was much more famous since he was called the 5th alchemy prodigy. He was only a bit weaker than the other 4. Although this kind of title was a bit on the side of flattery, in the Vine Pill King's eyes, the crystallized sea sect was helping Huang Fu Hao, thus his side should be even more serious about the bet. Because of this, he elected Huang Fu Hao to be the one to challenge Li Qia. Brother Huang Fu is the 5th alchemy prodigy. How could it be enough to just defeat this nobody? Brother Huang Fu, let him see your Huang Fu clan's supreme Tao of alchemy. The dragon princess also supported Huang Fu Hao trying his hand. Huang Fu Hao stepped forward and coldly glared at Li Qia while aggressively speaking, "Little animal, I'm afraid your good luck has run out. Today, I will let you taste complete defeat." Huang Fu Hao was also completely confident. In his view, very few people among the younger generation could compete with him in the Tao of alchemy. He was proud of the fact that outside of the 4 prodigies, no other would be worthy of his consideration. As in-laws of the alchemy kingdom, the Huangfu clan had also obtained a lot of benefits that improved their Tao of alchemy and allowed them to have some great achievements in this regard. Thus, to Huang Fu Hao at this moment, defeating Li Qia in the field of pill refinement was an easy matter. He decided that he would first humiliate Li Qia before killing him. Li Qia ignored him and lazily asked, "You talk too much, let's begin already. How shall we do this?" "Fate pill refinement, we'll settle this bet using a 5 transformations fate pill refinement." Huang Fu Hao sneered, "Only 1 cauldron opening. Whoever refines a batch with greater quantity and quality will be the winner." "Okay, fate pill refinement it is." Li Qia acted without a care as if this matter was not enough to reach the apex. Li Qia's attitude made Huang Fu Hao scowl with a fierce gaze. He would definitely show Li Qia a good time. He calmed down and told the group of the Vine Pill King, I need 4 batches of ingredients for 5 transformations fate pills. I only have 1 batch, do you all have more? The Vine Pill King looked at his stash and said, I also have 1 batch for a 5 transformations fate pill. The Radiant Sea Alchemy Saint calmly said, I will help good nephew out with 2 batches to defeat this ignorant junior. Teach him a good lesson. In just a moment, Huang Fu Hao was able to gather 4 batches of ingredients for 5 transformations fate pills. The people present were jolted after seeing Huang Fu Hao wanting 4 batches, even the older alchemists were no exceptions. An alchemist from the previous generation emotionally wondered, 1 cauldron but 4 batches of ingredients, could it be that young noble Huang Fu could form 4 contraptions within 1 cauldron? 4 contraptions would not necessarily be difficult for a good heavenly cauldron. However, it is not easy to refine fate pill contraptions in just 1 cauldron. Plus, these are 5 transformations fate pills, not 1 transformation. Even skillful alchemists changed their expressions after seeing Huang Fu Hao's desire to try 4 batches of ingredients at once. Anyone with a little common sense would know that each cauldron could only produce 1 fate pill. To be more precise, the fire source could form 1 fire contraption to refine 1 fate pill. Of course, better heavenly cauldrons were able to form more than just 1 fire contraption, especially those used by legendary alchemists and alchemy emperors. This type of cauldron would be able to form several contraptions, and rumor has it that an alchemy emperor's cauldron could even form more than 10 fire contraptions. However, the number of fire contraptions formed from the heavenly cauldron didn't mean that the user would be able to refine that many fate pills at the same time. Controlling several fire contraptions required an extremely powerful mastery of fire from the alchemist. Moreover, this alone was not enough to refine several batches within 1 cauldron. The alchemist would also require a deep and profound understanding of the alchemy Tao. For higher level pills, these contraptions became even harder to control and refine. Okay, open your dog eyes wide for me to clearly see a master at work. At this time, Huang Fu Hao sneered at Li Chia as he stomped once on the ground and summoned a heavenly cauldron. With a buzz, a cauldron fell down and enlarged. This cauldron resembled an entrenched white tiger spewing out strands of crimson flames. The moment these fiery strands jumped up and down, the cauldron seemed to become a volcano that could erupt at any moment. A really powerful heavenly cauldron. Many cultivators here couldn't help but quiver after feeling the aura of this cauldron. Even those who weren't knowledgeable about this subject knew that this cauldron was incredible. This is the legendary cauldron of the Huangfu clan. It was once called the family's defining treasure. People have said that this cauldron had accepted an augmenting ceremony from an alchemy emperor. Of course, there were also knowledgeable alchemists at the scene. One became emotional and immediately recognized the origin of this cauldron. At this point, the cauldron poured down a vast radiance that covered its entire body. This was a very common situation and was usually referred to as the screening, the act of a heavenly cauldron to keep outsiders from peering. Any good heavenly cauldron had the ability to screen. As an alchemist, they naturally didn't want outsiders to look at their pill refinement technique, so the screening of a cauldron was without a doubt the best and most convenient method to prevent prying eyes. Spectacular, an imperial medicine. All of a sudden, the stunned crowd looked at Li Chia as if they were looking at a ghost. Their faces all had indescribable expressions. Damn, I have never seen an imperial medicine before. Who would expect to see one here? This is so unbelievable. An old alchemist couldn't help but curse. In an instant, an endless amount of saliva dripped down to the ground from the spectators. They couldn't be blamed because even characters of the ancestor level would be driven crazy by an imperial medicine root. Roots of this level were invaluable and were even out of the ancestors' reach, let alone other people. All of your king medicines together would still not be worth as much as my 1 imperial medicine. However, seeing as how both of you want to bet, I'll entertain you. Money is fine, spirit medicines are okay too. I have too much money to spend, but I'm more afraid that you two won't have enough to make this bet. Li Chia ruthlessly uttered these words without any mercy. Chapter 697, Sleeping on a Beauty's Lap. If some cauldrons lacked the screening ability, then the alchemists would use a technique to keep others out and prevent their alchemy art from being stolen. At this time, everyone gazed at the cauldron ahead with bated breaths, especially the younger alchemists who were even more attentive. Although the screen was up and everyone couldn't discern Huangfu Hao's pill refinement method, for alchemists, especially those that came from weak sects or those who were unknowledgeable in the Tao of alchemy, just standing to the side and observing a better alchemist was already quite fruitful. Although they couldn't look at the refinement techniques, they could still look at the process to gain experience and avoid future mistakes while doing their own refinement. Pop! At this time, Huangfu Hao pushed down on the cauldron and, in an instant, a divine flame escaped from inside to form 4 fire contraptions. It could be said that the entire process was smooth and swift, as if he was very skilled and familiar with it. There were many knowledgeable alchemists here, so even though they couldn't see Huangfu Hao's fire controlling technique, they knew by judging the instantaneous formation of the contraptions that his fire controlling technique was very powerful and should have an amazing history. Brother Huangfu is very amazing. Just his flame mastery alone is already hard to match among the younger generation. The Vine Pill King looked at the situation and voiced his praise. Even Huangfu Hao couldn't help but become a bit excited after being praised by the Vine Pill King. This was someone who became enlightened thanks to natural fire, so he had an innate understanding of fire control with his own amazing techniques. Obtaining his praise could be considered an honor. At this time, Huangfu Hao threw in the spirit medicines into the fire contraptions in a particular order. All 4 contraptions started the refinement process at the same time. He was very experienced with the entire process, so it was apparent that he came prepared. Alchemists would often have alchemy helpers to throw in the materials. When they were still at a low level, they would have these helpers since their skill was not high enough. Controlling the flame required their full attention, so they couldn't afford to be distracted by adding the materials. After becoming stronger, they could start to refine a fate pill batch by themselves. Of course, there were still powerful alchemists, even alchemy emperors, who chose to have helpers. Naturally, helpers at this level were very powerful in their own rights. Outside of helping the pill refinement process, they also acted as protectors for the alchemists. After all, the pills refined by powerful alchemy emperors had frightening, greed-inciting value, so they required the protection of extremely powerful helpers. The fire inside the contraptions danced around as if they had their own life. With time, there were occasional hums as if a pill was about to form. At this time, everyone forgot about time itself and gazed at Huangfu Hao performing his refinement. They, especially the alchemists, all looked at each of his actions carefully without missing the slightest detail. Meanwhile, Li Qie had zero interest in Huangfu Hao's pill refinement. With a single glance, he immediately knew the origin of the branch and sect of Huangfu Hao's skill. Because of this, during the whole process, Li Qie didn't bother watching at all. He directly laid down in the carriage and slept. The gentle madam, at that time, quietly placed a fur blanket over him. Such nice treatment of being served by a great demon king left many people jealous and envious. Minutes passed by and finally, the day had finally ended. Huangfu Hao was about to open his cauldron, thus he shouted, "Collect." Pop! The contraptions opened and 4 fate pills flew out. Huangfu Hao immediately used a treasure gourd to collect all of them. At this time, he finally heaved a sigh of relief and put away his cauldron with great satisfaction. He was very happy with the result of this cauldron. Quite extraordinary. He only spent 1 day to successfully refine 5 transformations fate pills. Truly worthy of his fame. No wonder why others call him the 5th alchemy prodigy. An alchemist from the previous generation had to praise Huangfu Hao. The young alchemists were especially astonished with admiration. To refine this type of pill in just 1 day was indicative of Huangfu Hao's great Tao of alchemy. Although many people did not agree with calling him the 5th prodigy, they had to admit that his skill was quite formidable. At this time, Huangfu Hao took out the 4 fate pills for others to judge. There were several capable alchemists here, such as the Radiant Sea Alchemy Saint and the Vine Pill King along with some older ones. They immediately gathered around to appraise the 4 pills. The color of the 4 pills was different, but the difference was not noticeable. All of them had a similar faint yellow color. The quality is quite good. With the faint yellow color, this is high quality. One cauldron produced these 4 pills, so this quality is already quite good, a very admirable attempt from a youth who will eventually surpass us. The Radiant Sea Alchemy Saint appraised it, then left this remark. He was qualified to make such a statement since he was the most powerful alchemist in the crystallized sea sect. Even among the previous generation of alchemists, he was still quite famous. Not bad at all, not bad at all. 1 cauldron for 4 pills of 5 transformations with a faint yellow tint. This is exceptional among the younger generation. The other alchemists also took a look and praised him one after another. The other young alchemists here couldn't help but reveal looks of envy. They all felt that at this moment, Huang Fu Hao was worthy of his fame. If only they could reach such a level, that would be incredibly amazing. Huang Fu Hao inevitably revealed a gloating look since he was indeed very satisfied with the result of his fate pills. At this time, Huang Fu Hao turned around and coldly said, "Your turn." However, the moment he saw Li Qie sleeping in the carriage, his face became quite unsightly. Meanwhile, Li Qie didn't budge at all since he was already asleep. With a contorted face, Huang Fu Hao coldly uttered, "Even if you pretend to sleep, you won't be able to hide from this bet. It is not too late to give up if you want to avoid further humiliation." Li Qie didn't react and was still sleeping in the carriage. At this time, the madam next to him sat down and softly called out, "Young master, it is your turn." The beauty's soft call was so gentle that it seemed as if she was afraid of startling Li Qie. Seeing this scene, many people almost forgot about the bet and were jealous to an indescribable extent. A beauty was calling for him, moreover, she was a demon king, a charming ruler of an entire country. What kind of romantic luck was this? Huang Fu Hao became livid as his face turned pale. He couldn't help but shudder. One could even hear the sound of his teeth grinding together. He tightly clenched his fists and swore that he would cease to be a human if he didn't kill Li Qie. Huang Fu Hao's adoration for the madam was no secret. But now, the madam was being so gentle towards Li Qie, so how could he not be driven mad? He finally finished. At this time, Li Qie got up from the carriage with a sleepy appearance. The madam quickly put on his cloak for him lest he became cold. Such careful and thoughtful consideration was truly adorable. However, many here were extremely annoyed, especially the younger ones who were about to go berserk from jealousy. This brat's life was really too good to enjoy such treatment and service from the madam. There was no justice in this world. "It is your turn now." While gnashing his teeth, he slowly uttered each of these words. He swore to take his time when it came to shaming this little animal. He didn't only want to appease this anger, he also wanted to do so in front of the madam. "Only a 5 transformations fate pill cauldron, did you need to take so long? Was that really necessary? Isn't it just like stir-frying a vegetable side dish?" Li Qie stretched his back and still had a drowsy appearance like before. Huang Fu Hao was livid from Li Qie's attitude. To him, refining a single 5 transformations fate pill cauldron that produced 4 pills was already quite amazing. But now, according to Li Qie, it was an unworthy display. Such a big tone. At this time, the dragon princess smirked and went to Huang Fu Hao's rescue as she uttered, "I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to refine such a batch even in 3 days. 3 days? Li Qie was too lazy to look at her. He fixed his belt as if he just got up from bed and slowly said, "To someone as great as me, there is no need for 3 days. 3 seconds is enough to finish one batch like that." Li Qie's words caused a lot of eyes to roll. No one believed him. Some even burst out in laughter and felt that Li Qie was boasting to an unbelievable degree. No one had ever been able to refine a fate pill cauldron in just 3 seconds, not even an alchemy emperor. Those are some strong words. There should be a limit to your boasting. The Vine Pill King snorted and said with disdain, even a reborn alchemy emperor wouldn't be able to refine 5 transformations fate pills in just 3 seconds. You should think carefully before bragging next time. Only an unskilled fool would have blind faith in common sense. Wuxia lazily sat on the carriage while he enjoyed the madam fixing his collar and brushing his hair straight. Wuxia's ostentatious manner and enjoyment caused many people to truly hate him. They all shared a thought: this brat is too arrogant and is such an eyesore. You, the Vine Pill King, glared at Wuxia. He wanted to act out, but he endured it instead and snorted before coldly speaking, "I won't bother with a junior like you. Since you like to bluster so much, then let everyone see how to refine a 5 transformations fate pill cauldron in 3 seconds. What is so hard about it?" Wuxia lightly said, "However, I really don't have the ingredients to make something like a 5 transformations fate pill. Will anyone lend me a batch?" Oh. Looking for an excuse now? Huang Fu Hao sneered, "If you can't do it, then just say it. Prostrate on the ground and accept defeat, then I might just spare you." Huang Fu Hao would not give up any chance to attack and humiliate Wuxia. Chapter 698. It is only pill refinement. Wuxia essentially paid him no mind as he looked around to the crowd, still as calm and leisurely as ever. He revealed a faint smile and asked, "Does anyone here have alchemy ingredients? I have 1 batch for 5 transformations fate pill and can help young noble out." An older alchemist pondered for a moment before handing this batch over to Wuxia. At this key moment, there were still people who chose to help Wuxia. This was not easy since ultimately, Wuxia was opposing Huang Fu Hao's group. Nevertheless, although many hated or were jealous of Wuxia and wished to go against him, there were some old sly foxes who looked at things in a more practical way. Who was Madame Ziyan? She was a great demon king and stronger than Huang Fu Hao, yet she was still willing to stay by a no-name junior's side and serve him. This junior definitely had something special that others couldn't compare to. There are still those with eyes in this world. Wuxia took this batch of ingredients and smiled to say, "Very well, I will also refine 4 fate pills. Anyone else have some ingredients for me? Let me borrow 3 more batches. I also have 1. Another old cultivator hesitated for a moment before speaking out. "Me too." A royal lord also let Wuxia borrow 1 batch. This matter had spread quite far, so many people from the previous generation had come to watch. At this time, a few countries watching on the sidelines wanted to form an alliance with the giant bamboo country, so this royal lord took advantage of this opportunity to perform a favor. In a very brief period, Wuxia was able to collect 4 batches of 5 transformations fate pill ingredients. Although he was a nobody, there were still spectators who held him in high regard. Wuxia received the ingredients and said with a smile, "Those with vision will eventually be rewarded." Hurry up if you are going to refine some pills. Don't just stand there and ramble on. You think delaying the matter can save you from this bet? Huang Fu Hao scowled and sneered. At this time, Wuxia got up. He was still as unruffled as before as he coldly glanced at Huang Fu Hao before smirking and saying, "It seems that you really want to see me make a fool of myself. But unfortunately, I'm sorry that you will be disappointed. Since you choose to bring your face out like this, I don't mind giving you a resounding slap." Strong words there. Before Huang Fu Hao could respond, the Vine Pill King coldly said, "Wait until after you refine the pills before boasting, yeah? You think just anyone can refine 1 cauldron with 4 pills? You? You still have a long way to go if you want to beat Brother Huang Fu." The madam shook her head gently at this retort. She had seen, with her own eyes, Wuxia's pill refinement and had absolute confidence in Wuxia's skill. Compared to Wuxia, Huang Fu Hao's pill refinement ability was simply not pleasant to the eye. Nowadays, a few people really think their meager alchemy skill is peerless in this world. Wuxia smiled and told the madam, "If your young master doesn't show a thing or two, these fools won't ever know what peerless alchemy is. Very well, today, your young master will show them what is truly called alchemy." young master will surely be victorious. The madam revealed a faint smile that contained a trace of elegance and nobility along with a gentleness as soft as water. Huang Fuhao was quite shaken after seeing Li Qia and the madam's intimate relationship, so he coldly uttered, "Stop spewing crap, go refine pills if you are so capable. Don't just sit there and brag." "Very well, I'll refine one cauldron right now." Li Qia smiled and stretched his back again before summoning the myriad heavenly cauldron, then he shouted, "Open." The cauldron fell down. This was a very ordinary-looking cauldron that appeared before everyone. No matter how they looked at it, this cauldron was plain without anything special about it, completely unlike a precious cauldron at all. After it was bathed in the lost alchemy garden of the immortals, the cauldron had completely returned to the most primordial state, so outsiders couldn't see its profundity. Just a cheap cauldron. How shabby. Can this type of cauldron actually refine 5 transformations fate pills? What wishful thinking. The dragon princess viciously attacked. She and Li Qia had an irrefutable feud, so how could she forgive him? But at this time, Li Qia controlled the cauldron and, in the blink of an eye, he instantly formed 4 fire contraptions. He then didn't give it a second glance and casually threw all the medicinal ingredients into the fire contraptions. A series of crackling sounds appeared as if beans were being fried. Before everyone's mind returned from the shock, Li Qia shouted and instantly collected 4 finished 5 transformations fate pills into a treasure gourd. From the formation of the contraptions to the addition of the ingredients to the completion of the pills, the entire process was all over in the blink of an eye. It was so fast that no one could react in time. Before everyone, Li Qia didn't try to hide anything, but no one saw his pill refinement technique. Suddenly, everyone's mouths were wide open. The dragon princess who had just uttered her teasing banter couldn't close her mouth since she was blown away on the spot. Her eyes were wide open as well. No one could believe that this was actually happening. They all thought that either they were seeing things, or it was just an illusion. Here, outside of Li Qia, only Madame Ziyan had a calm air. She already knew that this would be the result since this was not her first time seeing her young master's peerless alchemy. In her opinion, no one could compete with him regarding the Tao of alchemy in contemporary times. Even the 4 alchemy prodigies were insufficient compared to him in this regard. Am I seeing things? An old alchemist struggled to regain his sanity and told the person next to him, "Hey, pinch me, am I in a dream?" A scream ensued right after as this alchemist was pinched by the person next to him. He then exclaimed in horror, I'm not seeing things. This isn't a dream." Everyone was suddenly woken up by this scream and became shocked and breathless as the entire scene became silent. Such a thing would stupefy anyone. Even those who had seen many things in their life had never witnessed such a spectacle before. Refining pills like frying vegetables. Which alchemist had heard of this before? Even those who came from an alchemy emperor's lineage would not believe such a thing. Pill refinement that could instantly produce fate pills like stir-frying vegetables while the crackling sounds resembled soybeans. Such a thing was simply impossible. Anyone who told a cultivator or alchemist such a thing would be instantly kicked out of the door for fabricating a lie since such a thing was absolutely impossible in this world. Of course, this was until today when they all saw this scene unravel in front of their eyes. At this second, they were entranced as if they were in a dream. One had to know that anyone with a little bit of common sense knew that pill refinement was a very serious matter. One wrong step and the entire cauldron would be destroyed. Moreover, pill refinement had very stringent qualifications. This was the most basic of knowledge, but today, Li Qia's process had destroyed everyone's common sense. How could refining pills as if one was stir-frying vegetables and not shock everyone? Although many people had begun to regain their sanity, they couldn't help but utter in a daze, No way, this is real." At this moment, no one knew how to express their feelings with words. As for the group of Huang Fuhao, the Vine Pill King, and the Radiant Sea Alchemy Saint, they suddenly became confused and didn't even know how they had lost. At this time, Li Qia gave the 4 refined fate pills to the 4 people who helped him earlier and smiled before saying, "Favors deserve to be reciprocated, so these fate pills are yours." How is this possible? The old alchemist who was the first to help Li Qie accepted the fate pill and shouted in horror with his eyes wide open, This is a 5 transformations fate pill with 70% purity. I have never seen a 5 transformations fate pill able to reach this level before. It is not only 70% purity, this yellow color is almost golden. This is the highest grade. This pill will definitely help me break through to the ancient saint realm. Another who helped Li Qie also accepted a pill and screamed with excitement. No way, right? In just a moment, many people gathered around, wanting to examine the pills in their hands. This is unbelievable. A very respected old alchemist took a look at one of the pills and couldn't help but utter in awe. I have never heard of someone be able to refine a 5 transformations pill to 70% purity. This is simply impossible. Moreover, this near golden color, could anyone in this world actually refine this type of pill to such a level? If there is someone, then it has to be an alchemy emperor. Incredible, I have opened my eyes now after seeing this scene. In an instant, many people who saw the pills immediately discussed and commented while thinking that this was too amazing. Meanwhile, the 4 people who helped Li Qie earlier and obtained this level of fate pill were crazily excited. This level of fate pill couldn't be bought, simply put, they were priceless treasures. Let me take a look. The Radiant Sea Alchemy Saint couldn't help but draw closer as well to look at the fate pill in the hand of one of them. His face quickly turned pale as he staggered backward while absent-mindedly murmuring, "How? Only an alchemy emperor would perhaps be able to refine this type of 5 transformations fate pill." Chapter 699, Death before accepting defeat. The old alchemist from the crystallized sea sect was the most accomplished regarding the alchemy Tao within the sect. Even his enemies held this view with respect. The moment he said these words, many people gasped and looked at Li Qie. All of a sudden, the astonished eyes of every spectator fell on him. Who was Li Qie? He was too young and had no fame to his name at all. Could such a person actually be an alchemy emperor? A person couldn't help but ask, "Young noble Li, are you actually an alchemy emperor?" Li Qie chuckled and said, "Alchemy emperor, how should I respond? At the very least, I have never wished to become an alchemy emperor. For a person like me, plant cultivation and pill refinement is only a hobby, an interest whenever I am bored. A person like me does not wish to become an alchemy emperor. Such an achievement is meaningless and unable to satisfy me." This answer left everyone speechless. One of the spectators looked up at the sky and started to scream. They even had the impulse to commit suicide by running head first into a wall. Refining pills like cooking and casually creating 5 transformations fate pills with 70% purity. With a single gesture, he was able to refine the finest of pills. And this was only a hobby, something he worked on when he was bored? If this was the case, then what about them, the alchemists who worked their entire lives to study the Tao of alchemy and pill refinement? How could they withstand such a shock? They might as well just commit suicide by using a piece of tofu. For alchemists, people with such a supreme Tao of alchemy were worthy of respect, just like how they admired alchemy emperors so much. Not necessarily. A few evil arts can't be seen through. Huang Fu Hao sneered and said, "Maybe there were already 4 fate pills hidden inside this cauldron. Refining them like cooking was only an illusion. Give me these 4 pills and I can also do the same." At this time, Huang Fu Hao was resorting to extreme excuses. No matter what, he had to break Li Qie's reputation since this was his only way out. 5 transformations fate pills with 70% purity, moreover, they have a yellow shade that's almost at the point of a golden glow. Where can you find this type of fate pill? Someone felt that Huang Fu Hao was going too far. Were it not for the fact that they were wary of the Huang Fu clan, they would have laughed at him already. I'm afraid no one in present times can refine such pills. If there was someone, then perhaps the venerable ancient alchemist from the alchemy kingdom would be capable. A royal lord mused. Huang Fu Hao tried to discredit Li Qie, but he was underestimating the situation. Earlier, many people were on his side and voiced their support. But now, no one stood up for him, causing his face to burn red. Li Chia looked at him with one eye and leisurely stated with a smile, "Can't even afford to lose. Just say the words and I will have pity on you. I'll let you have your king medicine, no big deal, it's only a cabbage. Is there a need for you to act so shamelessly?" Huang Fu Hao was shaking with anger. He was in a dilemma, but he had to follow through to the very end. If he chose to bow down to Li Chia, then he would lose all face in the future. Huang Fu Hao took a deep breath before glaring at Li Chia and saying, "If you didn't use any evil tricks or an illusion, then very well, let me and everyone else have a look at your cauldron. Whether it is an evil trick or an illusion will be clear at a glance." An alchemist couldn't help but shake his head and comment, "This request is too unreasonable." The cauldron was an alchemist's second life, it was a part of the alchemist. Even ordinary alchemists would not easily let an outsider look at their cauldron. The reason was very simple. Each cauldron was carefully groomed by an alchemist with careful feeding. Whatever they fed the cauldron or its fire source were things that alchemists would not easily reveal to others. What's more, each alchemist had refined countless items and shared these experiences with their cauldron. Any alchemist would have deep ties with their cauldron, they would even consider it as part of their body. Unless it was someone very close or trusted, alchemists would normally not take out their cauldron for outsiders to see, let alone this many strangers. What, you don't dare to do so? If you don't, then clearly you have a guilty conscience. Huang Fu Hao sneered and said, "Bah. Using such despicable means yet you still dare to say you have beaten me." At this time, Huang Fu Hao was going insane from shame, growing his anger. He was like a vixen that had lost her mind. Madame Zi Yan couldn't help but coldly say, "How shameless." A wise ruler like her seldom talked people down, but today, she had to voice this negative statement. Huang Fu Hao's face was flushed after being called out by the madam. However, he still wanted to struggle to the very end, so he sneered at Li Chia, "Li, do you dare to take out your cauldron to prove your innocence? If not, then you are a cheater who only knows how to use wretched means." Many people in the crowd couldn't help but shake their heads. Some even despised Huang Fu Hao's actions. The old alchemist from the crystallized sea sect was the most accomplished regarding the alchemy Tao within the sect. Even his enemies held this view with respect. The moment he said these words, many people gasped and looked at Li Chia. All of a sudden, all eyes fell upon him as the spectators became astonished because Li Chia was too young and had no fame at all. Could such a person actually be an alchemy emperor? "Young noble Li, are you really an alchemy emperor?" One person couldn't help but ask. Li Chia chuckled and said, "Alchemy emperor, how should I respond? At the very least, I have never wished to become an alchemy emperor. For a person like me, plant cultivation and pill refinement is only a hobby, an interest when I am bored. A person like me does not wish to become an alchemy emperor. Such an achievement is meaningless and unable to satisfy me." Chapter 700, Becoming Ashes. Many people here didn't like Li Chia, especially the young male cultivators who even wanted to end him just because he had a beauty like Madame Zi Yan. It was only natural for those who adored her to hate him. However, even if they considered him as an enemy, they still had to admit that his Tao of alchemy was peerless. And now, when Huang Fu Hao stubbornly refused to admit Li Chia's victory, it truly made others feel that he was shameless. Before this, many of them liked Huang Fu Hao, and some even wanted to become friends with him. He was the descendant of the Huangfu clan and an amazing young genius. Moreover, he had some ties to the alchemy kingdom. The people here assumed that he would eventually become a hero of this generation, but now, those who priorly wanted to befriend him couldn't help but shake their heads. Li Chia nonchalantly glanced at him once and said, "It is not that I don't want to let you see my cauldron, it is more that my cauldron has a bad temper and might kill you if we are careless about it. That wouldn't be good. I am a lover of life and peace and do not want someone to die without a burial due to turning into smithereens." After hearing this, the madam standing next to him couldn't help but chuckle. If her young master was a lover of life and peace, then everyone else in the world would be considered saints. After hearing this, she knew that someone was about to die. It is only a cauldron while I am a heavenly king, what's the big deal? I could suppress it at any moment. Huang Fu Hao sneered, in my eyes, you are afraid of letting me take a look because I will expose your tricks. At this time, Huang Fu Hao crazily attacked Li Qia. He wouldn't allow any opportunities to slip by. His mind was devoured by the situation and his thoughts strayed. Back at the Golem Square, Li Qia overwhelmed him with wealth and caused him to lose all face. And then, back at the alchemy garden of the giant bamboo country, he was blown away by Li Qia without any consideration. Today, he was expecting to reverse the tides and humiliate Li Qia, but instead, he was met with an even more bitter showing. He absolutely would not forgive Li Qia, someone who dared to oppose him like this. Even if he was going to become a malicious ghost, he still wouldn't forgive Li Qia. Okay then, since you want to see it so much, there's nothing I can do. Li Qia smiled and said, however, if anything does happen, I am not responsible for it. Having said that, he slowly took out the myriad heavenly cauldron and gently tapped it. Humph, it's only a cauldron, can't reach the apex. Huang Fu Hao harshly smiled. He was extremely confident and accepted the cauldron from Li Qia's hands. At this time, everyone held their breaths while watching this scene play out. Although no one believed Huang Fu Hao, they still wanted to see just what kind of cauldron it was. Open. At this time, Huang Fu Hao made a madra with his hand, but the myriad heavenly cauldron didn't have the slightest response. This shameful situation made Huang Fu Hao feel unbearable. In the blink of an eye, his blood energy soared to the sky in a very ferocious manner. He changed to a different madra and shouted, open. Buzz. At this time, the myriad heavenly cauldron was finally activated. What fell onto the ground was a regularly shaped cauldron. Huang Fu Hao smirked and came forward. He stretched his hand out in order to check the fire source of the cauldron. Poof. However, the moment his hand went inside, it immediately burst into ashes. Ah! Huang Fu Hao cried out. Horror-struck, he rapidly retreated. However, the cauldron's fire source instantly erupted like a volcano. The cauldron's fire rushed out and filled the sky, instantly surrounding Huang Fu Hao. Ah! A very shrill and miserable scream echoed across the sky. In an instant, even though he was a heavenly king, he was still immediately incinerated into ashes. The moment the fire source returned to the cauldron, one could only see ashes fluttering in the sky. A heavenly king had died in such an unbelievable manner. Ever since it completely reached the highest attainment back in the lost alchemy garden of the immortals, the cauldron ceased to be the frog of the past. Remember that the cauldron was unique in this world. For millions of years, it had always been searching for a chance to reach the highest level to truly transform one last time. Thus, after the transformation, the myriad heavenly cauldron was no longer a cauldron and could be called a god, a true deity. Its fire source had no equal, so it was not difficult for it to burn a heavenly king to ashes. Such a powerful cauldron, amazing. This type of cauldron can only be controlled by a legendary alchemist or alchemy emperor. After seeing the tyrannical flame of the cauldron devouring the sky, many alchemists were lost in admiration. This seemingly ordinary cauldron was definitely incredible. One will lose out if they do not listen to their elders. At this time, Li Qia slowly recalled the cauldron and said, like I said earlier, this cauldron has quite a foul temper. It doesn't want to interact with anyone besides me. Well now, he carelessly threw away his life. Dang it, cauldron, you've really done it now. How could you turn a heavenly king into ashes like this? You think it is easy for someone to become a heavenly king? Everyone suddenly went silent after hearing this, while the madam couldn't help but reveal a smile. She already knew that her young master expected such an outcome since Huang Fu Hao was courting death. A tranquil atmosphere ensued right after, as no one dared to step out to demand justice for Huang Fu Hao. Many of them believed that he was asking for it. The Vine Pill King, who was also antagonistic towards Li Qia, turned pale. At this time, His palms were drenched in cold sweat while he himself shuddered from the chill that assaulted his spine. He was secretly glad and praised his own fortune. Luckily, he didn't follow Huangfu Hao along to the very end. Otherwise, perhaps his end would be just like Huangfu Hao's, being incinerated into ashes without a burial. He quivered and didn't dare to say another word or stay at this place any longer. He turned around and used his fastest speed to leave Daoshen's peak. At this point, Li Qia gathered his winnings. A stone flower over 1 million years old, a 3 million year old king medicine, and a 4 million year old king medicine from the Radiant Sea Alchemy Saint. Sigh, are these not just cabbages? If you can't handle losing, then just say it. What's the big deal? Losing your life just for these common spirit medicines. Was it worth it? Li Qia looked at his spoils but didn't pay it any mind. To others, king medicines were priceless treasures, but Li Qia was too lazy to even bother looking at them. Not mentioning the distant past, he had taken an amount of king medicines from the lost garden that could scare people to death. This sarcastic remark left everyone here speechless. They could only lament the fact that the fella had the ability to make such arrogant comments. However, at this moment, he did something that would drive people even crazier. He looked at the king medicines in his hands and threw them to the Imperial Draco Bull as if they were cabbages while saying, "It has been tough carrying me this whole way, so I'll reward you with these." This maddening turn of events left everyone looking silly. From the beginning, they all thought that Li Qia was just saying it for fun, to exaggerate his wealth by calling king medicines cabbages. But now, it turns out that this guy truly considered king medicines as cabbages. He actually threw these million-year-old king medicines at a buffalo to eat. Nom nom, nom, at this time, the Imperial Draco Bull was like a cow eating peony. It quickly ate the king medicines. No. An old alchemist couldn't help but to bellow a sad scream after seeing such a wasteful act. He couldn't help but tremble with his eyes wide open, glaring at him while stuttering, "But these are king medicines." Everyone was stunned. These 3 king medicines couldn't be obtained by many alchemists, even many great characters, despite trying to find one throughout their entire lives. Even a great power would treat a king medicine like a priceless treasure. But now, such priceless treasures, in the eyes of everyone, were fed to a buffalo by Li Qia. Could anyone actually be more irrationally wasteful than Li Qia in this world? Little ancestors, the nouveau riche, and even the most lavish young immortals in the heavens couldn't compare to a fart from a prodigal son like Li Qia. Even the most wasteful little ancestor wouldn't feed king medicines to a bull, right? This was simply absurd. Even a little ancestor would treat a king medicine like a treasure. However, Li Qia considered them as cabbages. After seeing the buffalo before them actually swallowing all the king medicines after just 3 bites, a lot of people here felt hurt. There was no justice in this world. In just a moment, the hearts of many people cried out in pain. They actually had to witness 3 king medicines being swallowed by this buffalo. Damn it, just let me go jump off a building. You guys, don't stop me. After seeing such a heartbreaking scene, someone howled and couldn't bear to look any longer. However, after the bull finished swallowing the 3 king medicines, it still looked as if it wanted more and stared at Li Qia in a pitiful manner. The bull was a Draco bull, and its species liked eating spirit medicines the most. For the Imperial Draco bull, king medicines were scrumptious delicacies. Li Qia looked back at the more than 3 million-year-old king medicine and the imperial medicine whose age exceeded 5 million years in his hands and quickly said, "Fine, we still have a long ways to go, and you will still need to work hard later on. Stuff yourself and put more effort into it." Having said that, he threw the king medicine and imperial medicine over to the bull as well. Nom, nom, the bull's tongue rolled out and swept the 2 roots into its mouth where it then began to chew. Suddenly, many people directly went down to their knees and stayed there. A lot of them had turned pale due to unbearable heartache. They had no words for such a prodigal son. Chapter 701, Yellow Silk Cloth. Even the madam was finally shocked this time. He even let this bull eat an imperial medicine. Could anyone be more wasteful than him in this world? Do you know that that was an imperial medicine? You know, right? An old alchemist squatted to the ground and cried out in pain while holding his head. In the eyes of any alchemist, letting a bull eat an imperial medicine was wasting the resources of the heavens. This was simply unbearable for them. Wuxia chuckled and nonchalantly said, I know, it is only an imperial medicine. At this moment, countless legs were quivering while some couldn't get up from their prostration. Anyone would lose their minds if they met someone like this. They could only say one phrase, you win. Why must men receive such different lifestyles? I'm not even equal to a buffalo. I haven't even tasted a petal of an imperial medicine, but this buffalo ate an entire root like grass. A great character, with his butt on the ground, helplessly exclaimed amidst his daze. At this time, countless people were quiet and felt as if the strength had been sapped from their bodies. Compared to Wuxia feeding the bull an imperial medicine, Huangfu Hao and whatever great sect he came from no longer mattered. Big brother, are you recruiting more mounts? I am the descendant of an auspicious beast with the bloodline of a divine beast. Can I be your mount too? A demon monarch couldn't help but make this joke. In fact, in the eyes of many people here, they were not even equal to his buffalo. It instantly ate 4 king medicines and 1 imperial medicine. Many people would never be in a position to obtain such items for the rest of their lives, so now, being his mount would simply be a privilege. I am a very picky person. Wuxia smiled and then took his seat in his carriage. The madam smiled as well before leaving with him in a cool manner. Those who were left on Daosen's Peak were still absent-minded. At this time, they finally understood why Madame Ziyan was willing to stay by Wuxia's side. Even if one wanted to join such a person to work for him, he might not necessarily accept them. After a long silence, someone who finally calmed down lamented with a soft sigh, I finally opened my eyes today. An imperial medicine being fed to a bull, what could be more shocking than this? The rest of the crowd couldn't help but smile helplessly. They could only sigh since they were not even equal to a bull. Back at the valley, Wuxia smilingly told the madam, meditate on the god's hands. Although its power is not as great as the immortal devouring evil jar on your body, its power will definitely not be weaker than an immortal emperor life treasure. How does young master know that I have the immortal devouring evil jar? Asked the madam with a jolted expression. The people who knew that she brought along this item was fewer than few, and she didn't tell Wuxia either. She had it with her in preparation for the worst-case scenario. Because of the feud with the Huangfu clan, she knew that the enemy would definitely not let this go, so she brought the evil jar with her just in case. The immortal devouring evil jar was the defining protective treasure of their giant bamboo country. They had rarely used it in the past millions of years because its power was quite terrifying. For generations, even the country itself wasn't privy to the jar's true origin. They only knew that it was left behind by their progenitor. Wuxia chuckled and said, very few things can escape my sight. Of course, he couldn't tell the madam that the evil jar was left behind by him in the past for Yenner. Its origin was extremely frightening, and its power was comparable to an immortal emperor true treasures. I will try my best to learn about these gloves. The madam took note of Wuxia's reminder and nodded her head. After returning to the valley, he didn't leave again. Initially, he was waiting for Tai Yi's news. However, the aunt had yet to return. During this moment where he had nothing pressing, he thought about a certain something. With a solemn expression, he took out a bronze box. This was the box formed from the transformation of the Pentagate, and inside was the item taken from beneath the divine school. Wuxia carefully looked at the bronze box for a moment and found that it was safe, giving him peace of mind. He formed a mudra with his hands and, with a buzzing sound, the Pentagate unsealed itself and returned to its original form, causing 5 bronze doors to hover around Wuxia's body. With a series of sealing gestures, a clanking sound rang. The Pentagate immediately sealed the entire room as 5 different patterns emerged on each of the doors: sun-consuming bird, moon-eating wolf, star-devouring ant, heaven-shrouding eagle, and earth-sealing rat. Each of the patterns on the 5 doors of the Pentagate was ancient and depicted mysterious beasts. At this time, all the patterns appeared. This was Li Chia activating the true, mighty power of the heavens-sealing Pentagate. After sealing the room, Li Chia carefully looked at the urn. After so many years, this old urn was still as simple and crude as before. This old urn had a heaven-shattering origin and was taken by him from a very terrifying location. Later on, he left it to the bull just in case the worst-case scenario arose. Eventually, it had come in handy. Li Chia took a deep breath and made a decision. At this time, Li Chia summoned each of his treasures. The yin-yang refining immortal mirror, the declivity mountain bell, the elusive heavenly vase. All of these invincible treasures emerged above him and poured down unstoppable universal laws. At this split second, these treasures unleashed their most powerful barriers, creating layers protecting Li Chia. At the same time, Li Chia's right hand held the green lamp while his left held the little wooden coffin. He was preparing for the worst. If this defensive line couldn't hold, then he would go about it the hard way and fight evil with evil, by using the little wooden coffin to suppress it. After everything was ready, Li Chia took another deep breath and performed a mudra as he shouted a mantra, "Open." Pop. Eventually, the urn was opened, but contrary to his expectations, there was no terrifying evil energy that penetrated the sky, and neither was there any terrifying curse. Only a faint black mist came out that eventually dissipated without leaving behind a single trace. Li Chia's eyes became serious after seeing this scene. Eventually, he looked inside the old urn only to find an item inside. He took it out and spread it over the table. It was a yellow silk cloth. This silk cloth had experienced countless moons and appeared to be very ancient. The colors on the cloth had faded, so it became white. His pupils were fixated on this ordinary-looking cloth. Others would think that this was only a regular silk cloth, but Li Chia didn't think so. Although he didn't quite grasp the item under the divine school, he knew a thing or two about it. Ha ha ha. Junior, you are very lucky to actually meet this immortal monarch. This lord is the ruler of myriad realms, the emperor of the 9 heavens. At this time, a cold voice came from the yellow cloth and declared, "If you worship this lord as your master, then this lord will help you command the 9 worlds and become eternal." Anyone else would most likely be jumping and screaming in fear after hearing such an awe-inspiring voice from this ordinary-looking yellow cloth. However, Li Chia remained unperturbed. He leisurely smirked and said, "Command the 9 worlds and become eternal? It is not difficult for me to command the 9 worlds, but as for being eternal," having said up to this point, he couldn't help but burst out in laughter. Anyone else would be shaken or be extremely excited by these words as if they had found a treasure. However, Li Chia did not budge. Who was he? He was an existence that had once commanded the 9 worlds and obtained everlastingness. "Brat, you don't believe this lord?" The awe-inspiring voice appeared once more and said, "This lord is an existence who rules myriad realms, the supreme ruler of the 9 heavens. Okay, no need to pretend in front of me. Only I tease people. No one else has ever dared to tease me." Li Chia smirked and said, "At the moment, you are nothing but a piece of torn handkerchief in my eyes, not worth mentioning." It seems that this voice was enraged by Li Chia's response, so it shouted in a thunderous and awe-inspiring tone, "Junior, you don't understand the immensity of the heaven and earth. Did you know, back in a distant and ancient time when the immortals were still in charge of the myriad realms, don't act wantonly before me." Li Chia interrupted the voice and lightly smiled while saying, "If it was like before, when you weren't thrown into the urn, then this yellow cloth would indeed be very devilish. But now, it just won't do. If I am not mistaken, this cloth had been sealed inside the urn for millions of years, and the power of its curse has already been dispelled. Bah, Junior, you underestimate this lord too much. This is me dispelling the power of the curse, not your broken urn." The voice became exasperated because of Li Chia. It was obviously unconvinced. Li Chia cheerfully retorted, "Is that so? Is my urn really that useless? Very well then, I'll put you back and wait for the day where you break out of it." Having said that, he threw the yellow cloth back into the old urn. "Wait, everything can be negotiated and discussed. Let us have a talk." The moment when Wuxia was about to seal the urn again, the voice hurriedly came out from the cloth, admitting defeat. Wuxia chuckled and took the cloth out from the urn before revealing a faint smile. "If you don't want to be imprisoned inside, then it would be in your best interest to not play around with me. Reveal your true form or I'll imprison you again and throw you into the deepest parts of the sea so that you won't be able to escape for eternity. Bah, little devil, do not threaten this lord." The voice was finally no longer awe-inspiring and instead became very clear. At this time, a small figure emerged on the faded yellow cloth. This figure was very fuzzy and ethereal. This is more like it." Wuxia looked at the faint, small shadow and sneered, "You're clearly a little girl, yet you still dare to pretend to be an old man and refer to yourself as this lord. Bah, you are the one who is a little girl." The tiny figure on the yellow cloth was very annoyed with Wuxia and said, "This lord is the ruler of myriad worlds, the supreme ruler of the 9 heavens. Chapter 702, Person Inside the Yellow Cloth. "Okay, little baby, stop pretending to be old in front of me." Wuxia interrupted the shadow and said with a smile, "Keep putting on airs and see if I won't throw you back into the urn or not, you. What kind of man are you?" The small figure from within the cloth was shaking from anger because of Wuxia. She raised her voice, making threats at every turn. "Have you no shame? Sorry, but I am a person who never cares for face. Moreover, you are only a little shadow inside a yellow cloth right now, so why do I need to put up any facade? If I really wanted some face, then wouldn't I use this yellow cloth to wash my face?" replied Wuxia with a smirk. She seemed to be very afraid of being dirted. It was as if Wuxia would really use the cloth to wash his face, so she cried out, You dare." Wuxia smiled and said, People are quite rude nowadays." Of course, he was only scaring her. He continued on, "You should actually be thanking me. If it wasn't for me, then you probably would still be sealed inside the urn for who knows how many more years. So what if the urn dispelled the curse? You still wouldn't have been able to see sunlight. Bah, who said that the urn removed the curse for this lord?" The small figure from within the cloth was not convinced, and she said, "It is this lord who dispelled that damned curse." Wuxia smilingly teased, "Is that so? You dare to say that the urn didn't contribute at all? Without this urn, you still dare to say you could have dispelled it?" The tiny figure from within the cloth grunted. Although she was not convinced, she didn't refute him any longer. There is a great saying, one must repay a great debt, am I right? Wuxia leisurely said, "I let you see the sun again. This is akin to giving you a second chance at life. Isn't it time for you to show your gratitude? It seems that you want something nice from me." The little shadow sneered and said, "I won't make it hard on you, you just have to help me with something. For everything you do, I will tell you a secret until I can get out of this place. I never negotiate with people. Moreover, regarding secrets, I think no one else in this world knows more than I do." Wuxia replied with a smile. The small shadow snorted and said, "Is that so? What I know is beyond your knowledge. For example, the secret of the ancient Ming." "Secret of the ancient Ming?" Wuxia laughed and responded, "That is indeed not bad. Bringing up the ancient Ming right away, a bit interesting." The small figure gloatingly said, Those fools that year wanted to dig me out just because they wanted to find out about the ultimate secret of their race." She had not talked to anyone for a very long time, so although she was especially annoyed with Wuxia, she was still willing to talk with him. Wuxia replied with a grin, "Do you know how the ancient Ming was finally destroyed? Did you know that back in an ancient era, the oldest ancient Ming geezer was dragged out by someone? Every bone in the geezer's body was torn asunder, and this person was able to find out many secrets about the ancient Ming from this geezer's mouth. Do you think that you can know more than this person?" Not necessarily, I am a person who knows the ultimate secret. Moreover, I know far more secrets than just that. For example, I know quite a few things about the 12 burial grounds. The small figure retorted. Li Qie responded, I don't doubt that. I'm sure you do know a few things. At least you can recognize greatness. The small figure didn't give up and said, if you help me, then for each matter, I will tell you one secret. I'm sorry to say that I will not negotiate with you. Besides, if I wanted to know a few secrets, including the ultimate secret of the ancient Ming, I do not need to learn them from you. Li Qie chuckled and said, I only need you to tell me one thing. What must one do to make the writings on this yellow cloth appear? You, how do you know about this? The small figure jumped from shock after hearing this. She was actually frightened this time. It's nothing. Li Qie laughed and continued on. Back when this thing was still buried in the ground, I assumed that it was evil. However, after seeing this yellow cloth, I knew right away that it was just you being cursed. The truth is that the evil presence had nothing to do with the yellow cloth, but this cloth does indeed have an incredible origin. Although one couldn't clearly discern the figure of the small shadow on the yellow cloth or even her facial expression, the small shadow suddenly flinched, so one could guess that she was shaken by this comment. What could you possibly know about incredible origins? The small shadow grunted, but this made it clear that Li Qie was on point with his comment. Li Qie didn't mind her attitude at all. He chuckled while saying, little girl, your act can scare or trick other people, but who do you think I am? Even if your origin is amazing, I know far more things about this world than you. Bah, who is a little girl? Call me a little girl one more time and I'll really show you who's boss. The small shadow was very displeased by what Li Qie called her. Even if one couldn't see her figure, it was clear that she was baring her fangs at him. However, Li Qie ignored her protest and chuckled, little girl, if you are still unconvinced, then I'll let you know something. There was once an ancient shrine that had been smashed apart. Do you know what I saw inside? It was a scene where the earliest people and ancient immortals were prostrating. There were also a whole bunch of old rumors regarding a certain something. Do you know what that thing was? Someone was holding a piece of yellow silk towards the sky with myriad realms on their shoulders. Li Qie paused for a moment before continuing, little girl, you should know that the things I have seen are beyond your imagination. Do you know what the Firmament Institution is? Do you know the sceneries before even the Desolate Era? Do you know how I know the situation of this yellow cloth? No matter who you may be, the locations I have been to are beyond your imagination. The small shadow on the cloth was clearly unconvinced and snorted, What's the big deal? Bah, I have been to many places that you haven't. Instead of being angered, Li Qie cheerfully said, oh, then do tell, what kind of places have you been to before? I have plenty of time right now, so I would be more than happy to listen. Bah, why do I have to tell you? Don't even think about prying any secrets from me. The small shadow sneered and acted as if she would never fall into his trap. Li Qie started laughing while clapping his hands together, saying, little girl, you think too highly of yourself. To be honest, there is no way I would force you since your old stories won't be that interesting to me anyway. The little shadow was now shaking from anger. If she could escape from the cloth, then she would absolutely teach Li Qie a good lesson. Li Qie continued in a relaxed manner, although I have no interest in your past, I actually need to know about the writings on the cloth. Therefore, if you don't mind, tell me the method of revealing the writings on the cloth. Maybe it will also be beneficial for you. Well, I do mind. Why should I tell you? The small shadow sneered and said, the only way I would tell you would be if you worked for me. When I am satisfied, then I will tell you the method. Li Qie answered with a beaming smile, is that right? It seems that you still don't understand my principles. Only I bring out the conditions, not others. Moreover, your situation of being trapped inside the cloth right now is quite unfavorable. The heavens won't heed your cries and the earth also turns a deaf ear. Do you really think you can talk about conditions with me? The little shadow snorted and said, Fine then. If you don't do as I say, you will never obtain the writings on the cloth. Good point. Li Qie laughed and continued, however, little girl, there is one thing you should know. I am a person who goes to the extreme. If I can't get something, then others shouldn't even dream about getting it. How about this, I might as well burn this cloth and finish everything, what do you think? Ha, such an overconfident brat. The little shadow sneered, do you know what this cloth is? Do you think you can burn it as you please? Even if you tried for 100 years, you still wouldn't be able to burn it. Well, that could be the case. Li Qie slightly nodded his head and put on a grave expression to say, but I don't mind trying different things. For example, my green lamp over here. Having said that, he placed the green lamp on the table and held the yellow cloth while cheerfully smiling. If you don't mind, I can try it once with my green lamp's dark flame. This green lamp right here. Regarding its origin, it might not be any less formidable than your cloth. In my opinion, it shouldn't have a problem burning a true immortal to death, so I do feel that using it to destroy this cloth shouldn't be a problem. Of course, I am also a very patient person. If I can't burn it in one day, then I can burn it for 500 years or even 5,000 years. You know, I am someone who has a lot of time. What do you think? Li Qie held the cloth closer to the flickering black flame of the green lamp. At this time, the little shadow inside the cloth became silent and still. No one knew what she was thinking. Before I burn this yellow cloth, do you have anything to tell me? Li Qie smiled and said, I am willing to listen right now. However, the shadow remained silent as if she had disappeared, refusing to answer Li Qie. Okay, in that case, I'll burn it. Li Qie chuckled and placed the cloth on top of the black flame. Okay, little baby, stop pretending to be old in front of me. Li Qie interrupted the shadow and said with a smile, keep putting on airs and see if I won't throw you back into the urn or not, you. What kind of man are you? The small figure from within the cloth was shaking from anger because of Li Qie. She raised her voice, making threats at every turn, have you no shame? Sorry, but I am a person who never cares for face. Moreover, you are only a little shadow inside a yellow cloth right now, so why do I need to put up any facade? If I really wanted some face, then wouldn't I use this yellow cloth to wash my face? Replied Li Qie with a smirk. She seemed to be very afraid of being dirted. It was as if Li Qie would really use the cloth to wash his face, so she cried out, You dare. Chapter 703, Secret, Stop. Right when Li Qie placed the cloth above the fire, a cry came from the cloth. In the end, she caved in. Li Qie moved the cloth away from the fire and placed it back on the table while smilingly saying, this is more like it. A sensible person is the true hero, right? You wretched, despicable, vile, nasty, shameless bastard. The small shadow was especially unhappy with Li Qie's threat and unleashed a barrage of insults. It seemed that she was spewing out all the crude words she knew to paint Li Qie as the most heinous villain in the world. Li Qie didn't care at all and propped up his chin while quietly listening to her insults as if the person being cursed had nothing to do with him. After letting it all out, the shadow finally tired and stopped. Meanwhile, Li Qie was still as cheerful as before. He said with a smile, if you are tired from cursing and want to stop, then please tell me the method, I am more than willing to listen. The shadow on the cloth scowled and said, Humph. Bastard, listen well, this lord will only say this once. If you don't understand, then don't blame me for not making it clear. Please, I'm all ears. Li Qie wasn't angry at all. It was rare for him to have such a good temper and joyous mood. The shadow had no other choice. Even if she didn't want to tell Li Qie, she still had to reveal the method to look at the words on the cloth. After learning the method, Li Qie immediately unfolded the cloth. In the blink of an eye, word after word from an ancient era emerged. A few archaic pictures appeared as well. Both the ancient words and pictures were records of a few extremely earth-shattering secrets of the past that were unbeknownst to all. Good, so this was the case. Li Qia had a dignified expression while examining the text. He would occasionally hit the table in exclamation after looking at these diagrams. For countless years, Li Qia knew more secrets than anyone else. For the ones without answers, he formulated his own theories regarding them. For these unknowns, he had started to find some clues, but now he was able to uncover the answers to some of them from this cloth, causing him to be extremely happy. After carefully reading all the writings and examining all the pictures, he finally heaved a long sigh. He had already guessed some of these matters beforehand. Li Qia smiled and told the little shadow from within the cloth, "Maybe I can lend you a hand with your troubles." Really? The shadow was not very welcoming of Li Qia. Her cautious attitude was even more apparent. She had lost to him just now, so how could she not be on guard towards him? "How about you tell me your stories? For example, why are you imprisoned in this thing? Who was the one who placed such a nefarious curse on you?" Li Qia inquired with a grin. The shadow didn't seem to be interested and responded drily, "Who wants to tell you?" Li Qia continued on cheerfully, "How should I put this? Trust is built upon mutual understanding, correct? If you want to trust me, or if you want to earn my trust, then don't you think you should tell me about your past? Then, maybe I can get you off the hook." The small shadow replied in a cold tone, "Is that so? Wait until you can go to that place, then we can talk again." "Humph. Even if you can reach that place, how can I trust you? I am such a good and trustworthy person, yet I have to suffer such unwarranted suspicions. This is truly hurtful," Li Qia movingly stated. The shadow only snorted and didn't say anything else. Li Qia smiled and said, "Of course, I am a patient person, especially when it comes to certain matters. I can wait for several million years. If you think it through one day, then you can come tell me at any time and discuss it. I am a person who readily accepts good advice." There was no response from the cloth. It was as if the little shadow was now completely ignoring him. Li Qia only smiled as he put the cloth back. It was just as he said, he was a patient person. One day, the shadow would have to ask for his assistance. After obtaining a few secrets from the cloth, Li Qia went into seclusive cultivation for 3 full days. Of course, the secrets from the cloth were not merit laws, they were only some ultimate secrets that outsiders would never know. During this time, he began scheming for a way. He required an extremely grand plan. Of course, only he would know of this grand plan. The madam didn't want to bother him during this period. She didn't know what her young master was doing. On the second day of Li Qia's cultivation, Tai Yi finally returned and crawled out of the ground. He met the madam who was acting as a guard for Li Qia. "Ha, Your Majesty Ziyan, please do not misunderstand. This little demon is only working for young noble, I am not a bad person." Tai Yi hurriedly introduced himself after noticing the extremely sharp gaze from the madam. The madam glanced at him and slowly said, "Young master is currently cultivating and will not be seeing anyone right now. Then this lowly one will just have to wait a bit." Tai Yi was very sensible with his response. If he acted in a way that aroused even the slightest bit of suspicion, then the madam would immediately attack him. Because of this, he obediently stayed on the other side of the valley and didn't take any frivolous actions. After 3 days passed, the squeaking of the doors signaled that Li Qia had finally come out of his meditation. He appeared to be quite fatigued, as if he had just fought a great battle against an enemy. "Young master, are you all right?" the madam worriedly asked after seeing his fatigued appearance. Li Qia only slightly shook his head. He then saw Tai Yi, who was on the other side of the valley. "Young noble, you finally came out." Tai Yi immediately came to greet Li Qia after seeing him come out and excitedly said, "This lowly one didn't let you down and obtained some results." Li Qia looked at Tai Yi for a bit before telling the madam, "Ziyan, I am a bit busy right now. You should take a stroll to relax if you have time." The madam understood that her young master had something to do and left without a word. Li Chia opened the door and let Tai Yi enter. Inside the room, Tai Yi solemnly took out a treasure box and told Li Chia, "It was really incredible. That place was like a maze of thunder, no one can possibly take even half a step inside." With that, he told Li Chia everything he saw. After listening to the story, Li Chia's eyes became serious as he stroked his chin and murmured, "A bit interesting. It seems that the Alpine Tree Father is not having a good time. This lowly one took a great risk and got something for young noble from there. Young noble, take a careful look, maybe you can gain something from it." Tai Yi raised the treasure box with both of his hands and respectfully handed it over to Li Chia. Li Chia accepted the box and looked at Tai Yi, then he chuckled and said, "It seems that you are quite amazing as well. You were able to sneak inside without being detected by the forefather, and you even managed to take the item there. Such ability is extremely rare. I only know one secret art that would allow for this." Tai Yi wryly smiled and said, "Young master is funny. I am only a little demon, me successfully acquiring this little thing was only due to your great fortune and protection." Li Chia only smiled and didn't respond to Tai Yi's flattery. Afterward, he casually took out a list and handed it over to Tai Yi before speaking, "Since you work for me, I will not mistreat you. You can count on me for your problem. The spirit medicines on this list aren't that rare, you can go gather all of them. Whether you buy or rob them, that is up to you. After that, there are one or two important leading ingredients that can only be obtained from the main vein of the alchemy kingdom. At that time, you will go with me to the kingdom, and after picking the missing ingredients, I will refine the medicine for you." After hearing Li Chia, Tai Yi became a bit jumpy. With a sluggish demeanor, he said, "To the alchemy kingdom? The alchemy vein is under the control of the imperial family." After seeing his expression, Li Chia looked at him again and asked, "Is there a problem?" Tai Yi coughed and rubbed his palms together awkwardly with a slightly embarrassed expression while saying, "There is no problem, it is only that this lowly one has heard that it is not easy to meet the imperial family of the alchemy kingdom. I wonder if they will meet us or not. You don't have to worry about that. It is not up to them to decide." Li Chia looked at Tai Yi and said, "Don't tell me you are afraid of going to the alchemy kingdom? Young noble has seen right through me." Tai Yi coughed and responded with an awkward demeanor, "Young noble should know that a little demon like this lowly one has never seen the world before. My legs shake whenever I see a grand character." Having said that, Tai Yi swallowed his saliva and forced a smile to say, "Young noble, you should also know what kind of existence the alchemy kingdom is. One sect, 3 emperors, the most monstrous existence in the alchemy realm. The imperial family is unreachable like immortals up in the 9 heavens." Li Chia glared at him and said, "Stop blabbering and get to the point." Tai Yi maintained his awkward expression while responding, "Young noble, you should know that I am only a lowly character. I will fall and defecate myself the moment I see matchless members of the imperial family. While I might not be able to get back up, young noble is different. You are a one and only genius across the ages with no peers, the most majestic and supreme of them all. What if I embarrass myself and stain your reputation? Do you think that I won't twist you like fried dough if you keep blabbering on and on?" Li Chia gave him a look and slowly said, "I don't want to hear this crap. I want to hear something substantial, understand?" Young noble misunderstood me." Tai Yi quickly laughed as he had no other choice. He lowered his head and honestly said, "Young noble, you are willing to make the medicine for me. I am very grateful and will always remember this in my heart. However, I am only a little demon and do not have the courage to enter the alchemy kingdom. How about young noble let me wait outside the alchemy kingdom's border until after young noble grabs those ingredients, then we'll reconvene." Chapter 704, Tai Yi's Secret Past. After hearing the ant, Li Chia scanned him from top to bottom and slowly said, "So you have been to the alchemy kingdom before? I am quite interested to hear about how you became enemies with its imperial family." The alchemy kingdom was a behemoth, but its imperial family was even more mysterious and unreachable. fewer than few could meet its members, let alone create a feud with them. Ordinary characters were not qualified to do so. This is absolutely a misunderstanding. Tai Yi jumped and quickly explained, young noble, you're just imagining it. I am just a little nobody. Even if I was 10 times more courageous, no, 100 times more courageous, I still wouldn't dare to become enemies with the Alchemy Kingdom. Is that so? Then are you saying that the Alchemy Kingdom's imperial family is a group that would act antagonistically towards a little demon for no good reason at all? Li Chia chuckled and said, also, what should I say regarding this little demon who caused trouble for the imperial family yet is still alive and well till this day? Is this indicative of the imperial family's incompetence or you being incredible? He paused for a moment before continuing, the more I think about it, the more I want to take you to the Alchemy Kingdom. Think about it, a behemoth like the kingdom couldn't do anything to a little demon. How weak and incompetent does this make them? I am someone who loves to slap others in the face, so I'll take you to its imperial family and will teach them a good lesson so that everyone will know about their incompetence. They can't even deal with one little demon, so what is this about one sect having 3 immortal emperors and 4 alchemy emperors? This is obviously only a fake reputation. Yep, that's a good idea, we'll do that then. He cheerfully smiled while staring at Tai Yi after finishing his blurb. Tai Yi's expression paled while he listened as his legs turned weak, nearly falling to the ground. He quickly responded, my little ancestor, my boss, my master, please spare this little demon. If you drag me to the imperial family, isn't this the same as taking my little life? Even if I have 9 lives, it still wouldn't be enough, yeah. Li Chia beamingly smiled and said, all right, so how about we talk for real now? A conversation between people this time, you know? Anyone, no matter who they might be, will have their souls drawn in at the sight of that thing. Their legs would be nailed and they themselves would lose all desire to leave. My soul also left my body at that time from temptation. I just wanted to take a look and nothing else. Suddenly, someone rushed in and mistook me for a thief. So afterward, you conveniently stole a few items from them. No, we have to say that it was casually picking up a few items that the imperial family threw away carelessly. Li Chia responded. Tai Yi could only stand there in embarrassment and didn't say anything else. However, I do agree with you on one point. Li Chia laughed and said, the thing that the Alchemy Kingdom is growing in that pond is absolutely unfathomable. Anyone would lose their mind after seeing it, very few would be able to stay calm. Great minds think alike. Tai Yi hurriedly added and put on an appearance as if he had just met a true friend, young noble is completely right. That thing, it is really amazing. There is a reason why the Alchemy Kingdom is able to own the alchemy vein of the stone medicine world. Even an immortal emperor would covet such a thing. Young noble, when we go to the Alchemy Kingdom, does young noble want to go take a look at that thing? Tai Yi laughed after speaking. He was trying to urge Li Chia, so he added, you know, that thing is really beautiful. You will definitely love it after seeing it. Li Chia glanced at him and asked, are you trying to get me to steal that thing from the imperial family? No. The ant hurriedly said, how can we use the word steal when it comes to such an amazing existence? It sounds too vulgar. We have to say borrow, no, it's more like it is meant for those who are destined. Young noble is a matchless supreme deity, you are someone who will appear only once across the eons. Only a talent like young noble is qualified to have such a thing, not anyone else. When you praise me like that, I actually feel pretty good and want to nod my head. He then paused and coldly glared at Tai Yi while continuing, however, if you want to persuade me to steal it, then forget it. I am someone who is always just and honorable. If I wanted to take that thing from the imperial family, why would I need to steal? I would just directly talk to them about it. What if the imperial family refuses to give it up? Tai Yi couldn't help but ask. Refuse to give it up? Li Chia arched his lips and revealed a smirk to say, no problem. They would have to excuse me then since I would have to openly rob them. Tai Yi had to lower his head after hearing these words, He was at a complete loss. Only this person ahead would dare to say such a line. For countless ages, no one had ever dared to rob the alchemy kingdom, but this man ahead revealed his intention of doing so in such a light manner as if it was only a trivial matter, something not enough to reach the apex. After hearing the ant, Li Qie scanned him from top to bottom and slowly said, "So you have been to the alchemy kingdom before? I am quite interested to hear about how you became enemies with its imperial family." The alchemy kingdom was a behemoth, but its imperial family was even more mysterious and unreachable. Fewer than few could meet its members, let alone creating a feud. Ordinary characters were not qualified to do so. This is absolutely a misunderstanding. Tai Yi jumped and quickly explained, "Young noble, you can just imagine it. I am just a little nobody. Even if I was 10 times more courageous, no, 100 times more courageous, I still wouldn't dare to become enemies with the alchemy kingdom." Is that so? Then are you saying that the alchemy kingdom's imperial family is a group that would act antagonistically towards a little demon for no good reason at all? Li Qie chuckled. Chapter 705, Scheme, right, if I remember correctly. At this time, Li Qie seemed to recall something and looked at Tai Yi to say, "There is also an item, an amazing item in the Serene Garden. Don't tell me you didn't simply go there to ask Saiha for medicines. You also wanted to steal that thing, right?" No, absolutely not. Tai Yi immediately denied this accusation. "Young noble, Fairy Yuan is my savior. I engraved her kindness in the depths of my heart for all of eternity, so how could I steal from the Serene Garden?" "Really now?" Li Qie remarked in a flat tone while still staring straight at Tai Yi as if he had nowhere to hide. With Li Qie's eyes fixed on him like this, Tai Yi shuddered and lowered his head, forcing out a smile to say, "Ha, I can't hide it from young noble, I really had that thought back then. However, Fairy Yuan is a kind person, a real goddess. She saw my grave injuries and immediately treated me without any question. She even gave me some incredible medicines. I will always keep this life debt in my heart and will definitely not commit any immoral acts at the Serene Garden." "I see." Li Qie slightly nodded and said, "I hope you are telling the truth, but it really doesn't matter. I just want to let you know that whether it is the Serene Garden or Tsaiha, you better be smart and don't try anything foolish. Otherwise, let alone someone of your strength, even if you were an immortal emperor, I would still look for opportunities to end you." This remark was presented in a calm manner, but even someone like Tai Yi was frightened. He didn't doubt Li Qie's words since he knew, very well, that Li Qie was someone who could back them up. After a moment of contemplation, Tai Yi calmed down and looked at Li Qie before laughing. "Young noble must like Fairy Yuan? In my opinion, she likes young noble as well." "Like?" Li Qie smiled and looked towards the far distance. Eventually, he gently sighed and said, "I like many things in this world, too many to count in fact, so in the end, I don't know what I truly like. It's no problem as long as young noble likes it. Does young noble want this lowly one to be a helper? Creating a romantic atmosphere or something like that? This lowly one will definitely do a good job so that young noble can meet Fairy Yuan whenever you wish." Tai Yi quickly tried to match Li Qie together with Yuan Saiha. Li Qie only laughed at Tai Yi's attempt to pull strings and said, "You really look down on me too much. If I want to court a woman, do I really need help from someone else? I would just directly win them over. Is there a woman in this world whom I, Li Qie, cannot conquer? Yes, that is only a matter of course." Tai Yi quickly sucked up to Li Qie and said, "Young noble is outstanding and able to tread proudly through the era. With young noble's dragon among men features, people would adore you and flowers would bloom wherever you look." Li Qie looked at him with one eye and motioned with his hand to say, "Okay, stop sucking up here, go and prepare the medicinal ingredients." Tai Yi acknowledged this command and laughed before turning away to leave. He dug down into the ground and instantly disappeared without a trace. Who knows if it was because he was an iron ant or not. In short, he especially liked to dig holes and travel underground. It would be more accurate if he was a rat instead of an iron ant. Only a rat would love to dig holes and move around underground like this. After Tai Yi was gone, Li Qie opened his box and noticed that inside was a group of sealed lights. Upon a closer look, it was not light but a group of lightning bolts. They were in constant motion but were far from being simple lightning bolts. When he looked again, he found that inside this group of bolts hid a great amount of runes, as if the mysteries of the world were inside. Not bad, a group of lightning bolts appearing in a place like this. It is truly not easy to find. Li Qie looked at the lightning bolts and was immediately drawn in by them. Time and time again, he pondered over the runes inside. After meticulous contemplation, he finally succeeded in deriving some clues from within the runes. Alpine Tree Father, you actually managed to obtain such a great fortune that year. He murmured after understanding those clues. He gazed towards the far distance and suddenly fell silent while thinking about someone, a person who he didn't want to think about too much. One will always need to make a choice regarding a few things in this world. Li Qie couldn't help but sigh and say, no matter what, you are still the one I'm most proud of out of all the immortal emperors I have groomed. His expression sank after saying this. The emotions of the past were overwhelming. There was too much frustration. Even though he had impeccable means, there were still things that made him feel helpless and forced him to make a choice. Li Qie shook his head, composing himself as he didn't want to think about the past any longer. He focused his mind on this group of lightning bolts instead. He was not satisfied with just deriving the runes inside the bolts since he needed much more. This small group of lightning bolts actually had an unbelievable origin, and with it were a frightening catastrophe. Very few people in the world had actually managed to see this type of lightning. However, Li Qie had seen it before. It belonged to an extremely powerful tribulation. Although opening it was not an easy matter, he still had absolute confidence in himself. In order to solve the mysteries, Li Qie spent 2 days thinking. Meanwhile, Madame Ziyan didn't want to disturb him, so she stayed by the door for his protection. It wasn't until the evening that she left for a moment. A bit after her departure, Li Qie finally managed to solve the riddles behind these bolts and revealed a faint smile. At this time, Tai Yi quickly rushed in and stammered, "Not good, not good. What happened for you to be so alarmed? Is someone chasing you?" Li Qie slowly asked after seeing the panicking Tai Yi. The ant quickly responded, "I'm not being chased, but something happened to Madame Ziyan." "What about Ziyan?" After hearing this, Li Qie immediately stood up while revealing a fierce glare. She was still outside just a moment ago and it hadn't been long since she departed. She is being surrounded by experts from several great lineages like the Heavenhoof Ravine, the Huangfu clan, and the Crystallized Sea sect at a mountain not far from here. Tai Yi hastily answered. A terrifying murderous intent appeared in Li Qie's fierce glare, causing Tai Yi to shiver next to him. He felt as if Li Qie resembled a terrifying god of death with a momentum capable of killing devils and immortals. Some people are really tired of living. Li Qie slowly said, daring to touch my people. It seems that if I am not dyed with blood, some people won't come to realize what death is. Having said that, he immediately left the room. Tai Yi, who was still quivering, suddenly saw a scene of a sea of blood towering into the sky, creating a horrifying spectacle. After calming down, he immediately followed Li Qie. On a mountain not far from the valley, Madame Ziyan was being surrounded by a group of people, the majority consisting gray-haired experts of the previous generation. Their divine rings were out and emitting a bright radiance. All of them had frightening auras. The Radiant Sea Alchemy Saint, Heavenhoof Elders, and High Elders from the Huangfu clan. All of them were famous heavenly kings from the previous generation. As for the young people present, there were those who stood out, such as the Dragon Princess. At this time, there were 2 corpses down by Madame Ziyan's feet. They were both young. No one could recognize one of the corpses, but from his clothing, it had to be a disciple from the ravine. The other dead youth was also quite renowned as a young alchemist. He was the person who became enemies with Li Qie 2 days ago, the Vine Pill King. However, those two were not killed by the madam. Originally, the madam was protecting Wuxia inside the valley when she suddenly found something was amiss and immediately gave chase until the valley's entrance. She noticed that a heaven-hoof disciple was sneaking around with a companion, the Vine-Pill King. However, the king was already dead at that time. It only seemed as if they were entering the valley together. This disciple seemed to want to bring the dead king into Wuxia's valley, but he didn't expect to be caught by the madam the moment he made it to the entrance. He was scared out of his wits the moment he saw the madam and immediately carried the king's body and ran. They made it to this mountain not far from the valley. The madam sensed something was amiss and immediately followed them. However, the moment she made it to the mountain, she found that the disciple had been killed as well. She realized that things were going south. It was an obvious trap, so she tried to escape right away, but famous heavenly kings like the alchemy saint emerged all of a sudden. She wanted to break through the blockade, but the powerful heavenly kings among this group immediately halted her retreat with their collective effort. There were guests everywhere at Alpine Mountain, so their conflict drew in many people. The moment they saw the group trapping the madam, many of them quivered inside and knew that a big event had occurred. Right, if I remember correctly. At this time, Wuxia seemed to recall something and looked at Tai Yi to say, "There is also an item, an amazing item in the Serene Garden. Don't tell me you didn't simply go there to ask Saiha for medicines. You also wanted to steal that thing, right?" No, absolutely not. Tai Yi immediately denied this accusation. "Young noble, Fairy Yuan is my savior. I engraved her kindness in the depths of my heart for all eternity, so how could I steal from the Serene Garden?" "Really now?" Wuxia remarked in a flat tone while still staring straight at Tai Yi as if he had nowhere to hide. With Wuxia's eyes fixed on him like this, Tai Yi shuddered and lowered his head, forcing out a smile to say, "Ha, I can't hide it from young noble, I really had that thought back then. However, Fairy Yuan is a kind person, a real goddess. She saw my grave injuries and immediately treated me without any question. She even gave me some incredible medicines. I will always keep this life debt in my heart and will definitely not commit any immoral acts at the Serene Garden." "I see." Chapter 706. Plenty of ways to frame someone. However, no matter who they might be, no one dared to say a word. This matter involved powerful existences like the Huangfu clan, the crystallized sea sect, and the Heavenhoof ravine, so no one dared to utter anything carelessly. The crystallized sea sect was an imperial lineage with great prestige in the alchemy realm. It was needless to say about the ravine since it was one sect with two emperors. Ever since the Alchemy Kingdom, the Jianlong clan, and the Beastmaster Citadel became more seclusive, the ravine became even more famous. At this time, they were also the most tyrannical lineage. Those who offended them would meet a very bad end. The trapped madam immediately knew that this was a trap that she had carelessly fallen into. She also understood that this trap was not meant for her, but her young master. However, she had inadvertently ruined their scheme, so the enemies improvised and trapped her instead. Ultimately, she was still a great demon king, a ruler of a country, so she could remain calm. She glanced around at the alchemy saints group. She knew that the matter today would not end peacefully because her enemies were not just one or two people, but several great powers that even included an imperial lineage. Without a doubt, this plan had been in the works for a while. "Madame Ziyan, you are truly vicious." The Heavenhoof elder, who was also the master of the Vine-Pill King, cried out, "My disciple only made a bet against you guys, yet you held this grievance and cruelly murdered him today. Is there no justice?" The elder put on a sorrowful display as if he was particularly stricken with sadness after losing his beloved disciple. The alerted guests were quite shaken after hearing this. Killing a Heavenhoof disciple was an earth-shattering matter. Moreover, the Vine-Pill King was one of the most loved disciples of the ravine. "Elder Fu, I didn't kill your disciple, cease your accusation." The madam deepened her voice. Despite being caught in an ambush, she could still retain her calmness due to her great experience. "Madame Ziyan, The evidence is as clear as day. The corpse of my disciple and his alchemy helper are right there below your feet, yet you still want to argue? Elder Fu from the ravine declared solemnly. As clear as day? The madam coldly responded, they were already dead when I arrived here. In fact, your group appearing right when I found these corpses is quite a coincidence. Too much of a coincidence. What do you mean, Madam Ziyan? The chief high elder from the Huangfu clan retorted, I, along with Brother Fu and the alchemy saint, had planned to discuss the Tao tonight while watching the moon. We brought along our disciples so that they could get to know each other as well. Who would have thought that the moment we got here, we saw you killing our nephews? Madam Ziyan, was it not enough for you and that little animal Li to scheme against our Huangfu descendant? The high elder added in an awe-inspiring manner, are there no bounds to your cruelty? For anyone who ever offended you too, is there no end until they are all dead? Do you choose to not obey the laws of this world? While all of you are so certain that I killed these two, where is the evidence? The madam drily replied while standing calmly before her enemies. The evidence is right below your feet. Is it not evident that his corpse is laying right there beside you? The Heavenhoof elder raised his voice, Madam Ziyan, even though you are a great demon king, you should know that death is the punishment for murder. Brother Fu, something's not right about this matter. Perhaps not everything is as we see it. The alchemy saint slowly spoke at this time. Everyone knows that Royal Lord Ziyan listens to Li Chia. I'm afraid the Royal Lord wouldn't dare to take charge of something like this. This has to be her taking orders from him. Your words are not without reason. The high elder from the Huangfu clan silently pondered for a moment before gravely speaking to the madam, Madam Ziyan, you should know that this is not a trivial matter. Killing a disciple of the ravine is akin to opposing the ravine. Don't tell me that you wish for war between the giant bamboo country and the ravine just because of that Li Chia? The alchemy saint acted as the mediator and spoke, Madam Ziyan, if you were forced to kill them because of Li Chia, then before this matter escalates to the point of no return, you still have a choice. As long as you hand over the real culprit, Li Chia, you will be able to make up for this crime. At that time, Brother Fu and I can intercede for you so that the ravine will not put the blame on your country, seeing as how the real mastermind is Li Chia. The alchemist finished with a cough. The spectators were watching with bated breaths. No one dared to involve themselves in such a matter because if this took a turn for the worse, it might result in an all-out war between the two countries. You are right. The Huangfu High Elder coldly added, Madam Ziyan, the mastermind is Li Chia, he is the real culprit. We cannot allow for such a villain to be outside of the law. If you are willing to tell the truth, then maybe the ravine will let this matter go. This matter is no joke. It is not wise for the giant bamboo country to go to war with the ravine. The madam had already guessed that this was a plot against her young master from the very beginning, and now, this scene confirmed her speculation. The madam snorted and shook her head, saying, I do pity the Vine-Pill King. As a disciple of the ravine, he was forced to be offered as a sacrifice in the end. Even if he was a disciple of the elder, in the end, he was discarded as a pawn. It is so pitiful to come from a lineage like this. I'm afraid that even upon his death, he still didn't know what had happened. Madam Ziyan, what are you trying to say? The Heavenhoof elder shouted, you murdered my disciples yet you still dare to spew false accusations towards my ravine? Madam Ziyan, you really think that your country is powerful enough to be so lawless? You really think that your country can do as it pleases just because of your divine guardian? Lawless? At this time, a laid-back voice interjected, there is no need for the giant bamboo country to act lawlessly. I am the one who is above the law, and since I am the law, I am the heavens. At this time, a person reached the top of the mountain. It was Li Chia. Tai Yi followed right behind him, terrified. He was hiding right behind Li Chia as if he was afraid of being stepped on. Li Chia. Upon seeing him, the Heavenhoof elders group cried out and immediately rushed to him. And it wasn't just his group. In an instant, the alchemy saint and the Huangfu High Elder along with a large group of experts all rushed forward and immediately surrounded him in many layers. The madam who was trapped earlier was immediately forgotten. Judging by their actions, it seemed that Wuxia was the real culprit. Some of the guests were now quivering, especially the famous ones with great status. They felt that something was about to happen. The Heaven Hoof Elder shouted, "Li! You killed my disciple, hand your life over." Wuxia could still retain his cool and leisurely demeanor despite being surrounded. He looked at the elder and smilingly said, "Oh? The Vine Pill King is dead? That is a surprise for me. Li! You know this full well." The alchemy saint raised his tone. "The Vine Pill King only bet against you and used a few unpleasant words. However, you actually held a grudge and ordered Royal Lord Ziyan to kill him. Someone as vicious as you who slays fellow Taoists is unforgivable." "Yeah?" Wuxia couldn't keep himself from laughing. He leisurely responded, "It was only a disciple from the ravine, what's the big deal? Do I need to order someone else if I wanted to take his life? I could easily crush him with a slight touch. Moreover, this Vine Pill King, if I wanted to kill him, I would already have done so 2 days ago, so why would I have given him a chance to leave?" "Excuses!" The Heaven Hoof Elder shouted, "Do you think people will believe your explanation? It is as clear as day that my disciple was killed by Madame Ziyan. She is your follower and obeys you without question, so only you could have commanded her to kill him. So it is this type of play." Wuxia didn't give a damn. He didn't mind even if these elders accused him of killing the Vine Pill King. He brought his arms in front of his chest and acted as if he was watching a fun play while telling these elders, "I really do think the truth is just as you said. Since all of you are so into your roles, I'll join in this play as well. However, acting is quite difficult. Moreover, killing your own disciple just for this play is even more difficult, am I right? All right, I killed your disciple, the Vine Pill King. How do you all want to catch me?" Wuxia acted as if he was without a care at this moment. The madam couldn't help but quiver. Her young master knew that this was a conspiracy, yet he still chose to jump right in. She wanted to say something, but Wuxia waved his sleeve and stopped her. "The punishment for murder is death." The Heaven Hoof Elder shouted, "You killed my disciple, so blood for blood and life for life. Brother Fu, calm down a bit." The alchemy saint hurriedly interjected, "We are not unreasonable people who can't tell right from wrong. Wuxia, the way you said it, do you think we are setting you up?" The alchemy saint cleared his throat and continued slowly, "Although the Vine Pill King's death is as clear as day, we will give you a chance to a fair trial. Plus, we are here to celebrate the Tree Father's birthday, so it is not good to spill blood here. Oh, so to say, I should be thanking all of you for your kindness and merciful ways?" Wuxia smiled and said, "Good, then a fair trial it is. What do I have to do?" This response didn't only surprise the alchemy saints group, many spectating guests on the side were also astonished. Chapter 707. The play. The alchemy saints crowd actually thought that Wuxia would keep on denying the claim or make up excuses or even push this crime onto Madame Ziyan. They didn't expect Wuxia to fall into this trap so easily, so they had prepared many different methods to force him into submission. However, Wuxia agreeing and readily jumping into their trap caused them to be unable to carry out their best schemes. The spectators were astounded as well. Admitting to killing Heaven Hoof disciples was a heinous crime. A light punishment would be death, a grave one would be sect destruction. Everyone could see that Wuxia still had a chance to refute, yet he chose not to and directly admitted to the accusation. This was too irrational. Was Wuxia confused? Even the madam found this to be unexpected. She didn't know what her young master was planning. Could he have an even better plan to counter the opponents? Him directly admitting to the act left the alchemy saints group at a loss. They didn't know what to do. From their perspective, this was simply too illogical. The alchemy saint composed himself and cleared his throat to say, "Both our crystallized sea sect and the ravine are reasonable. we will not wrongly accuse others. Although the punishment for murder is one's death, we will give you a fair chance. Before the trial, our 3 great sects, including the Huangfu clan, will take you into custody. After the end of the celebration, we will give you a fair trial. Li Qie chuckled after hearing what the alchemy saint had to say. To all of these powers, revenge was only a ruse. It was clear that they simply coveted his treasures. Li Qie had revealed his hand back at Daosen's peak and made many people realize that a prodigal son like Li Qie had countless treasures, including king medicines and emperor medicines. Both treasures and herbs were things that made people salivate. However, the thing that his opponent craved even more was Li Qie's supreme alchemy skill. The crystallized sea sect and the ravine were already powerful enough with a Dao system from immortal emperors. However, the Dao of alchemy was not their forte since they lacked systems passed down by alchemy emperors. This was especially true for the ravine since its ambition was great. If they could steal Li Qie's supreme Dao of alchemy, then maybe they would be able to produce an alchemy emperor in the future. This would allow them to have the capability to compete against the behemoth that is the alchemy kingdom. Because of this, the ravine wanted nothing more than to seize Li Qie's method. This was the thing that they coveted and required the most. In fact, his skill was why the Heaven Hoof Elder was able to throw away his disciple, the Vine Pill King, like a pawn. As long as they could obtain his supreme alchemy method, so what if they lost one disciple? The group didn't want to kill Li Qie right away with this trap, they only wanted to capture him alive and force out his treasures along with the alchemy method until he has nothing left. The alchemy saint's suggestion seemed fair and impartial to the point where he seemed to be mediating for Li Qie and the ravine. However, the truth was that his intent was extremely sinister and vicious. Many eyes were fixated on Li Qie at this moment, especially the great big shots whose eyes were flickering rapidly. At this place, no one was stupid, especially the rulers and lords of their own domains. Which one of them wasn't a sly fox? The moment they saw Li Qie, a few of them were already able to guess the scheme of his opponents. However, no one dared to expose this conspiracy because to do so at this key moment was akin to becoming enemies with the crystallized sea sect and the ravine. Many people had the same thoughts. Innumerable treasures and spirit medicines, a supreme Tao of alchemy, either of these would be enough to excite people. If they could capture Li Qie alive, they wouldn't hesitate to squeeze every last drop out of him. Li Qie smiled cheerfully and asked, "So, should I be thanking you for being so merciful?" The alchemy saint coughed as he replied, "There is no need for that. Young people will always make mistakes, so nothing could be better than turning back time. If you obediently let us take you in, then out of consideration for your repentance, we of the crystallized sea sect will ask the ravine to give you a chance to start over on the day of the trial. Brother Fu, what do you think?" "Humph." The Heaven Hoof Elder acted as if nothing could calm him down. He snorted and coldly replied, "Because the alchemy saint is asking in his stead, if this little animal gives up now, then I can give him a chance for a fair trial. Otherwise, blood will be paid with blood. I have been moved after hearing your words. At this moment, I feel as if I am the worst sinner, and dying 10,000 times still wouldn't be enough for atonement." The Huangfu High Elder coldly spoke, "Humph. To realize this now is not a bad thing, it shows that you can still be saved. If you admit your mistakes now and choose to repent, then despite the fact that you murdered our descendant, our clan can still show benevolence and give you a fair trial as well as a second chance. Turn yourself in, this is your only way out." At this time, the alchemy saint and the Heaven Hoof Elder were both glaring at Li Qie. In their eyes, he was nothing more than a piece of fat meat, a priceless treasure trove, so they couldn't carelessly take action. They wanted to capture him alive instead of causing an accident. If Li Qie died, then everything would have been meaningless. "I see," Li Qie appeared to be wavering. He looked a bit hesitant as if he was struggling internally. Meanwhile, his opponents all watched him with bated breaths. For them, nothing could be better than Li Qie obediently accepting his captivity. As a result, there would be no disturbance at Alpine Mountain, and they would also have captured him alive. Many guests were full of anticipation as well. However, they all had different thoughts and intents. A few of them didn't want Li Qie to go down without a fight because, by doing so, he would fall into the hands of the opposing group. This would mean that other people wouldn't be able to get a cut. There were also guests who could see through this conspiracy and wanted to remind Li Qie to not fall for this trickery. However, these kind guests didn't dare to open their mouths at this moment. There was a great saying, to stop someone's path to fortune was akin to killing their fathers and stealing their wives. It would be an irreconcilable feud. By interfering with the business of the ravine, it would absolutely bring about a catastrophe, so no one was willing to take such a risk. The madam, on the other hand, naturally didn't believe that her young master would be stirred by a few words from the alchemy saint, so she didn't say anything. Her young master had his own plans, and she didn't want to ruin them. "I've thought it through now," said Li Qie as he clapped his hands while smiling. These words left the alchemy saints group heaving sighs of relief. They didn't have to do a single thing. Li Qie gave up right away. This was the best possible outcome for them. Acknowledging one's mistakes and repenting is a good thing. The alchemy saint revealed a smile and added, "Don't worry, the crystallized sea sect and the Heavenhoof ravine are imperial lineages with reputations to uphold. We will certainly give you a fair trial." "No, I think you are mistaken." Li Qie shook his head and smilingly continued, "I was trying to say that if I am a heinous villain who will never be able to atone for my sins, then why should I change my ways? How great is it to be a bad guy? How free is it to be a brute? To be able to kill whoever you desire, to destroy whoever you please, what could be better than this?" This response immediately dazed the alchemy saints group. They quickly became furious as fierce gazes were directed at Li Qie, wishing to cut him into a million pieces. They finally understood that from beginning to end, Li Qie was only toying with them. The guests wanted to laugh after seeing how the alchemy saints group was played by Li Qie and were pleased to see them suffer. However, they had to suppress their laughter since they didn't want to offend the ravine. Li Qie smiled leisurely and gazed at the alchemy saints group to say, "To me, all of you are nothing. In my eyes, the dead vine pill king isn't even equal to a fart. Whether it was a conspiracy or if I actually killed him, it doesn't matter to me because all of you, along with him lying dead on the ground, don't mean shit. I just wanted to play along with you since you wanted to lure me into a pit, that's all. As for the crime of murder, you can announce it as you please. Don't just mention killing this lowly vine pill king, even if you all accuse me of massacring countless races, robbing and stealing, raping and pillaging. I simply wouldn't care." At this point, Li Qie laughed and added, "It appears that all of you thought too highly of yourselves and thought that I would give in. In fact, in my eyes, all of you are no different from the dead. I just wanted to tell all of you that you should never touch a woman on my side. Anyone who dares to do so will die without a grave." After finishing his declaration, he turned and smiled to ask the madam, "Ziyan, what do you think is the best way for them to die? Tearing them into pieces or incinerating them? Or should I crush them into a paste?" All of the guests became silly after hearing this. This was the same as declaring war against the ravine, such unbridled arrogance. The alchemy saints group was shaking with anger, their fury knew no bounds. They had the urge to tear Li Qie into countless pieces. The alchemy saints crowd actually thought that Li Qie would deny the claim or make up excuses or even push this crime onto Madame Ziyan. They didn't expect Li Qie to fall into this trap so easily, so they had prepared many different methods to force him into submission. However, Li Qie agreeing and readily jumping into their trap caused them to be unable to carry out their best schemes. The spectators were astounded as well. Admitting to killing Heavenhoof disciples was a heinous crime. A light punishment would be death, a grave one would be sect destruction. Everyone could see that Li Qie still had a chance to refute, yet he chose not to and directly admitted to the accusation. This was too irrational. Was Li Qie confused? Even the madam found this to be unexpected. She didn't know what her young master was planning. Could he have an even better plan to counter the opponents? Chapter 708, immortal devouring evil jar, little animal, I will grind your bones into dust and tear you to pieces. The Heaven Hoof Elder was livid after being mocked like this by Wuxia. His expression was unsightly to the extreme. He roared as his blood energy became as vast as an ocean. The moment he took a step forward, others would feel as if the world was collapsing. A terrifying momentum appeared, causing people to feel as if their bodies were about to burst. Wow, incredible. Even though Elder Fu specializes in alchemy, his cultivation is quite scary as well. He's actually a myriad king. If he could take a step forward to become a life king and defeat his life reduction, then he would be able to live for another 10,000 years. Many cultivators standing to the side became emotional after seeing the Heaven Hoof Elder take action. The ravine had many characters like this Elder Fu. Moreover, he was far from being the strongest among its elders, and yet he was already a myriad king. This was enough to show how powerful the ravine was. When Elder Fu was approaching Wuxia, a cold scowl appeared on his face. The madam stepped forward and instantly soared through the crowd to act as a shield in front of Wuxia. Elder Fu, if you want to fight, then I will entertain you. Madame Ziyan, who was always benevolent, was now fierce and decisive. Despite her gentle nature, she was still decisive when it mattered due to being a great demon king. Elder Fu stared at the madam and slowly said, Madame Ziyan, although you have become a demon king with great prestige in the alchemy realm, you need to know your own strength. Your power, at best, is only at the Thousand Kings realm. Do you think you can handle all of us on your own? Even if the alchemy saint and the others do not get involved, I alone am more than enough to take you down. Keep in mind that the world had never seen a true immortal before. The madam coldly stared at her opponents and uttered, I wonder if Elder Fu had brought a true treasure from Immortal Emperor Qilin or Immortal Emperor Jin Shi or not. At this point, the madam was no longer the woman who was as gentle as water and instead was a demon king ready to kill. Elder Fu's expression became unsightly as he retorted, do you think you are unbeatable with just this evil jar? With two emperors, the Heaven Hoof Ravine was one of the strongest demon lineages in the stone medicine world. Both of their emperors were demons. Immortal Emperor Qilin was the first while Immortal Emperor Jin Shi was the second. Although the ravine had Immortal Emperor true treasures, items of this level were the sex-defining artifacts. Even the ravine would not easily give these weapons to the traveling Elder Fu. You are correct. The madam glanced over them and tyrannically declared, Elder Fu, even if you have an Immortal Emperor life treasure on you right now, it still wouldn't be enough to enter my sight. You would either have to bring a true treasure or become a virtuous paragon right this instant in order to match me. The madam's domineering aura filled the sky. Normally, she carried herself in an amiable manner in front of everyone. However, it seemed that after following Wuxia, she had been infected by his aggressive attitude. Madame Ziyan, do you think you can rampage everywhere with just one treasure? The alchemy saint sneered, not to mention the invincible ravine. My crystallized C-sex true treasure alone is enough to suppress you. That is a matter of the future. We can talk about it when you actually bring out a true treasure. The madam aggressively declared, but now, either all of you come together or get the hell out of here. She was ready to kill at a moment's notice. The madam's domineering aura and her courage to shout at her opponent left them, and even many spectators from afar, shocked from surprise. No great powers would dare to oppose these imperial lineages. Even when they were wronged, they would still choose to acquiesce because once they opposed these imperial lineages, at best, they would come out heavily wounded. The worst-case scenario would be complete destruction. But now, the always peaceful Madame Ziyan of the giant bamboo country was acting extremely aggressively and actually challenged the Ravine's group, so how could people not be astonished? You! Elder Fu's group was shaking with anger as all of their expressions paled. This was simply humiliating them. However, they had to admit that the evil jar was very frightening. The damnedest thing was that they didn't bring along items that could stop the evil jar since they came for the birthday celebration. Elder Fu didn't bring along a life treasure, let alone a true treasure of an immortal emperor. It could be said that in just a moment, all of their plans were derailed. They didn't expect for the madam to be carrying the giant bamboo country's defining treasure. Chapter 709, Slaying Enemies Like Butchering Chickens, Ahem. While Elder Fu's group was stuck riding the tiger, Li Qie coughed behind the madam and leisurely said, "Zi Yan, this was our fault, wouldn't you say? It was just a little argument, yet we are unleashing this scary intent. This is not good at all." Young master is implying? The madam was dazed and didn't know what her young master was trying to do at this moment. Li Qie pulled her back next to him and cheerfully smiled. "Our immortal devouring evil jar is too scary, yeah? We should just take it slow so that these old geezers on the verge of death won't defecate themselves. It is not nice to make these elders soil themselves. After all, how would they have the face to see anyone else from now on?" These vicious words enraged the Ravine's group to the point where they almost died from vomiting blood. The madam didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but she still listened to him and withdrew the evil jar. However, her putting away the jar allowed Elder Fu and the others to secretly heave a sigh of relief. There is this saying, what was it? Li Qie stared at his opponents and slowly spoke. "Ah, I remember now. There is a great saying, there is no need for a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. For this bunch of insects, is there a need to use such an invincible immortal item like the jar? This would be too wasteful and vastly overestimating them. Such a big tone." The dragon princess sneered in response and said with disdain, "Hiding behind a woman to brag, are you still a man? If you dare, then come out and fight us." "Fight you guys?" Li Qie chuckled and took a step forward before calmly speaking, "For a bunch of ants like you lot, is there a need to use the word fight? I can kill all of you with one stomp, no problem. I might be someone who hates killing, but if all of you wish to die, then I'll gladly help you out." The first reaction from many spectators was that Li Qie was insane. Both the Ravine and the crystallized sea sect were imperial lineages, but a nobody like Li Qie was now calling them ants. How unbelievably arrogant. "Ignorant fool, do you dare to fight against this princess?" Before the alchemy saint and his group could respond, the dragon princess raised her voice. Li Qie had previously humiliated her twice, so all she wanted to do was to kill him and drink his blood. She was under the assumption that someone like him could be killed by her without any trouble. "Only an ant," Li Qie dismissively said as he didn't even bother looking at the princess. This attitude was extremely humiliating to her, so she immediately became enraged and shouted, "Little villain, die." However, before she even finished her sentence, she had already rushed forward with swift speed like a soaring dragon towards Li Qie. However, within this split second, it seemed as if time had stopped. Everyone's vision blurred. The moment they could see clearly again, the dragon princess's neck was gripped by Li Qie, and her entire body was dangling up high. No one saw how the princess fell into his hands. They only saw her attack and then everything became blurry, so no one saw Li Qie's move at that moment. Clank. Before everyone could calm down, Li Qie had already crushed the princess's neck. It didn't matter that she had a great cultivation and was a princess of a dynasty, she was immediately crushed to death by him. At the time of her death, her eyes were wide open, not knowing how she had died to him. A great beauty, a princess adored by many with countless suitors, had been killed mercilessly by Li Qie. This scene was too shocking since everyone could only watch him kill her. Even Elder Fu's group had yet to compose themselves. "Little bastard, die." The alchemy saint furiously roared and unleashed a huge palm towards Li Qie. How could he swallow this anger after Li Qie killed one of his sect's disciples? However, before his palm could crush Li Qie to death, he was immediately dragged back by Elder Fu. The elder gravely said, "Brother, you have to take it easy." However, this skeletal mantis was emitting a grey death energy that belonged to Li Qie. Pluff. 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 Right when the spectators still didn't understand what was going on, 3 heads flew up into the sky, followed by streams of blood spurting about. The first 3 heads belonged to the alchemy saint, the Huangfu High Elder, an elder Fu of the ravine. As their heads flew up high, they could still see the blood spurting from their own necks. The next moment, a group of heads all flew up at the same time along with accompanying pillars of blood. Eventually, thumping sounds appeared as a group of heads fell onto the ground and rolled around along with numerous headless corpses. The three big shots, as well as all the disciples from the major sects who surrounded Wuxia, were decapitated instantly, and the culprit was the skeletal mantis that crawled out from the ground. At this point, the sickle-like legs of the mantis still had blood dripping down from them. Everyone in the Alchemy Saints group was killed without knowing how or why. It could even be said that none of the spectators were aware of the events that transpired. From beginning to end, Wuxia stood still and didn't do anything outside of stomping once. He didn't even lift a single finger. The entire mountain suddenly became still. It was as if time had stopped and even the wind didn't dare to blow by, as if it was afraid of something. Even those who were far away were shocked and awed by this scene. Nothing could be more astonishing than this event. 3 heavenly kings and more than 100 experts were slaughtered in an instant without a chance to fight back or knowing how they even died. Such a thing was too terrifying and unbelievable. Wuxia stood there quietly while the skeletal mantis posturing next to him, creating a spine-chilling scene under the cover of the night that caused people to shudder uncontrollably. Chapter 710, Dark Mantis God Monarch. 1 man and 1 mantis stood there as rows of bodies formed on the ground and blood slowly flowed downward, dyeing the entire land red before the blood diffused into the soil. After a long time, a gentle breeze blew by and the stench of blood assaulted everyone present, causing them to feel nauseous. However, the thing that made them feel even more sick was not this sanguine stench. It was the absolutely horrifying scene before them. Heavenly kings and hundreds of experts were killed in the blink of an eye. This scene of terror caused the stomachs of people to churn as if they wanted to puke. A primal fear emerged from the depths of their hearts. No one knew whether it was due to being scared of Wuxia or the skeletal mantis ahead, or both. Perhaps, the most horrendous of all was their lack of knowledge of the event. From beginning to end, no one knew what had actually happened or the relationship between the skeletal mantis and Wuxia. They were not privy to the origin of the mantis or why Wuxia could control it. For a mantis to behead heavenly kings like chopping sweet potatoes, just how powerful and terrifying was this thing? Of course, others didn't know that Wuxia's stomp earlier was to utilize the death energy from the death scripture. Moreover, he also activated the death chapter, one of the 4 great techniques. Not long ago when Wuxia and Jian Wushuang fought, Wuxia used her to injure him and accumulate a great amount of death energy. The moment this energy reached a certain level, it would use a supreme law inside the scripture to open the prologue of the death chapter. The extremely powerful death chapter, once activated, could summon any dead creatures close to Wuxia. No matter how long they had been dead for or what they might be, cultivators, withered branches, evil existences, as long as they were things that had once lived, they could be summoned by the death chapter. When the death chapter becomes even more powerful, its range of summoning would be even more vast. As long as the user was capable, the chapter could even summon dead creatures from all over the stone medicine world. Of course, this type of summoning was extremely daunting. The chapter had to reach the ultimate stage before obtaining such power. Of course, the power of these summoned undead reflected their own former strength and not just the power of the death chapter. If these undead existences were very powerful when they were alive, then after being summoned, they would still be unimaginably formidable. Of course, in order to utilize their ultimate peak strength, the death chapter had to be at a high level. The Dark Mantis God Monarch. Tai Yi, who had always been hiding in the back, immediately changed his expression after seeing this mantis. He frantically burrowed down into the ground. Dark Mantis God Monarch was a title not often heard, but disciples of Alpine Mountain had definitely heard this title before. Dark Mantis God Monarch. Before anyone knew it, the leader of Alpine Mountain, the Maple King, had appeared on top of a peak. He was astounded to see this skeletal mantis and took a deep breath before stuttering, "Wasn't this my ancestor's arch-nemesis back then?" 1,000,000 years ago, the ancestor slew it and buried it under Alpine Mountain. Originally, before the Alpine Tree Father had reached the top, there had been a demonic creature who coveted the Alpine Grand Vein and wanted to be its ruler. This was an extremely heaven-defying demon mantis with the title of God Monarch. During that era, although the Tree Father had yet to reach his peak, countless lineages in the stone medicine world already dreaded him. When the dark mantis God Monarch invaded Alpine Mountain, the Tree Father rushed to meet him, and a great battle ensued. Although no one in the current generation saw this battle, the disciples of the mountain had heard tales about it. This was a fight that caused the earth to split and the celestials to lose their brilliance. After 3 days and 3 nights, the Alpine Tree Father paid a heavy price to finally kill the God Monarch. Afterward, the Tree Father buried the God Monarch's corpse under Alpine Mountain without leaving behind any indication of where it was. Even the disciples here didn't know where the monarch's corpse was located. But now, the skeleton of the monarch had rushed out, causing the Maple King to be aghast and frightened with a pale countenance. At this time, the Maple King blew a horn, resounding across the entire mountain. What's going on? The horn echoed across the entire area, causing many guests to become alarmed. Those who were interested came out for a look. Rumbles, among various other sounds, came in an instant like roaring torrents. Countless experts instantly appeared on Wuxia's peak, including tree demon monarchs, flood dragons from the sky, enormous golem kings, and ferocious sacred tigers. Some emerged from underground while others descended from the sky with flying treasures. In a swift second, an entire army completely surrounded this peak. There was no end to this army. A mighty cavalry surrounded this peak, removing the possibility of escape. The energy from heavenly sovereigns and heavenly kings at this location could encompass the entire world and was capable of overturning the earth. The guests gasped in the face of this army of experts. Although many people still didn't know what was going on, they didn't dare to approach and could only stand and watch from afar. They knew that something big had happened after the Alpine army appeared to lay siege to this single peak. They were also curious to see what kind of enemy was worthy of Alpine Mountain acting in this grand manner. At the same time, the big shots from the other lineages also shuddered after seeing the mountain's great amount of experts. Although the mountain did not start a sect or country, its power and disciples were definitely stronger than that of many great powers. Even Madame Ziyan was shaking when she saw so many experts from Alpine Mountain surround the mountains, since many of them were heavenly kings. She knew that this matter would not end peacefully. Only Wuxia remained as calm as ever. He simply glanced over the 4 directions and all the experts. Eventually, his gaze fell upon the Maple King. A bit interesting. Wuxia chuckled and said while staring at the king, "Maple King, what is your aim?" As the ruler of the mountain, the Maple King spoke coldly with a solemn expression. "I'm sure young noble Li clearly knows what I want." "Oh, I see. Is this how your Alpine Mountain treats your guests?" Wuxia laughed in response. At this point, many guests were shaking with fear. They were also astonished by this young fella's courage. He was still able to smile and act leisurely when trapped by so many experts from Alpine Mountain. The Maple King deepened his voice. "My Alpine Mountain has always been welcoming. Anyone who comes for the birthday celebration will be treated with respect. However, young noble Li, you came and wantonly committed murder on the birthday of my ancestor, staining our mountain with blood. This is not giving us any face. Although you are one of our esteemed guests, you still must give us an explanation." "Is that so?" Wuxia lightly smiled and said, "Wanton murder? I feel that it was more of an act of self-defense. These old geezers clearly wanted my life, so I couldn't just sit there and wait for my death. If you really want to blame me, then I apologize as I accidentally went a bit far, but what could I have done? You surely must know that the young will always lack experience and be full of carelessness. They might go too far and destroy the world or slaughter the 8 domains. This is quite a normal occurrence." Wuxia's justification caused many listeners to envision a bloody scene. Whether young noble Li was acting in self-defense or not, this is still up for debate. The Maple King coldly spoke. "However, young noble Li and this demonic dark mantis god monarch are colluding, and on the day of my ancestor's great birthday of all days. This is antagonizing my alpine mountain. Li Chia looked at the Maple King and revealed a faint smile before speaking. How interesting. I am only a nobody junior that was trapped by a group of heavenly kings from imperial lineages. The only thing in my mind was fear. I almost died miserably at the hands of these ruthless kings, but your alpine mountain did not come out to uphold justice. And now, a mantis crawled out from the ground to save me, yet your alpine mountain decides to show up now to stand up for justice? How interesting. Li Chia's words caused many of the bystanders to become silent. His description seemed to be stating that he was a lamb surrounded by a pack of wolves. However, the truth was that he was the wolf and the alchemy saints group were the helpless lambs. He, the wolf disguised as the lamb, eventually ate everyone from the alchemy saints group. Right or wrong, this will be decided in the future. The Maple King drily said, but for now, your wanton murder and collusion with the Dark Mantis God Monarch is clear. If young noble Li wishes to end this matter peacefully, then listen to my words of advice and accept your capture obediently. Li Chia glanced at him and slightly shook his head before speaking. Is this your idea, or the Tree Father's idea? If this is your idea, then I can only say that the Tree Father's descendants are mediocre. However, if this is the Tree Father's idea, then I'm afraid that he has grown old and senile. To maneuver against me is your alpine mountain wishing to meet its end. One man and one mantis stood there as rows of bodies formed on the ground and blood slowly flowed downward, dyeing the entire land red before the blood diffused into the soil. After a long time, a gentle breeze blew by and the stench of blood assaulted everyone present, causing them to feel nauseous. However, the thing that made them feel even more sick was not this sanguine stench. It was the absolutely horrifying scene before them. Heavenly kings and hundreds of experts were killed in the blink of an eye. This scene of terror caused the stomachs of people to churn as if they wanted to puke. A primal fear emanated from the depths of their hearts. No one knew whether it was due to being scared of Li Chia or the skeletal mantis ahead, or both. Perhaps, the most horrendous of all was their lack of knowledge of the event. From beginning to end, no one knew what had actually happened or the relationship between the skeletal mantis and Li Chia. They were not privy to the origin of the mantis or why Li Chia could control it. Chapter 7:11, a mighty showing. Li Chia's brazen words caused many of the spectators to take deep breaths. Ever since the Tree Father had reached his current level, countless lineages were wary of him, even imperial lineages like the Alchemy Kingdom. They had to tread with respect whenever they dealt with the Tree Father. Even a virtuous paragon wouldn't dare to offend the Tree Father, but now, a nobody like Li Chia dared to utter such words at Alpine Mountain. Only Li Chia would be able to do this. The Maple King's expression changed for the worse. He had ruled the mountain for so long and until now, no one had ever dared to challenge them like this. Li Chia, alone, was daring to speak such contemptuous words. Despite his good temperament and great self-restraint, the Maple King's fury simply couldn't be described with words. Such a big tone. The Maple King coldly said, "Young noble Li, my Alpine Mountain will warn you one last time. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. If you don't comply, then we will take action. As for whether you get injured or die, you must bear the responsibility of your choice." At this moment, Li Chia's eyes narrowed as he chuckled to say, "Your Alpine Mountain scheming against me is truly unwise. It is your mountain's honor to be graced with my presence for this birthday celebration, yet you actually dared to make a move against me. This is truly not knowing life from death. When I, Li Chia, don't come to cause trouble, even the heavens would have to show its gratitude. But now, you dare ask me to bow down? Very well, so what if it is a birthday? It is time to wash this place with blood. Begin." With a cold countenance, the Maple King and the majority of the experts from the mountain rearranged themselves into an archaic formation. This defensive formation was like a dense forest and covered the entire peak. No tears until sighting the coffin. Li Qia's pupils flashed with a cold glint. In this instant, his death energy emerged with the activated death chapter. It unleashed an amazing power that caused the energy on the skeleton of the god monarch to surge like a river. However, in the current stone medicine world, only the Tree Father was still alive. It was easy to see just how terrifying and heaven-defying the Tree Father was to cause the Alchemy Kingdom and the Jianlong clan to treat him with respect. And now, the Tree Father had personally taken action, causing many guests to feel fear in their hearts. The guests subconsciously stared at Li Qia. A junior like him wouldn't be able to cause any trouble now that the Tree Father personally took action. Among the younger generation, even someone as supreme as the celestial being, Yi Qingqing, still wouldn't be able to do anything. So it's finally the old man's turn to take action. However, when everyone thought that Li Qia was doomed, he was still as calm as ever, showing no fear towards the Tree Father. Everyone, return. However, the next event surprised all the guests. The ancient voice of the Tree Father came again as he gave his command to the Alpine disciples. After his command, all the auras of the paragons disappeared. These paragons who wanted to take action all became silent and stood still. Young Noble Li is an esteemed guest, there has been a misunderstanding. The ancient voice rang again. How about young Noble Li come to my place to resolve this misunderstanding? The moment the Tree Father's words came out, 2 pine branches stretched out from the far distance and came before Li Qia. These 2 pine branches were like spirit dragons intertwined together and instantly created a wooden bridge. This wooden bridge next to Li Qia's feet would bring him straight to the Tree Father's place. This scene caused many guests to hold their breaths as they waited for Li Qia to make a move. What kind of existence was the Tree Father? He was one who could be praised as a supreme god king. Even big shots from the previous generation weren't qualified to meet the Tree Father, let alone the younger generation. But now, the Tree Father wanted to personally meet Li Qia. This was quite perplexing to many here. What outstanding virtues did Li Qia have to warrant this meeting? Since this is the case, why not? Li Qia looked at the bridge in front of him, chuckled, and spoke. Afterward, he boarded his carriage again. This response left many people speechless. They all considered meeting the Tree Father as a great honor. After the Tree Father reached the peak, countless great demons and even monarchs with unparalleled talents came wanting to meet him, but they couldn't. Today, the Tree Father initiated the meeting with a nobody like Li Qia, but his response was completely nonchalant and without a care. If it was any other youth, they would be overwhelmed with excitement. Madame Ziyan also sat on the carriage and took the reins. In fact, there was no need for her to do anything since the Imperial Draco Bull immediately pulled the carriage towards the wooden bridge to head for the Tree Father's dwelling. All the guests watched the carriage until it eventually disappeared from their sight. Chapter 712, Alpine Tree Father. After the carriage was no longer visible, one person had to say, "This Li Qia. He's only a junior, so why does he get to meet the Tree Father? My master, the ancient Tusk Monarch, is the most talented demon monarch from the previous generation of the alchemy realm, but he still didn't get to see the Tree Father. Maybe it is because of the giant bamboo country's divine guardian. It and the Tree Father are the 2 demon forefathers of our world, so this might be why. Li Qia and Madame Ziyan are from that country, so it isn't that strange for the Tree Father to see them." An older cultivator speculated. Many guests felt that this rationale made sense since it would be normal for the Tree Father to want to see the descendant of the other demon forefather. The carriage ran along the wooden bridge. Although squeaking sounds could be heard, the journey was very smooth. It didn't take long before the carriage made it to a peak. The worldly energy on this peak was as vast as an ocean. Everything was dyed in a lively blue, giving the area the appearance of a grand ocean. Although this peak was not large, it felt as if it was the prime power of this land. On top of the peak was an old pine tree that had experienced the turmoils of countless years. It took root in this land for millions of years, and nothing could shake it. Upon Li Qia's arrival, an old man sitting below this tree stood up and came to greet him with an amiable smile, saying, "My younger generation is ignorant like a frog at the bottom of a well and didn't know that young noble Li is exceptional, so they offended you. Please forgive them." This old man was the famous Alpine Tree Father, the highest existence in the current stone medicine world. The old pine tree behind him was his real body. If an outsider were to hear this, they would be completely dumbfounded and think that they must have misheard. A character like the Tree Father actually apologized to Wuxia. "I am curious, was it your idea, or did your disciples take it upon themselves?" Wuxia sat calmly on his carriage and inquired while staring at the Tree Father. The Tree Father met his gaze and responded with a genuine smile. Little Maple had good intentions. He thought that young noble Li had a way to solve my problem, so he wanted to keep young noble Li behind. "If you want to blame someone, I'll take the blame. This is our Alpine Mountain's fault." Wuxia chuckled and disembarked the carriage. After gently patting the bull, he said, I do feel some sincerity. As for the reparations, I'll think about it." Having said that, he sat down next to the Tree Father without any reservation. The Tree Father looked at the imperial Draco bull standing to the side and couldn't help but voice his praise. "What a divine creature. Once it turns into a true dragon, we simply wouldn't be able to compare to it." Others might not be able to see it, but the Tree Father immediately knew that this was an auspicious beast with the bloodline of a true dragon. Meanwhile, the bull calmly remained standing there, ignoring the Tree Father's praise. Only a great man like young noble Li would be able to be the master of such a divine beast. The Tree Father sat down next to Wuxia and smiled kindly. At the same time, Madame Ziyan went to stand behind Wuxia, waiting. Although she was a great demon and a king, her status and identity were not enough to gain her an audience with the Tree Father. Wuxia looked at the Tree Father and smiled to say, "Smart people find me very easy to deal with. As for this past matter, whether it was the Maple King personally taking the initiative or something else entirely, it is no longer important to me. Since you wanted to meet me, let us not waste time walking in circles. Get straight to the point." The Tree Father looked at Wuxia and eventually sighed before speaking. "I have lived for countless years in the stone medicine world, outside of the giant bamboo divine guardian. I'm afraid no one else has lived for as long as I have. For millions of years now, my eyes have seen many people, but I cannot see through young noble Li. Not many people can see through me, so don't mind it." Wuxia lightly responded. The Tree Father pondered for a moment before speaking. "I have a certain problem, and Little Maple heard that you were able to communicate with the giant bamboo divine guardian, so he wanted to know the situation of the guardian to see if it could solve my problem. However, in my opinion, Little Maple went about it the wrong way. The same problem does not exist for the guardian. Although both of us are referred to as the two great demon forefathers, I know that Senior Divine Bamboo doesn't share my problem." "You are right about that," Wuxia responded. "You are a true demon forefather, but the giant bamboo isn't." The Tree Father gently nodded and added, "Which is why I said Little Maple was looking at things the wrong way. In my eyes, the real method to solve this problem is dependent on young noble Li and not with your ability to communicate with Senior Giant Bamboo. Your Tao of alchemy is supreme, so today, I invited you here to see if you could solve this problem for me." "You are mistaken about this." Wuxia shook his head and explained, "Your problem isn't something that can be solved by alchemists. I have picked up on the scent of medicines while sitting here. If I am not mistaken, you have recently gone to find the old alchemist of the Alchemy Kingdom to diagnose your problem." The Tree Father was momentarily stunned before voicing his praise. Young noble Li is truly unfathomable, indeed worthy of having an unparalleled Tao of alchemy. At this point, he nodded his head and admitted, "My situation is not looking very optimistic. Recently, things have been getting worse, so I had no choice but to shamelessly ask the old alchemist for help. Unfortunately, he was powerless as well." "It seems like you are pretty confident in me," Wuxia said with a chuckle. The Tree Father smiled back in response and said, "I heard young noble Li could refine pills like cooking. Even those from the Alchemy Kingdom are incapable of such supreme pill refinement, so my hopes are quite high when it comes to you. I know your problem very well." Li Qie seemed to have known this beforehand and said, when the heavens want to end life, no one will be able to escape, this is part of nature. Truly incredible, you know right away before even conducting a diagnosis. You are an incredible doctor. The Tree Father's expression changed after hearing Li Qie's words. Li Qie said with a smile, this has nothing to do with being a good doctor. This is a tribulation, at the very least, only an existence like you would have to withstand such a tribulation. One might be able to survive an act of God, but no one can survive a self-brought calamity. The Tree Father wryly smiled and stated, as such, this old life of mine depends on young noble Li. If even you cannot help me, I'm afraid I won't live for much longer. After hearing the Tree Father, the madam standing behind Li Qie was shocked and had to utter, is Tree Father not like our divine guardian? Are you not able to live for tens of millions of years in this world? No, I am not like Senior Giant Bamboo. I am a demon, but the Senior is not. The Tree Father slightly shook his head and said, Senior Giant Bamboo chose not to gain his own sentience and remains unstained by the world. Without any emotions, he is an immortal bamboo, a tree that took root in the elegant azure great vein. He can continue to live on as an immortal bamboo, not caring about mundane matters. But Senior is also rooted at the alpine great vein. The madam couldn't help but say. The Tree Father smiled and said, correct, I am indeed rooted in this great vein. However, I have sentience and have become a demon. Although taking root at this vein can allow me to live for 3 to 5 more generations, I am doomed to die in the end. Li Qie grinned and commented, you can live for 3 more generations at best, so you are a bit unwilling. The Tree Father responded with a sad laugh, young noble Li took the words right out of my mouth. Although I have countless divine techniques, after taking root at the great vein, I have become one with it. I can be anywhere in the millions of miles where the alpine great vein stretches, but I can never leave it. Not even my avatar is able to do so. Senior wants to go outside? The madam was a smart person, so she immediately understood the Tree Father's intent. The Tree Father gently nodded and said, that's right, I have lived for generation after generation, but I have never left Alpine Mountain. While I can live for a few more years, I want to go see the world outside and wait till the day where my life comes to an end so that I can pass on without any regrets. Unfortunately, you underestimated the power of the old villainous heavens. Li Qie chuckled once more. The Tree Father smiled back and said, in fact, I have lived for many years, and it was also my first time seeing the heavens slashing one's lifespan. I wanted to leave this place, but I have to remove my main root first. I was well prepared to do so after tens of thousands of years. The madam was shaken after listening up to this point. For an existence like the Tree Father, his main root was not much different from his life. What price and efforts must he pay to cut off his own root? The Tree Father paused for a moment before continuing, everything went smoothly as I was cutting off the main root. It's just that I didn't expect, at the very last moment, the high heavens sent down a mighty tribulation in an attempt to annihilate my lifespan. At my level, unless I wanted to become an immortal emperor and seize the heavens' will, there would be no tribulation that I cannot handle. A mighty tribulation capable of slashing my very lifespan. It was my first time seeing one of this level. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.